Hi everyone, welcome to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. We are at round number 6, already reaching half the tournament now. Tomorrow is going to be a rest day and many exciting things happening. Yesterday, if you were able to see the last game, almost the last game, Arjun played such an unbelievably complex, fantastic, mind-blowing game, and Vaishali also right there in the top. So these two guys absolutely in the race, and we are going to have very exciting matchups today. But before that, to all of you joining right now, let me just give you a quick look at this event. The tournament is held from 23rd to 6th November. The venue is Villa Marina, a nice, very nice place. You have seen the hall in the videos. It's at Douglas, Isle of Man, and this is the time. This is the time format here. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves for the men's section, 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, 15 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move number 1. And that's a very long game, almost 7 hours game. For women's section, it is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves and followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game with 30 seconds increment. The time control is similar to what is it in the candidates. This is the prize fund, a total prize fund of $460,000. That's for the open section, and this is the women's prize fund. The total prize fund is $140,000. Here we have the race for the FIDE candidates, and top two from this event. The mystery goes on. Let us find out who is going to be Arjun. For us right now, Arjun and Vaishali absolutely are in the race. This is how the event, this strong it is. 20 players, about 2700, and we have seen yesterday in the top 14 games there were only 2 decisive results. That shows a lot about the event. This is for women's players, about 2500. They're having 7 players, and here is the schedule of the tournament. So guys, can we have a look at the pairings today? And hello Saravanan. We also have international master Saravanan and a very well-known trainer, book collector and whatnot. Do check out his videos on ChessBase India. Lots of material you'll find. But Sarah, yesterday, yesterday you went back to sleep.
Good one.
Everything changed. The world changed.
I'm sorry, if any of the Indian grandmasters is having a fight out there, I should go to sleep and they will win. I'm sleeping. So I hope that's the moral of the story, which, I'll be very happy to do that. And Amruta, more than anything,
Yeah.
with that victory by SL Narayanan yesterday against Gukesh,
Yes.
today it has brought 2 grandmasters from Kerala fighting against each other. Nihal Sarin versus SL Narayanan today. That is going to be our match of the day, something tells me.
Absolutely. Here we have the pairings on our screen, and Naka. So only 3 people on 4 points, and Arjun is playing with Yu Yangi, who has played amazingly in this event until now. By the way, we have Vidit versus Hans Niemann. So that's also going to be an exciting matchup. And Abdu Satara versus Arvind Chidambaram. That's on board number 13. And Nihal versus SL
That's going to be a
That's
going to be a fantastic game also. Yeah, Arvind Chidambaram versus Abdu Sataro, 2 of the most talented teenagers. Okay, Abdu Sataro is making waves today. There are many people in the world who are even looking at Abdu Sataro as a future candidate. And yeah, apart from that, sorry for interrupting you. Apart from that, Narayanan versus Sarin also.
Yeah.
Fantastic matchups today. It is going to be.
Absolutely, but we have, but in a way, it's also unfortunate that Nihal and Narayanan are playing, because they would have had different opponents and we would have more people in the race. But Aryan and Hari are also playing with each other. That's another Indian matchup. Whereas Pragg is playing with Shant Sargisian.
So we have one more Indian pairing today. That is Aryan Chopra versus Hari Krishna. So that is the only pairing. And what about the women's section, Amruta?
Let me show you. the women's section. These are the pairings for the men's section. Going to women's section, we have very, very important round. Vaishali versus Goryachkina.
That's two of my favorite players out there. This is going to be an interesting matchup because in Vaishali and Guryashkina, we have two players from different styles also. You know, Vaishali more of an active player and Guryashkina is more of a positional preference and also a special talent for endgame. This is a matchup which is going to be really, really a mouth-watering contest in my opinion.
Absolutely. And for Vaishali, it is very important that she is able to be stable and steady in this round, especially. So, by the way, one unfortunate thing is Harika is playing against a third Indian player out of, in the whole tournament, six Indian players, and she's playing with Savita Shri today. So, yeah.
Yeah. Again, okay, India is an emerging nation with so many players coming to the top now. So any top tournament, this is going to be inevitable. And the most games have started, Amruta.
Yeah, this is Naka. Oh, by the way, Esipenko starts with Alapin against Nakamura. So that is nice. I'm always keen now in Alapin. How is how is white going to find a way to kind of keep pressing?
And look at that G6, Neumann goes for a unorthodox way of playing
No,
against
this
the
is Nakamura's game actually. Esipenko
sorry.
versus Nakamura. But let's go to
The
Arjun.
top
Maybe I'll go to Arjun.
Nakamura. Okay.
Yeah, what?
Nakamura
Sorry.
gone G6. Okay. I mean, I'm very sure among the millions of fast speed chess games he has played, definitely he would have played this summer also. But very interesting. He has preferred to play it in a very crucial game today.
So what do you have to say about G6? Do you mean that is like a lot of dynamic way to answer for Alapin?
I'm lost for words, honestly. See, basically, if white had captured E cross D5, Queen cross D5, that would have become one of the variations of the C3 Sicilian. D5 here.
Yeah.
Now white has gone E5
Yeah.
here instead of D5.
Yeah.
And for that, yeah, this would have been a standard Sicilian game. But after E5, this was very interesting what black played.
E6.
Exactly.
Not seen this much. Not seen at all, or what?
I've seen it at all. I don't know what's happening. I was actually expecting something like Bishop G4 there for E5. I thought it was a standard practice to do that. That would have transposed into some kind of a modern defense after Bishop G4. Let's say Bishop G4, H3, Bishop into F3, Queen into F3, E6, and now D4. This would have been a standard modern defense position. But I mean, it's a different story altogether. Whether this has been seen in Grandmaster practice at all, this kind of a position also. But A6 is simply mind-boggling. Maybe we should check it out.
Yes,
As we
absolutely.
talk, I will check it out in the database. Yeah.
Yes. While going to the next game, we are at Arjun's game. Arjun is playing with the black pieces E4, E5, Knight F3, and guys, Arjun has gone for Petrov. What's up in the chat, by the way? Himang says, what amazing drama yesterday. Oh, absolutely. That was super crazy. Absolutely.
Really. I mean, Arjun's long fight, there was this one particular moment when I thought he was going to take a draw. At that moment, Arjun, in spite of, in this tournament towards the end, he has kind of messed up a few positions. But notwithstanding all that and not bothering about any kind of self-doubt, he went for a win, even though he had a rook and knight against opponent's rook and bishop. They say in a chess game, let's say even a chess game ends in just 20 moves, played between two players who really want to fight it out. And even let it be a game of complete strategical battle. Even there will be at least one moment where you can identify a player's resolve to play for a win, his guts, by the moves he makes. And Arjun showed that guts yesterday at 2 o'clock in the morning. That was simply fantastic.
After 6 hours, exactly. And that did, I mean, I would say it is one of the most complex games I've seen. Toughest game, in fact, toughest to face on the board of the whole calculation. I loved it. In some, maybe at some point, if today also the games last long, we'll have a look at it. The end part of it, it was just mind blowing.
Why not? Of course we should. Yeah.
Yeah, but today he's gone for Petrov. What do you have to say about Arjun's choice of this opening year? D6 was
Well,
played.
it's as if like, Arjun has some kind of a repository at home full of different kinds of openings, and he just puts his hand inside and just pulls one out, which is kind of random, and says, okay, today I'm going to play the Petrov.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
like
today
the
I'm
lucky draw opening. Yeah, you just.
Exactly. So, Arjun is becoming one of these, theoretical monsters at the top
Hmm.
very slowly, which I'm, of course, very, very happy about. And honestly, we should all be proud of him for the kind of hard work he has put in, which shows in terms of the opening choices that he makes on a daily
Hmm.
basis. Very,
Hmm.
very hardworking youngster, definitely.
Yeah, that is, and in this tournament, especially his style of play is like in a way very universal. Also, it's very hard to say that he's weak in this or he's weak in that. Yes, towards the end, he might be somewhere a little bit of messing up, but that too after playing an amazing game every time. So after
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly
this
that.
is castle. I think the main line is c4 or rook e1 over here. Yu Yangi is thinking. Arjun has good enough time. Let's have a quick look at other games as well. We know the opening here is Petrov. In Vidit's game, Vidit versus Hans Niemann. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6. So Hans is playing the absolute standard line here.
Developers, yes.
Bishop e7, rook e1 was played, b5. Is there any specific thing where when you choose bishop e7 and when you go for bishop c5 ideas?
See, basically, if you're a classical player, generally, you are looking for a positional battle and a long game. That is when
Hmm.
generally people for bishop e7, b5, d6, and this is a standard Rilopers.
Hmm.
See, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, this was a modern opening. Today, it's an ancient opening. I mean, people go for all kinds of modern lines here also. This is interesting. White did not want to go into the standard Sicilians. Again, one of the reasons could have been Amruta, if you go one more before. So instead of a4, if white plays c3 in this position, black plays the martial attack. And today in modern chess, Berlin is the positional way of achieving equality,
Hmm.
and martial is the tactical way of achieving equality, they say. For a very, very strong modern player, of course, the giant of modern martial attack of our times is Levon Aronian, of course. There's someone like Levon Aronian
Hmm.
who has analyzed the martial to the fullest. It is even difficult to get a playable position. It is a tactical position, but he has complete compensation everywhere with the pawn. So when you want to avoid the martial, you play for something like a4. So that is what we are seeing now on the board. So you can say that in a classical setup, this is a new modern twist, you can say.
Nice. Now we know more about this opening. So a4, avoiding the martial attack of d5. Here Hans goes bishop b7. And now Vidit plays d3, d6. Still very standard, yeah?
Yeah, of course, all very standard.
So Vidit's nowadays they also go for knight c3, right? Like it's slowly becoming an
Yeah,
important
it's a plan.
possibility.
It's a plan. If you see the position, it resembles another opening which everyone's playing nowadays, which is the Italian with bishop c4. So it is some
Hmm.
kind of the same setup. So playing knight c3 and then going to knight d5, exchanging the knight on f6 for the knight on d5. After that, white gets control of the d5 square. By modern standards, this is quite a good play you get with white pieces. So this is, becoming kind of a trend in the last 2 years, I would say.
Nice. So that's Vidit versus Hans. Very exciting matchup. Going to Anish's game. Anish is black today and e4, c6. He played Karo Khan, knight c3, d5, knight f3, bishop went to g4,
Hmm.
h3, bishop f3, queen takes f3, and now he goes e6 over here, d4, knight goes to f6. That's what Anish has played. And Zalmakana Ramzan is playing with an international master here. You saw that, by the way, we were looking at his game maybe day before yesterday, where the opening he had played h5 and knight a5 he was landing in big trouble
Uh-huh.
against Wojtaszek. And
Yeah,
later
yeah,
also
yeah.
this bishop e3, bishop e3, fe3. So he did.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
had seen it during the game actually. Wojtaszek did miss it, and Anish had actually missed this knight a5 move. So he is like the opening didn't go right for him. That can happen too at the top level.
Yeah, Anand's second, Gajewski told me this.
Hmm.
Once in a while, I'm sorry, it is not Anand second Gajewski, I'm sorry. It is Kazim Jano, the former world champion, who told me this. Once in a while, 2 out of 10 games among very top grandmasters. Like you're looking at a game between two players who are above 2750. Once in a while, a game will end in a draw without any incidents in 20 moves. Means that one of them somewhere did not check that particular opening that day, or they kind of messed up their preparation, and of course they wouldn't tell it. So whenever that happens, you can be rest assured. Most probably it will be the white player. Obviously, the white player is the one who has to remember everything and do something different to get a playable position nowadays. So I suspect it was one of those instances.
Oh, most it has to be the white player. Okay, that
Yeah,
is
yeah.
interesting.
You
So
know,
yeah.
I wish this experiment with talking booth of a player during the game, they can
Confession.
go and talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nakamura really talks nicely. He kind of, sometimes he even gives a roundup of all the other games happening also. Like that, it will be very nice if all the top players chill out a little and come out and explain these things. Guys, I checked this and I've forgotten, so let's how it goes. If someone would come and tell it on commentary, that will be wonderful, I think. Yeah.
No, that's very amazing. But I think for the purists there, where the chess game like has to be very, very in a disciplined manner, you can say. That is
Hmm.
it's then again more of the entertainment or let's say spectator friendly, right? That kind of helps chess in another
Yeah.
way. But for
Yeah.
the purists, maybe they wouldn't like it. I'm not sure.
But Amruta, I think the
Yeah.
term purists have vanished from chess dictionary, isn't it?
Now,
I mean,
now,
nowadays everyone has chilled out and like, Vishy Anand comes and says, these youngsters, they play a tournament during the day and in the night they go and play online chess tournament. It's all quite fun. When Vishy Anand makes such a statement, you realize that purism is
yeah.
finished. These are fun times for chess.
Yeah, I completely agree with you because I mean the main problem with chess earlier was that it's a boring game, it's a hard game, it's a tough game, and all of that. And then you can't get many people playing, and actually they miss out on the biggest advantages of being a chess player there. So I'm agreeing with you here. That's very nice. At that moment you get to hear the thoughts is way different from later, getting to know later.
Of course, of course.
So knight f6, d3 is played over here. This is Vaishali's game, by the way. She's playing with Goryachkina,
Yeah,
Italian. I think
yeah.
Vaishali's Italian preparation has been pretty solid in general. So let's see with Goryachkina, what does she have to bring? Knight bd2, a5. No, very standard. But then why is she thinking here?
I think we already discussed this yesterday, if you remember. The bishop generally belongs to c5. When you play a5, black keeps the bishop at c5. He goes rook e8, bishop e6, and queen b8 is a move, for example. This is the standard plan here. So when she has played a5, going to bishop b6, I honestly don't know the nuances behind that. See, for example, now if you go bishop b3 and knight c4, that's a tempo for white, yeah? So I think white is just kind of understanding what is happening by playing the bishop on b6. What is the difference in the theory that she knows? See, honestly speaking, the Italian is becoming a huge maze with so many possibilities for white and black in terms of piece placement. So slowly, it is becoming extremely difficult even for a very top player to understand all the nuances when it is happening on the board. That's what I would say.
Yeah, now Italian is the new Rai Lopez in a way, like, and that will be
Hey,
for a while.
that's a nice one. No one thought of that slogan. Italian is the new Rai Lopez. That's a good one, Amruta.
Yeah. So Bishop B3 here played by Vaishali and Goryachkina, she's thinking. Let's have a quick look at Harika because she's playing with Savita Shri here. So two Indians playing against each other. Knight F3, Harika goes D5, D4, Knight C6. Oh, what is this? There is a name, right, for this opening?
Yeah,
I don't
the
remember.
Chigorin.
Chigori.
The Chigorin. Yeah.
Okay. So E3. So Savita has got something new here. Bishop G4, H3, and she goes Bishop H5. So they're already, Harika is already down to 1 hour 20 minutes and
Yeah.
original game there.
The Chigorin is basically an obscure opening in the top till Alexander Morozevich came along and started playing it with everyone in the world, all the top players in the world, and then wrote a book on it also and established his identity. So
But why
Chigorin is a
don't we
very
see
interesting opening.
see it much more often than like this? It has to be very interesting, or is it like a computer rejected on top level kind of a thing?
See, there is a fundamental flaw behind the Chigorin, that is the C pawn cannot be used in a Queen's Gambit. See, actually, this way, what white has handled here is very unorthodox. Generally, white goes C4 here. So let us say C4, bishop G4, C cross D5. That is the main line here, for example.
Okay.
So if you don't want to do that, then what white does is, black does is C4, if you can go behind. Instead of bishop G4, E6 is one line here. NC3, knight F6. See, this particular setup clearly illustrates the weakness of the Chigorin, that the knight doesn't belong to C6 because you cannot use a C pawn anymore. And now what happens to the bishop on G4? You get it, right? But white started circumventing this also and started going, if you can go behind.
Yeah.
Instead of playing C4, he started playing G3 here.
G3.
Instead of E3. Yeah. This has another logic. Black plays bishop G4, bishop G2, and then black plays queen D7 and plays long castle.
Oh, nice.
See, in such a position again, the knight doesn't belong to C6 because E5 pawn break is almost non-existent, whereas the knight on C6 can be troubled by a further B4, B5 later by white. But avoiding all this suddenly, Harika has gone E3, and I told you about Harika. Harika doesn't play anything without preparing. So, this is typical, I said A, I know you will say B, but I will not even say C, I will straight away say H here. That kind of opening psychology this is, hoping that this obscure line definitely black wouldn't have prepared.
Oh, what a brilliant insight. Like it was like a Chigorin lesson here for us because I had not at all much idea about it. Just what it feels now that the Jobava system is popular, it does give that feeling. And maybe Jobava was inspired by Chigorin. That's possible. We have to ask him. But if Harika has gone E3, that means she's not gone for the C4 immediately. That has to be important, right? Like here, Harika might be okay with equalizing.
No, there is a psychology here also. See, now she has gone bishop h5. Now if I play c4, and now if you close the gate with e6, see here, c cross d5, c cross d5, or directly queen b3, either of that. C cross d5, c cross queen b3, as well as direct queen b5, or bishop b5 here, all of them. Suddenly the bishop on b5 feels left out, You know what I mean? So
yeah.
This is going to be a
Yeah.
very interesting battle today.
Yeah,
Kind of.
actually Savita has played this, but it's also possible that Harika through the opening gets better advantage because she is aware of, as you explained, of everything. Okay,
See,
so
that's what
that's
you play an obscure looking system, but at the same time, it is fundamentally sound. As I
hmm,
told you, I get the bishop to h5, then I play c4. Then there are some problems on the queen side, light squares for black, right? So this is a very clever way of preparing. And we were talking about this also yesterday. Modern chess preparation, basically, as Rarbi Ramesh says, there is no good opening or bad opening. There is only good preparation and bad preparation. That's all.
oh yeah. So going back to the men's section, I think we were looking at Arjun's game and we looked at it until bishop d3, bishop d6, castle, castle, c4 was played. He goes c6 here, queen c2, attacking this
This is
knight, knight
100%.
a6, all standard, threatening knight b4, a3, stopping knight b4, bishop goes to g4 over here, and Yu Yangi is thinking. The very first question is, can you try to grab a pawn? Chat. Try to think of what is the problem for queen takes e4 here, black to play. Might be a tough question to begin with, but why not? In the chat, Shashank says, Hi Amruta, nice to join in after many days. Also nice to see I am Saravanan. His video series Olympiad Stories with Sagar is one of my favorites. My regards to him as well. Oh, nice, Shashank. Yeah, he's been with us from day one, and if you have missed the streams, there he has shared too many amazing stories. So yeah, you can try and check that out.
Guys, you guys are making me almost feel embarrassed. Come on, guys. Let's get on with today's game. Anyway, nice of you. Thank you so much for the compliment. Nice of you. I was just joking. Very nice of you.
Yeah, Dhruv says, Hey Sarvanan sir, Amruta Tai, aren't you both hungry? Yes, hungry for chess. Absolutely. Today I have had dinner and joined in, so that I don't want to, get any disturbances from my side.
Well, it's a pawn sacrifice so early in the day, and I'm very sure that this all is definitely preparation.
Yeah.
If the pawn is captured, what to say again? Only
Hmm.
when things unfold slowly, we will get to see what is happening in the players' minds.
So here after queen takes c4, I mean this pawn sacrifice, I'm not sure if it is very popular or Arjun has kind of played something else. We should check that out. But a few
Yeah.
of you have suggested the move f5. I don't exactly know what your idea is, but then there is queen e6 check, and this pawn comes in. So white stays a healthy pawn up. So that's not the move. Not so easy, right? Here bishop takes f3 to play this move and go for.
Yeah, I shouldn't be giving that bishop because one of the ideas of a pawn sacrifice may be to have two bishops advantage. But okay, bishop three, queen f3, queen h4, and
Yeah,
rigging.
tactically you're regaining the
Yeah, I mean,
pawns.
obviously it's very natural here as well.
So maybe here actually I asked at the wrong moment. This was the right moment to black to play. This was the reason that Arjun is not losing a pawn as such. So his
Mhm.
opponent Yu Yangi goes for knight e5. And Arjun then goes back with bishop f5. Bishop e5 is the main line here. He goes bishop
Uh-huh.
f5. Can we just
Okay.
have a look at the opening here with the reference?
Yeah. From what
Here
I can see about this position. Oh, okay, you have
I
it as
have
well.
it on the
So
board.
this is quite a normal thing, and bishop into a4 is not the majority of the games. Knight e5, I have about 550 games on live database, ChessBase.
Yeah.
Well, this has been played by top players, Gary Kasparov himself, and Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand, of course. So this is a very standard position, it looks like, and N e5, bishop f5 with hundreds of games being played. So by modern chess standards, we are just warming up to the end game.
Hmm. So bishop f5, the main line goes here b4 and
Yeah.
f6 or queen h4 is also possible. I'm not sure what Arjun will go for, but let's say at least checking the main line. f6, knight goes back to f3 and queen e8. Very interesting shifting of the queen, supporting the knight. c5, bishop b8, knight c3, bishop g6. I think every move for black here has a very deep meaning because the moves don't look very, very natural. Like queen e8
Basically,
and
black has
e4.
to maintain that knight on e4. That's a very important part of black's position here. That is why all these efforts of queen e8 and
Hmm.
all that. By the way, Amruta, this position has been played by Fabiano Caruana.
Oops.
Fabiano Caruana doesn't play anything in chess unless it is extremely sound. So I am very sure that Arjun's opening choice is a sound one, mainly because when we work with young players, basically this is what most of the trainers say. Sometimes to choose a variation, let us say you have a lot of continuations and which are look all have their merits. It is very important to look at who has played it. You know, if there may be a creative player who might have played it, but if a player like a Caruana or a Ding Liren or a So Wesley or an Anish Giri has played it, just of course Vishayanand, just close your eyes and go ahead and play it, because unless there is a
Hmm.
fundamental soundness in that move, they wouldn't play it in classical chess. Of
Hmm.
course, whether they play it in classical chess or blitz chess, that's another story. As long as classical chess is concerned, that is one of the easiest ways that people choose what is sound and what is not sound.
That's very good. So that guys, that's why when you're looking at the games and you're following the top players, sometimes it's a very good idea also to select one player, let's say Caruana, and you can play all his openings. Of course, you cannot play Caruana all the openings which Caruana plays, but you can select one line if you really want to learn openings. This is also one of the method to try it out. So
There is a
Caruana
nice
also played
question by
yeah.
Nice question by Sriram. In one of his books, Polagavsky mentions that his decision making in life was attributed to chess. I've seen many GMs get to point faster, not stating the obvious. Do you see a connection? First of all, thank you for bringing up one of those grand old names of chess, Lev Polagavsky, one of my favorite players. He wrote two books which I read as a teenager. Chess preparation and performance. Performance, Grandmaster preparation and Grandmaster performance. Two wonderful books he wrote. Uh, this is something chess players in the long term decision making over the chessboard influences their decision making life immensely. For example, many of the chess players are gamblers. Many of the chess players are non-materialistic, and many of the chess players never get deterred by crisis. In personal life, I've seen a lot. Chess players never get shaken by crisis, never get rattled by crisis, because you're handling crisis on a day-to-day basis. Okay, to cut a long story short, I'll tell you a very important topic about chess players, and decision. There is something called negative capability. Definitely, we can't discuss it on the stream today. It's a huge topic. Just go to Wikipedia and search for negative capability. Negative capability is a wonderful, wonderful human, let us say, psychological capacities which chess players develop. Sorry, Amruta, you're saying something. I cut you
No,
in
no,
the
this
middle.
is amazing what you are sharing. I'm loving to hear that. In fact, we have a long stream, so if it is a long subject at some moment, we will find time to continue with it. Yeah, at some point.
Imam Goshe is a famous chess player who is also a big gambler, Roman Zinjikashvili. Himank, I am very sure this knowledge of you comes from Dveritsky's Attack and Defense. That is the book in which he has made the story that Jin is a born gambler and not only on the chessboard. I am very sure this is where you are getting it from. Zinjikashvili, the American grandmaster, is a colorful personality There are a lot of stories about him, but unfortunately, many of the stories cannot be discussed in public, they say.
Explain more about negative capabilities.
No,
Okay,
it
so
is
what
not
we'll do
negative
is
capabilities. It is not a classification. It is a subject. Negative capability is a cognitive subject. So please go and
yeah.
first of all read that. There's a very short encyclopedia, Wikipedia article on negative capability, but from there you can get a lot of references.
Hmm.
I read about ebooks on it. It's a wonderful, wonderful, what to say, cognitive phenomenon. And negative capability is one of the main reasons why everyone should learn chess, every kid should learn chess. It gives something very valuable to your personality when you're growing up.
Okay, I'll also check that out, the term and what it means, and then we can have more discussions. Also, here right now, Yu Yangi goes for B4 as we were looking at as the main line, right? One of the main. Did we look at B4? F6. This is what we were looking at. B4,
Yeah, yeah. I
F6.
mean, we
So,
were talking, right? This
hmm,
is one of Fabiano Caruana's games. So that is, by the way, that is played by Boss. Vichy Anand versus Fabiano
yeah.
Caruana, Tata
And
Steel
Vishy beats
2018.
Caruana.
Yeah, it went to this very position. So you can say that both white as well as black are in very sound hands looking at who have played it before.
And now, once if you were just explaining, I think we kind of forgot about it completely. For A6, were you able to check this move A6? Do you want me to check on the database?
I can do that as we are talking.
Okay, definitely. And guys, we also have the bars on our screen. If you can just right now have a roundup looking at the bars, it seems like anything huge. Oh, maybe Pragg has got a decent advantage. We'll look at that. That's the engine says 0.8. Everywhere else, Harika is having some advantage, slight advantage, and everywhere else it's like just slow and steady right now. That's how it is.
Amruta, there is something very interesting about A6.
Okay.
A6 has been played mainly by all these young Uzbek grandmasters. Abdusattorov, Sendarov, Jahangir Wakido,
Ooh.
um, Asubayeva. So looks like this is from the laboratories of Uzbekistan, and I suspect the hand of Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov probably in it. But okay, which means this is something done by the kids, which was picked by the master, our man Naka himself.
Yeah,
So
but you
something very
one very
interesting happening
interesting.
today.
Yeah, you mentioned
I
this,
would I
but
would
then
love to be. If Sagar is there in the
chat.
press conference today, he should definitely ask this with Naka.
Yeah, but look at this. Okay, when you mentioned about the Uzbeks, and I just had a quick look. Jahangir Wakidov, how many games he has played? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, more than 10 games, and maybe he has more games which we don't know, but seems like a Wakidov line then, because no one else has played as much as him, and he seems to have started it in some way, if I look at it year wise.
Very interesting, yeah. And what is happening in this game between our men, Ruta? Our
Yeah,
Nero Nihal versus SL Narayanan is the
yes.
game I'm dying to look at.
Let's go there. SL and Nihal. Nihal is white. He played d4, knight f6, c4, e6 by SL, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c5. Tarash on the board. cd5, cd4, queen takes d4. Yeah, queen takes d4, e takes d5, and Nihal goes for e4.
So definitely all this is prep, 100%. So both of our guys have gone into home preparation pretty fast. I'm just checking their, how's their time position, Amrita?
So in time right now, Nihal Sarin, when he played e4, he took like 4 to 5 minutes and he reached 1 hour 35 minutes there. After that, d takes e4. Narayanan is playing fast. He had 1 hour 43 minutes. Queen takes d8, king takes d8. Knight g5. Nihal played this quickly. Bishop e6. Bishop b5. a6. So Narayanan still having 1 hour 44 minutes on his clock. Nihal goes bishop a4, has 1 hour 33 minutes. Bishop b4 check. Short castle and king e7 by Narayanan. Here he took 3 minutes, but that was his first thought in this position. King e7.
By the way, we should give some context to this game to all our viewers. S.L. Narayanan and Nihal Sareen are both from the same South Indian state of Kerala. Very curiously, before both these people came out, Kerala had produced only one grandmaster before them, Geeta Narayanan Gopal before them. Then came these two who have risen up to the top of the Indian chess. Like you can say that compared to a state like Tamil Nadu or West Bengal or Maharashtra, the state of Kerala did not have such a rich culture. They always had very good players from 70s, 80s onwards. But then came these two, and suddenly they have risen up to the top of the world. And the curious thing is, they both are from the same state, actually. So that's a very curious thing. Just like, we were talking about Harika and Hampi, two grandmasters from the same state of Andhra Pradesh, and without any other grandmaster among women in the whole country. The same way, these two players, Narayanan and Nihal Sareen, are from the South Indian state of Kerala. By the way, treated as God's own country, one of the most beautiful state in the whole country. So it's very curious that, they are battling out each other at the top of the world.
And Nihal and Narayanan, I mean, there must be some age difference, right? Nihal is 18, I guess, if I'm not wrong. Or
Narayanan will be definitely elder. Narayanan, I think, would be past his 20s. Of course, we can check that as we talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be some age difference, but still, I mean, by normal standards, Narayanan is still a very young guy. Oh, okay. Narayanan is 25 years old, born in
Narayanan is 25 and
1980.
Nihal. So they must not
Nihal
have
should
played,
be.
like, of course, they don't play states and nationals anymore. But even when they were younger, I was just thinking if they would have been in this, but no chance.
No, actually, Narayanan is that way a kind of a late developer. He has come to this 2650, let us say, in the last 1 or 2 years only. That way, if you see. But that is why. That would have been one of the reasons also why they wouldn't have crossed paths before. I mean, Nihal just came like a tufan, like a whirlwind, and rose to the very top of Indian chess, world chess, not Indian chess. So, comparatively, Narayanan is a late developer. But one of the very nice thing about both the boys is they are very down to earth,
Yeah.
nice guys with, to say, very unassuming manners, but both extremely brilliant. You have a conversation with them, you will understand. Did you see the joke from Vishy Anand last month? So
No.
Vishy was talking about a chess version, which I'm not very familiar, in which you have to bid for the time. Yeah, when you are playing the Armageddon, you bid for your time. There is a version of it. So Vishy made some mistake in bidding, and Nihal goes
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Vishy. Afterwards, Nihal said, "It is okay. You don't have experience in this."
Oh my god. That is an epic one. Nice. And by the way, I have a nice photo by Sagar who has sent me Gukesh's photo. In fact, I'll later on try to show it to the viewers because it seems like he has got a new hairstyle.
Oh no. There is a kind of provoking
Earrings.
question which actually I would love to answer. It says, which Indian GM is not a nice guy? Just curious. Everyone is so well mannered. Believe me,
That
there are
is
some guys who are not very nice in my personal experience and personal opinion. Definitely, we can't tell it on the stream
but
right here.
in general, if you look at the whole chess field, this is what is my personal opinion. If you look at the whole chess field, they are all very very simple, very down to earth. The major reason is it's like how for artists like it's chess, you just so much into it that you do other things don't really matter much in that sense. Like the very first thing is chess for you, and
No,
then that.
Amrita, I have a different opinion about this, to be very honest with you.
Okay.
See, today it is that way. That is because the pie is very large and everyone's doing well and there is place for everyone. 20 years ago, it was a very small pie for a very few number of people. So people weren't really nice to each other like today. That's the main thing. You know, when everyone has a good life, you can be really nice to each other.
But you know, the problem is the pie is always big. It is the perception where it is felt that it's not big.
Exactly. But people felt 20 years ago, 30 years ago that the pie was not big. I would say it this way.
That's possible. Wow. Okay, so this one here, Narayanan, Kingi 7 and Nihal has gone into a deep thought. It's been, in fact, 25 minutes since he has been thinking at this point. I don't know if Kingi 7 is is a novelty, but that is very quickly, if I must show you there, whether it is a novelty, and that's the reason if Nihal is thinking. Let's just have a quick look at it.
Actually, castles is a novelty. Till castle, it has been already played, 12th move.
12th move, castle.
Yeah, so after black played bishop b4, here knight e6 was taken by Tomaszewski. Artemia played knight e6 and Tomaszewski was black here. So Nihal's castle on the 12th move is a novelty. So how much time did Narayanan
he took 3 minutes.
How much time did he consume for King e7? We have to see.
3 minutes. But that was his first thought. I mean, he had 1 hour 44 minutes, and then he now has he utilizes 3 minutes. So King e7. So they are in an original position. So no wonder right now Nihal is thinking here. Let's go back to our main screen and check out other games as well. So this year we will keep coming back, an interesting matchup for sure. Looking at Pragnananda's game, because the computer is saying already Pragg is having an advantage with the black pieces. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, queen's gambit declined, but g3 over here. So it's
a catalan. It's a catalan.
Yeah.
Catalan.
D takes c4, bishop g2, a6, castle, all standard, b5, a4. The bar I would not understand, right? Because a4 should be a common move, or no? Am I missing something?
Definitely all this would have been played.
Yeah. Bishop e7, ab, rook 8, bishop 8, and bishop g5 has been played. And bishop e7 over here, knight c3.
In fact, bishop g5 looks like a new move, according to my base. Bishop g5 looks like a new move. Till then, everything has already been played, it looks like. So for bishop g5, Sargsyan played, took 1 minute of thought. And for bishop e7, Pragnananda came up with 14 minutes of thinking time, which means somewhere around bishop g5 and bishop e7 is where the players have gone into original territories.
Yeah, but also if I look at the move a4, which was played, not nobody on top level above 2700 has played it before. So Sargsyan goes at and Pragg goes bishop b7 here. ab5, this is where you said after bishop e7 he took a bit of time, and no games here, bishop g5. So that's the novelty maybe Sargsyan has in his pocket.
So bishop g5, bishop e7, knight c3. So why the comp thinks black is slightly better? I'm a little curious, because after all, you know, white is fully developed. One very important thing is he has more material, simply.
Yeah.
You know, after knight c3, he has to just use the natural bishop c6. b5 is attacked.
Sorry, b5 is attacked. So bishop
so
c6.
Yeah, black plays bishop c6 and holds on to the pawn. And after bishop c6, honestly speaking, I'm not seeing much of a way in which
B4.
black, white can show much of compensation for
Yeah,
this pawn.
because if I go B3, you have B4. So then that's a very ugly move. You can't go that. Naturally, I can't go E4 ideas. If I go rook
Mhm.
E1 with the idea of E4,
Yeah.
seems like slow. You might castle or what? Or anything else?
So rook e1, obviously you want to go
E4.
e4 next move.
But then I always
Maybe
have
black and
B4.
white knight.
Actually, E4 is not a threat. When you play E4,
Exactly.
B4,
E4
E5.
cannot be, it's not
Yeah.
serious. Yeah. E4, I can just, black can just play double O. So for bishop c6,
Yeah.
probably, white has
Knight there.
nothing else but to play moves like e3, queen e2, and rook a1, and so on. But it
That's
looks to me that
slow.
Saxian probably messed up in his preparation.
Hmm.
See, for a4, he took 6 minutes. And then for ab5, he took 2 minutes. And then bishop g5, he took 1 minute. And now for knight c3, he has taken 4 minutes. Somehow, overall, I have a feeling that
Hmm.
probably white seems to have messed up in his preparation.
Oh, yeah, that looks very possible because if the computer says that right now white can, let's say, take on f6, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6. Uh, Again, firstly, I would definitely consider a move like e4 here. What's happening for b4? Do you go e5? Yeah, e5 is also not a worry. So this just cannot be played. If e5, you go back, and then this knight has a question. It cannot go to any of the nice squares there. So black is doing clearly better with a pawn up. So if
And
takes
he
to
has two
play,
bishops also in the position.
yeah,
So
and
overall, I feel that, Pragg is
yeah.
having a good start today.
So opening wise, Pragg is better. If we go at Aryan Chopra versus Hari, to have this is the current position there, and Knight
Oh,
F3
wow.
was the last move by Aryan, and slight edge there. But I like the square on C5 for White.
I would love to know basically how much is theory, and I would like to check that first.
Aryan has 1 hour 34 minutes, and it started from Italian. Oh, he went D4, CD, ED4, E5, D5, this line. So a lot of theory here. Queen B3, knight goes to E7, castle C6, brings
Yeah, they are
back queen.
following standard theory,
Hmm,
isn't it?
very well.
Till now, even till knight 18, knight a4, the current position is
Theory.
still standard theory, and uh,
So who will out prepare is the question here. Actually, Hari is down to 1 hour 14 minutes. Maybe Aryan's opening preparation will give him slight edge, but it's not too much of a tactical variation, right? Like Hari to come out of the opening preparation problem may not be a huge thing.
one curious thing is it has been played by our very young grandmaster Pranesh, this very position with white pieces.
Okay.
So, and it has been played a lot by Indians somehow. Uh, Atharva, Krishnater, Navalgund, Niranjan. So many of the Indian boys have played this particular variation. I don't know why the affinity.
Nice.
Ah, there is probably this is one of the favorite variations of Boris Gelfand, and Gelfand had a lot of coaching camps for Indians.
Ah,
I don't know if
yes.
it has anything
Yes.
to do with it. But anyway,
Yeah.
this is a standard position, which means that they
Yeah.
still have something up their sleeves.
So, looking at Gukesh's game, because yesterday after his loss with SL, he's playing with the white pieces, and has he still gone with his London system there? His favorite.
Hmm.
So E3, C5, C3, E6, Knight F3, Bishop D6. Has he gone for anything rash? Is the question. Bishop G5.
C4.
Yeah,
That's very interesting.
stops
C4.
Bishop D3, no?
It's very interesting.
C4, Bishop G5, Knight BD7. F4 played by Gukesh. So firstly, this is something about Gukesh, yeah. Even if what happened in the previous game, that is not something which impacts him.
Well, at that level, I mean, when you reach 2750 levels and all that, your confidence levels are always extremely high. So, whatever position you are occupying in the point table today, it doesn't matter for these boys. They're all looking for a fight on a daily basis. So that's what I would say. But
Yeah.
this particular game, I have a feeling that Black already has a very satisfactory position.
So he played A4 over here after F4.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
a bit of
something
a
I'm not
puzzling.
puzzling, because exactly you've made one move on the queen side, then you've made a move on the king side. So
Well,
knight
A4,
E8.
A4,
Hmm.
A4 does have a basis. See, the point is, Black will definitely love to push his pawns with B5, B4, and all that. So, if by playing A4, he's kind of discouraging it. Now, Black has to work hard to play B5. He has to play B6, A6, and then B5. And that also after playing Rook B8 or something. So, A4 kind of discourages. But on the other hand, when you push pawns on both the sides, when you have your pieces loose on both the sides, your position loses a certain stability. Like, in the long run, you may say that you are playing on both the flanks. At the same time, sometimes you may say that you are weakening both the flanks as well. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So here, if Black concentrates, only on the center or something, Suleiman Lee, White might get into trouble because of playing moves like A4 and then Bishop H4 and Knight G4 and all that. You know what I mean? So I think A4. That is why probably when it comes to stability, it was not very correct.
But that only thing is that's his prep. No, how much time did he take? Actually, he had 1 hour 25 minutes, so he had utilized much of his time. First at knight e5, he took 5 minutes, and then for bishop g5 also he took almost 8 to 9 minutes. And now he's gone a4. I do have an instinct that this is his preparation. So knight e8 played by Aydin, but Aydin is a very strong grandmaster as well, very young talent. So it's an
They're
exciting.
both taking consistently. They're taking time out. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 8 minutes, and so on. So I have a feeling that they both are, off theoretical chart since very long time.
Yeah, the computer suggested to go back on f3. Gukesh went knight g4 over here, and yeah, black is thinking at this moment. Okay, so we'll come here, but this is once again what Gukesh basically is saying, that it's not going to be a plain simple game. I will make it exciting, and by that I would also love to show you right now the photo which Sagar has sent of today's round. Here it is, Gukesh with his new
Two of my
haircut.
favorite players. Next to him is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's one of my favorites as well.
Yeah. Oops.
By the way, we can indulge one
Yeah.
of our friends who is requesting us to have a look at. Jaker is requesting us to have a look at the White Attack versus Lummy game. Quickly, we can have a look.
Okay.
Why is it that he wants to look at a non-Indian game? Is there something interesting going on there?
Queen c2 has been played here, last move, and white is a pawn up already. It seems so. Maybe the opening. This was the opening.
Oh my God. D4, D5, C4, D5.
You don't play
Usually
this
called
on the
as-
top level, right? Actually, now, but
Of course not. In my times, it was called as the Danish counter gambit. I don't know what it is called.
Albin counter gambit is the
Albin
same.
counter gambit.
Yeah.
I think it was the Danish counter gambit those days. I can just look it up as we talk. So yeah, definitely this is not what everyone plays generally.
Wow.
And
So
it's
Arvin
really
is completely like open to trying new things, and it's amazing, right? He's playing such a fantastic event with the youngsters. So takes.
Jaker laid a trap and we walked right into it. Now we have to
It's like
analyze a very crazy scrappy opening. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Wojtaszek, once
Anyway,
again, Wojtaszek is on 57 minutes and Erwin has 1 hour 35 minutes. So clearly,
uh,
Erwin has managed to somewhere, opening wise, have this little achievement against Wojtaszek.
uh,
And for e5, how much time did Wojtaszek think? Not much. Okay.
another nice trivia there is this game is actually between Anand second and Anish Giri second. White to check
Oh,
versus Erwin Lamy. So
nice.
that's a nice trivia there. I mean,
Wish.
two preparation
Hmm.
masters have been part of the top grandmasters teams. So definitely, this is something which has. I mean, I'm sorry, the Albin counter gambit. I'm sorry, it's not Danish counter gambit. It's Albin counter gambit
Hmm.
has definitely been researched and tested. Otherwise, Lamy won't play it in such an important tournament.
Yeah, that too at an important moment because he's having a good tournament. Vikas asks, can Vaishali become a GM in this tournament if she won all the matches, which according to all of us can be possible? Yes, of course, it can be possible, but generally in one tournament, gaining 30 points is like uh, you have to outperform yourself so much. So if that happens, that means she's already qualifying in the candidates. So let's see. We are very hopeful, but normally it should take 2 to 3 tournaments. So let's see. Can we have a look at Vidit versus? Oh my God, they've reached a lot of preparation or what? Vidit versus
Hmm.
Hans, d3, d6. Vidit goes bishop d2, queen d7 played by Hans, h3, knight goes to d8, 8 takes b5, 8 takes b5, rook 8, bishop 8, knight c3, knight e6. Vidit takes the knight, f takes e6, and now he goes b4. Still, this has been played already in the theory. Sheparino has played this with white. Queen a1, rook a8, queen b2. So he's just going to exchange rooks basically. Does that mean that uh, sometimes with all the controversies and all, there's also some block against some players, and then you just want to play simple chess?
I don't know what is in Vidit's mind that way, but this is a variation. This is a position which has been played before, which means that Vidit probably is just following his preparation. That's it. And all said and done, white is definitely slightly better. It's a closed question, so the two bishops are not doing much for black. That is one. By the way, Hans Neumann, very interestingly, he plays offbeat openings a lot. For example, against Pranav Anand in the World Junior, he played a system in the French, which it straight away looked to me as if he was a move down in regular variations of the classical French defense. So Neumann is actually someone who does experiment over the board in offbeat variations.
Yeah.
So this position looks offbeatish to me, and fundamentally white has a very sound position. So I don't have any. I mean, I feel that Vidit just is playing his regular chess. That's it. I don't think he has anything else in his mind.
Okay, so Arpit asks, is there any chance for Vidit to get better position or any winning chances, or does it seem a draw?
Why not? Come on. Does it look like a draw? There is still a lot of play left, and seeing the speed with which our man Vidit is playing, I'm very sure that there's going to be a good long game today. That's what I would say.
Okay, so King F7 played by Hans, but if you have to then even say that like yesterday day before yesterday Nihal had a slow game where he got this knight d1 and he maneuvered, then later he got the time to move the king from king side to queen side. Here with its plan, if he needs to get to any like pressing slight initiative, what comes to your mind? Can you elaborate
See,
here?
Black's problem here is his queen side. See, let us say, for example, here I go queen a5 directly. Okay. So more like queen a5. Let's say bishop c6 is the only move. Oh, I'm sorry. C6 is possible as well. Okay, actually, it doesn't matter. Okay, let us go for C6 here for
But
argument's
c6,
sake.
okay,
Yeah.
maybe
Or
we'll verify later.
no,
Okay, c6.
C6. See, let us say I make a bold move here with g4.
G4.
Yeah, I just want a presence on the king side. And in the long run, let me say that I'm playing on both the flanks and I'm trying to create two weaknesses for black, let us say. I mean, at some point, I may go g5 or h4, g5 or whatever. Now, look at black's position. Look at the position from black's perspective. You don't have any active plans here at all. You don't have any pawn breaks. d5 is suicidal because of the e5 pawn. You can't do much of a maneuvering. The only plan I can see is something to do with the g5 square. Let's say, for example, knight h7 in this position. Let's say idea knight g5. Okay. Let's say I go something like king g2, so that when you actually, if you go knight g5, I can actually play bishop into g5. Very interesting. The point is, if you take hg5, hardly looks like an ideal position for both the pieces, both the bishops. And if you take bishop into g5, knight into g5, g5, it's chronic weakness on the king side for black. So this is just an example I wanted to give you. So now let us go back fully. Instead of knight h7 in this position. Now that I've explained this position to you, where is black's activity coming from? None, yeah? So whereas our man Vidit, this is where having two knights is very big advantage. See, for example, when I look at the a5 square, not only can I picture a queen on it, I can picture a knight on it very easily. You know, I might have all the time in the world to play bishop e3, knight d2, knight b3, knight a5 at some point, for example. So this is why in a closed position, it is always good to have knights in your side. You get me?
Yeah.
So overall, I have my doubts about the soundness of Neumann's opening today. I mean, we don't know. He has also not taken much of a time. Yeah, he has hardly taken about 50 minutes to come here, 40 minutes to come.
1 hour, 13 minutes.
1 hour, 30 minutes to come. So, but they both have made 20 minutes, you know. Generally, when you don't know an opening or when you're tentative in an opening, you come here with more than that of a thought. Yeah, 20 minutes. And yesterday we had people who were in time pressure by the time they were in 70 minutes or so. All said and done, I'm not convinced with Han's preparation. I mean, it might be preparation, but even if it is preparation, whether it is sound or not, I don't know.
I mean, it's not a plain draw for sure. After you have explained the things, Vidit will definitely keep trying because it is safer for white, I believe, in that sense, than for black. Maybe we can ask the two major imbalances in the position, guys. In this position, can you let us know the two major imbalances? Then let's move to the next game.
Yeah.
Two major imbalances.
In this position. Yes, that's a very good question.
How is queen a2, knight h4, idea knight f4 or knight g6? Sachin is asking. Queen a2 followed by knight h4 and somewhere. Okay.
I mean, why take so much pleasure just to go to f5?
What after knight f5?
You should be going to the queen side and pressurizing the pawns there, in my opinion.
Yeah. Sachin, even if you get your knight anywhere here, I don't think you want to exchange this bishop, right? So this knight is quite important in keeping a pressure and keeping an eye on d5. Yeah, bishop pair, bishop. Yes, bishop pair, absolutely right. That's one. Bishop pair versus the bishop and knight. What else? Did anybody... Yes, Penguin Chan. Well done. Shardul. Absolutely. The pawn structure. If you look at the pawn structure, then there are... Black has two pawn islands here. There is this break and white is having one single pawn island. So that is... These are the two major imbalances. Okay, so Vidit will go for a positional game. Going to Arjun's game, because what happened after b4 there, he went knight c7. Knight goes to c3.
Some kind of a positional mess, isn't it? I mean, I find it very difficult to make out what is going on in this game. Somehow I have this niggling feeling that white is better here because
Here, after knight c7, yeah?
Yeah.
Firstly, if you go c5, like the bishop goes to bishop, you take on e5 or you go e7 because bishop e7 looks very bad. Yeah, it is very bad in fact. Oh, black is losing material after f3 it seems. So that's why here, if you go f3 over here at this point of time, a very nice move for black isn't black losing material after f3?
You're talking about after knight c7, right?
Yeah, after knight c7 f3. I mean,
F3, the point is black will play bishop g6.
yeah, but
That's nice.
w-
If you
because
take fe4, I take bishop into e5. This
hmm.
is nice. Now for d5, now I take d4 and now I have a deadly threat of queen d4 check away. That's very nice.
Oh, oh man, loose
It's a nice tactic, right?
pieces.
Yeah. Loose pieces drop off.
Okay, so that's the point. F3
That's
will.
cute.
Hmm.
I would love to see if anyone has fallen for this trap. And it's like a nice trap which anyone has fallen for. No,
Uh,
this game almost always has been played between top grandmasters,
so
so no
nobody.
one fell for this cheapo, I would say. In fact, F3 has never been played before. It has been played in one. It has been played in games between top grandmasters.
Okay.
Anand Caruana, very nice. Anand Caruana, Shirov Antonsen, and Griffith Mighty. These are the two games I can find in this position. But of course, in none of the games after Bishop G6, White did not play FE4, even C5 here.
C5.
So Anand Caruana went
Now.
C5, Bishop E5 forced,
Yeah, because if you go bishop
D5,
e7, now knight g6, now you're winning a piece or what? Take, oops, sorry.
Knight G5.
Fe4, d4, bishop.
No, not Bishop E7, Amruta. Bishop E5. Bishop E5.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I
For
was just looking
C5, you take
here
Bishop.
if you are
Sure.
winning
Whether
a
this
winning
is
a piece
possible.
or not. But if you go
Sure.
bishop e4, it's the same. Queen d4 is the problem. But the
Yeah.
move here is you can go bishop c4, and now if queen d4, you have king h1, and if you take on a1, guys, white to play. Can you find a move? That's the reason bishop c4 was an important move.
That's nice. That's a nice one. And as
White
we
to
are
play.
talking, Amruta, I will take a break and have
Yes,
my dinner.
yes,
We'll be back.
please. Oh, yes, please. Guys, quickly try very simple move. All of you are going to get it. Write the right notation so that I get the answer. I want at least 20 people to find, 25 people to find the right move here. Krishna, Sampa, Kenanda, Harshit, Geeta, Shardul, Niranjan, Dhruv, Quantas, Yash, Regil. I've got 19, 20, 21, speed बढ़ रहा है 22, 23, 26. Array, thank you. More than 25 people have got the answer. This was all very tactical. And the move is bishop b2. The queen is trapped. And that's the reason bishop c4 covered the a2 square of the queen escape. Very nice tactics there, which I believe Arjun definitely would have an idea about all of this. So he doesn't go knight. So f3 didn't happen, of course, in the game. What white played here, Yu Yangi played knight c3. And Arjun played a5. B takes a5. The computer suggests to go b5, but okay, b takes a5. And white is saying, I'm okay with an isolated pawn. Okay with these two. So if you look at the pawn structure, white is already having 3 pawn islands here after this takes. Arjun simply goes knight e6 and says, what's the rush to win this pawn? So he goes knight e6, attacks the central d4 pawn, a big threat, knight d4 and winning this piece. Yu Yangi goes bishop e3, defends this pawn. And now the next move of Arjun. Guys, do you want to try what Arjun has played? Very interesting move he has made on the board. Don't see the move. Whoever has seen, do not answer. I trust you will not. So Arjun's next move is a little crazy. We'll have to understand what's happening, but that's how Arjun is loving to play here. Yesterday we saw the craziest game, craziest calculations. Sakar says, I saw in the qualification slide, Grand Swiss 1 and 2. Can you tell about it? Yes. Jizz, Arjun's game nowadays, my opinion, Arjun is playing mesmerizing chess. That's my opinion. He is making it so exciting. He's not avoiding tough and most complex kind of variations. He's just being very, very brave to go for it. He's fighting till the end. I think Arjun is in Arjun, a current form of Arjun is, I think, just brilliant. Okay, what's the move here which you guys are suggesting? Nice. So many candidates move we have got. Candidate moves. We have got people wanting to take the pawn on f5 with the queen. Then going queen h4. Bishop e5. Here we have the candidate moves. c5, queen a5, queen h4, but all those who said c5, Thavish, Nalan, Brown, Sivakama Sundari, Sampa, Prajna, Justin, Fabio, that is the move which Arjun played on the board. He goes for c5 and a complete chaos in the center is happening. So, lot of takes we have to understand. Lot of takes is happening here. Already if you look at the candidate moves, white must look at you know when you have to start calculating, you don't just start calculating one variation and go deep into it. You look at the position, you see, okay, this is one move, this is another move, this is another move. These are all already captures we are talking about. C takes d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5, and then you have to slowly try and eliminate them. Let's say if I take here, very clear that I'm losing a piece. So you say that's not possible. You eliminate that. So c5 literally you cannot take here. Then you look at c takes d5, which attacks this knight and actually also attacks this knight, where black again is in a question. How to start calculating? Taking here. Oh my god, too much is happening. Let's not go into the details immediately. But this is what Arjun is telling, that I am ready to calculate give me any complex position. I'm fine. I can create complexities. He's not just attacking and creating complexities, but he's able to somehow bring such positions which requires precise calculation. So he is being a calculator here in this tournament. That's what I can say. Amazing c5 move. Let's analyze this move in a bit. But Himank is saying Gukesh has landed in big trouble yet again. So we will come here and analyze this, having a very quick roundups. Let's look at Vidit. We already saw it's almost like king f7, queen a7, bishop c6. This very slight initiative with it. Will keep trying there. Looking at Anish Giri with the black pieces. Anish's position looks right now equalish. But there is knight against the bishop. There's this one major imbalance. Plus also if you look at the pawn structure, white has this queen side majority and opposite side castle. So even if the computer says it's equalish, it's far from equality yet. Abdu Satara versus Arvind Chidambaram, we haven't seen this game, but this is the current position. Abdu Satara is playing with the white pieces. Arvind is black, and knight 93 has been the last move. So has Nadir Beg maneuvered the knight. Yes, seems like that. Arvind does look in control. These bishops are going to get exchanged, and we will be having the 4 knights on the board. White has the space advantage there, but whenever this will be taken, this will become isolated, and mostly they will get exchanged. Mostly, I would, as of now, predict this could go towards a draw. Nihal versus Narayanan has a lot of exchanges, and seems like this is now the material is becoming less and less, but a doubled isolated pawn for Nihal there should end in equality, I guess, not more. Which game did he mention? Gukesh versus Aydin. After f4 queen c7, a4 was played, knight e8 was played, bishop h4. Gukesh is like, I just don't care about the king in the center. Knight g4, e5. e5, look at this move. If you follow the rules, white's king is in the center, and the rule is break open the center. That's the rule. That's what Aydin is doing here. So e5 has been played, and Gukesh, how long has he thought? I don't know, but he goes g3. Now g3 is not a good idea. G3 is not a good idea. But then, how should Gukesh have continued, and why G3 is not a good idea is a question. Because here, if black goes e4 and closes the center, Gukesh wanted to attack, so he might go knight f2 and g4, and technically with a closed center it could be easy to attack, though the position is fine. But if you want to follow up with e5 and open this center, e takes d4, again a question is, with what should I take? Because if c takes d4, then I am giving you your majority and breaks, and then the king is going to be extremely in trouble there. So that looks like a problem. And if you take e takes d4, then you are opening this e file, and at this point black has a very powerful move. This is the problem. Here, black's move, can you find? Maybe Gukesh has missed this move. Did he? Or did he provoke this move? But black to play. Very powerful move. Can happen in Gukesh's game. Yes, Saugata, Thavish, Nalen, Nishita, Hep. Well done. G5. Look at this move. The bishop is getting trapped. And if you take on g5, f takes g5, bishop takes g5, then here comes exactly bishop sack, says Tufan. And this is a Tufani bishop sack. Takes queen g3. Oh my god. Rook has been opened. Mating net is there. So this would be a devastating thing for the king. So e takes d4, actually Aydin has taken e takes d4. So g3, that is the reason Gukesh's move g3 was a bad move. He had to be a little steady, and he had to take here on e5. It was important to take. But keeping your king in the center, you're allowing such an exchange in the center. So, but this was important. Somehow this was important to go into rather than g3. Okay, so Gukesh in trouble. Looking at Vaishali's game, because after bishop h5, we had... Sorry, let's go to it. Yeah. Here, after we saw at a4, knight e7, she took bishop d7, knight d7, and now she goes knight c4. Keeps an eye on this bishop, but d4 is also in plan. E5 has now more pressure with these both knights placed. Bishop goes to c5. Vaishali goes d4. So she gets the central break right now. And here she had an option of picking the pawn with the c pawn or knight. She decides to go with the knight. Looks at these squares over here. The knight can jump to e3. Bishop takes d4. Black is already scared of this deadly knight on d4, so takes here. And oh, Vaishali takes with the queen, but c takes d4 was important, and even if d5 would have been played, this was fine, because I believe, in fact, Vaishali herself loves such rook lifts here with rook a3, rook g3, and a bishop eyeing here. Oh, that could have been very exciting. But she goes queen takes d4 and knight c5 played by Goryachkina. Vaishali brings back her queen to d1 now. Why has she brought her queen back to d1, Lekin? Uh, because knight c6 is anyway coming with a tempo. But what if you develop your bishop? I don't know where, because bishop d2 makes no sense. Bishop e3 is blocking the defense of the e4, and if you go move like bishop, sorry, I missed it. Knight b3 is the fourth threat, and that's the reason she had to move the queen away. You can't, no sense in moving the rook right now. You don't want to go queen d2, block this bishop. There's no queen d3, and the same with queen e3. So that is the reason queen d4 was not a very nice move there, and cd4 was very important, but a slight inaccuracy with queen d4, knight c5, and queen d1. The position still is unclear, and Goryachkina is thinking after queen d1 what is to be done. Let's go to Arjun's game, and finally we'll have to look at all the intricacies, like Yu Yangi has been thinking. It's been after c5, it's been 15 minutes since Yu Yangi is calculating. So guys, can you help? How do we start calculating here? What are your suggestions? Sachin says, Gukesh का नाम लेके I played G4 after short castle in a rated tournament yesterday and won. क्या बात है? Nice. Amazing, Sachin. What happened to your tournament, लेकिन? Or is it still going on? I think very important is for people who are asking what happened to Gukesh and all of that. It is very important to understand that you keep trying new things and you keep experimenting, and with the results going wrong, also sometimes you make these changes here and there and you are trying out, but it doesn't mean that you've lost your your level which you had or anything like that. It is way too far from it. Gukesh has already proven himself, being on 27 top 20, sustaining that, beating and fighting against very very strong players. Norway Open, then we've seen WR Masters, Dusseldorf. So no doubt that it was not about a one tournament thing, yeah. And it's okay. Right now he's trying certain things. He's not having this fear. He likes to play chess in a very different way, much different way, and that's how he's able to give us sometimes some brilliancies, and sometimes they don't work. So I'm sure that he will be out of this phase very very soon. Scored 4 out of 5. I will send an email or WhatsApp Sagar on how my experience was. Okay, that's nice. Yes, of course, Anirudh Saravanan sir will come back. So looking at this game, c takes d5 and d takes c5, people are mentioning. D takes c5, as we know, is a blunder. This is happening. So let's look at the move c takes d5 and the other move knight takes d5. Knight takes e4 is also there. D takes e4, bishop takes e4, and as Sagar says, a lot of chop is happening there. So some recipe is being prepared. Takes, bishop takes d4, and to just give you a simple idea, with the mass exchanges, we could reach a position like this, where black will pick up the pawn on a5, and these two will be isolated, so there definitely will be a competition, but I doubt there will be anything more here than clear equality. So that's after knight takes e4. So if we go c5, the whole exchanges on e4 will lead to that position. We have to still check the intermezzos later, but let's look at knight d5 as an option. Now white is threatening to win a piece on e4. So black has to find something forcing, because you cannot move this knight away. Earlier you had knight c3, but now you cannot move the knight away. There is a pin. Your bishop on f5 is hanging. So what is it that is forcing here? For black, if he needs to find, it's not a very difficult move, but what should black play here? Guys, black to play, let's continue with the calculation. Black to play for 95. Only move for black. As notation. Okay, someone's brain development is suggesting maybe this knight to g5, but you see, it's all an illusion here. You're not really supporting anything. There is a pin, so that's the problem. So you don't have time to support, and all those who have said c takes d4, right, that is the only move. You are counter attacking. The way you have defended your knight is by counter attacking. So c takes d4 over here, and the pawn is defended. So if white has to decide, if he moves the bishop somewhere, there's no good square for the bishop, by the way. So that's why you say ki, okay, let me take the knight. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, queen is attacked, so no intermezzos. Queen takes e4, and d takes e3. Black recovers the piece, and then you are going to capture this pawn. You have three options, but this knight is placed amazingly. So going queen takes e3 and rook takes e5. This is another position which can be reached, where Arjun is saying that I am a pawn down, but you have two isolated pawns. Now this can be this assessment is very important for this position, because it's possible that white is liking his position with his knights in the center, and it's also possible that black is saying, okay, nothing much, I'll win the pawn, and it's going towards equality. So these are the takes which can happen after c5. But if white goes c takes d5, from 95 we are landing to that position, pawn down position with compensation. But if c takes d5, once again black to play, what is the move which black will need to play? The only move to make sure that he doesn't make a big mistake. Black to play. Regal, very fast. Well done. Marvel. Lots of confusion between c takes d4 and knight takes d4 now. Guys, so now if you look at c takes d4, thinking that you are attacking here, the problem is this time you have your knight also which is attacked. So the d takes e6 will happen. What are you going to do? Will you take a piece? Let's say d takes e3, but then bishop takes e4 and you're losing a piece. You are losing, no, you're not yet losing a piece, because bishop takes e5 yet is happening, and bishop f5, and now you see you have lost a piece. So that would be a mistake. C takes d4 would be a mistake. Hence, after c takes d5, it will be important to capture the central pawn with the knight. So knight takes d4 would be very important. You are attacking the queen, so no intermezzos there. Bishop takes d4, c takes d4. Once again, you are attacking this knight. He is attacking this knight. So can I not play knight? You are also attacking the. You have to be so alert in this kind of a position where you don't miss anything that is hanging. The observation has to be made with extreme awareness here. So bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, and if you, let's say, if you exchange everything, then this is the position once again we are reaching, where a3 is attacked, d5 is attacked, and it's after the mass exchanges, at every point it is ending in a equality, most likely towards an equality. So c takes d4 has been played by Yu Yangi after 44, 50, after 23 minutes of thought. Knight d5 might have been a slightly better idea, but c takes d4, and I believe this should go towards dead equality. Yeah, looking at the bars right now, and if we want to do a quick roundup, then Yangi versus Arjun almost equal, Vidit versus Hans almost equal, Giri, Ramzan also equal there. Nordirbeg has got some advantage. Nihal versus Narayan and also things are looking equal there. Pragg having this slight edge with Shant. Aryan versus Hari. Aryan is having some edge there. Esipenko versus Hikaru. Esipenko is having an edge, it seems. And Gukesh versus Aileen. Gukesh is in trouble. In the women's section, Vaishali versus Goryachkina. Vaishali is having a pretty unclear position there. Harika versus Savita Shri. Harika slowly getting a better position. Nino versus Tanya, that's dead equal. Lee versus Divya. Divya is having a slight edge. Vantika versus Mariam. Vantika very slightly in having a slight minus position. And the top boards, Anna versus Bibisara. There also Anna having the slight edge. And Tan versus Leia also equal. So something drastic, I think, right now, if we have to say, are these games Gukesh, Esipenko. We have to check Esipenko's game as well. By the way, did Arjun play anything here? Yeah, he did go 94 very quickly because it was a forced move. So he goes knight d4 and bishop d4 is forced over here. C takes d4. And I think, by the way, is there anything intermezzo here? We looked at bishop takes e4, right? And after the mass exchanges, it was leading to, hi Sarah, you're back?
Yeah, Amruta. Yeah, I'm back.
So
very tense position on the board. I would love to know where they exited from theory and they are on their own. What are the time positions for both of them right now?
wait, 94, 1 hour 17 minutes for Gukesh and Yu Yangi 43 minutes. Actually, Arjun, Gukesh ne, Arjun played c5 there, and I think it is, after we looked at a few variations, a lot of exchanges, it does look like it's going to reach some equalish major piece end game. So knight d4. So if in the simplest variation here, where you have to take force, c takes d4, bishop e4.
Yeah.
Here we have to look at one intermezzo, but before that, bishop e4, queen e4, because if you take knight e4, there is bishop e5, and then black will get this slight edge with the bishop against the knight. So queen e4, and if d takes c3 there, then the knight and the pawn is very powerful. So that's why white will get an edge. So black will have to take the knight. Queen takes, and after d takes c3, here, let's say if you take queen c3, queen d5, this is nothing but a draw. Or
the whole thing leads to clear equality. So that begs the question. First of all, in this question, we have to cd4. I'm right now on the board. I'm very sure white is calculating a very interesting.
Yeah. Let's ask this.
Does anyone?
Let's ask the chat.
Does anyone
Very
get a
interesting.
very drastic idea here for white, guys?
Which is a completely another road, guys, from what we were looking at right now. White to play. Are you creative enough? Then please write your move in the chat.
We have Mai Leh from Leh, Kashmir. He says, would love to see Sagar here, like in the Meghalaya. Very
Oh,
nice. We have guests from all over the country.
nice.
Hi, Mai Leh. Very nice seeing you there.
Yeah, Saravanan, like Meghalaya is going to have its first Grandmaster tournament, and at some point you should definitely visit the place, the government, and there is this IS officer Swapnil Timbe. He's doing a very good work. He's having this chess in parks where is made decorated it so nicely that people come there and they play chess, and it's becoming very popular there. So yeah, you should definitely plan some trip there to Meghalaya.
Sure, sure. I mean, yeah, I saw the Grandmaster tournament with a huge prize money this time. I hope it attracts all the players of India from the mainland of India to go to Meghalaya. Definitely, chess in Northeast has to be developed just like everywhere else in the country. And this tournament, the first of its kind, I hope will be a good trigger in that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we were talking, we do have people. Samyak Jain, Rakshit Singh, Ekam Deval, Cooking My Way, Nishita Luhana, Samita, Nafees Kamal, and Balaji. Well done. Knight f7. So what's happening? He didn't play that, by the way. He played bishop a4, bishop e4. But if knight takes f7 intermezzo, then what was happening? Firstly, if you go rook takes f7, a simple takes, then it's a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, rook takes f7. Now I can just grab the knight on e4 by knight into e4. So, I mean, white emerges with a serious pawn advantage. So there, black has to go bishop into h2 check for knight f7.
Ooh, so counter
Here,
intermezzo.
exactly. So
King h2.
knight f7 check, bishop into h2, king h2, and further I will go for queen h4 check.
Ooh.
Say queen h4 check, king g1, and now, very interestingly, black can take rook f7, but okay, I thought
Oops, it's a
can play rook
blunder.
a c8 or something. There are many moves here. Black can
Okay.
play rook a c8, black can play d cross c3.
So rook f7 is a mistake because you lose a piece after knight e4 and nothing else is happening. So
Exactly.
you can't really do that. So that's why you said rook a c8, pinning here. But now if white as of now still a piece up. So if I take the knight on e4 with the bishop, what do you do?
You mean
Bishop
for
into...
d cross c3, you mean? Yeah.
No, rook
I mean for rook
a8,
a c8.
rook
Yeah.
a8, bishop e4.
Yeah.
If you
So
take bishop
now,
e4,
bishop e4 now, no, if you take rook cross c3 first, attacking the queen on c2.
because if you take bishop e4,
Or,
then there is queen e4, and actually you don't have time. So finally, white will land a piece up after this exchanges. So that's the reason you can't enter this variation. So you have to go rook c3, another counter attack, and the queen has to go where? Queen b1, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, wait,
So for
queen b1 blunder because bishop e4 and then black is in driver's seat. He's winning a
so
piece.
rook c8, bishop
Oh,
e4,
rook c3 and
um,
what is a
rook
move?
cross c3, and
Nice
yeah,
move
bishop
for
into
white.
f5, exchange, sacrificing the queen is the best move in this.
Man, that is crazy.
So after uh,
But tell me something, we are reaching this
f7,
position, no?
yeah,
How is
rook
white is
c2,
having
bishop
rook
c2.
and bishop, okay? And for the queen, if I count the pawns, number of pawns, 4 pawns for black, 5 pawns for white. Is it the reason this diagonal, anything to do with this diagonal? Because materially black is clearly better.
See, the point is the d5 pawn is quite strong here. It is very difficult for white to capture d5, one. Second is the d4 pawn. Black's d4 pawn doesn't have much of a future here. And after that knight into f7, black king is in a bit of a trouble. He cannot be called as safe anymore. Say, for example, here let's play rook a e1 in this position.
Where after takes rook f7, no? Rook a e1.
Rook f7, rook a e1. I'm just threatening something like rook e4, let's say. Say now f2 is defended, rook e4 is threatened. It's difficult for black to go and capture the pawn on d5. So many small factors here. In fact, I would prefer to be white here rather than black. Because black will always have this feeling that I'm a queen up, I'm a queen up, I'm a queen up. I mean, in that sloganeering, it is difficult to lose track of the balance here. See, for example, queen d8 is a nice move here, attacking d5. Yeah. Now white just plays bishop b3, say, for example.
Yeah.
Now the d5 pawn is a monster who can never be captured. Yeah. See, now, if you ask me who has the initiative, it is white, not black, definitely.
Yeah.
Because,
he can't even take this pawn because it's over.
Yeah, it's over. That's a nice variation.
Yeah. Oh, this is so interesting. This is an amazing, material imbalance and the way white is getting compensation. It's
correct.
We don't see this kind of a thing often.
So for after knight f7, bishop h2.
Yeah.
King h2, queen h4. There is another variation instead of rook a c8 which we have to calculate, and that is d cross c3. After queen h4 check, king h1, d c3. This is another crucial variation we have to calculate. So as of now, pieces are equal, the count is equal, but the knight on f7 has to come back and the knight on e4 is not very sound here. So this is again a very, very sharp position. See here, let's go f3. Let's see some straightforward chess, okay? Let's go
not knight e5, yeah?
Knight e5 is the next variation. See, knight e5, black has rook f6 and so on. So I thought let's go for the first easy variation here with f3, let's say. So f3, knight g3. So black may be threatening a check on h1 here. And now bishop into f5. Okay. See how complicated this is, this position already. Now there are so many variations for both the sides. Let's grab material first. For example, knight into f1 here.
Yeah.
So knight into f1, rook into f1, and queen d4 check maybe to basically support the pawn on c3. Now for king h1, let us say, see now rook into f7 is met with bishop e6. So king into f7 is forced. See, yeah, bishop e6, yeah.
Queen d4, king h1.
King h1. Now black is forced to play king into f7, bishop e6 check, and now look at what kind of a crazy position we have.
Yeah, this could have been tempting even for white actually. I mean, I'm sure he calculated quite a lot, but maybe...
Has he played already? Has he chosen his move?
Yes, he went for the simplest stuff. Yeah.
Okay. And he played bishop e4 after a think of 1 minute, which means probably he just didn't want any
sharp variations with Arjun, especially if he has seen yesterday's game as well with Arjun. So bishop e4 is played, and now queen takes e4, and this one is the... Okay, if Arjun has to decide whether he wants to take on c3, then that can be a little dangerous with knight c4. So he should definitely avoid this. He will have to take here. And
so after bishop e4,
queen e4.
Bishop e4, queen into e4. We already saw this, right? Bishop e5, queen e5, dc3 is just an equal position. So I have this feeling that white is ready to shake hands and go for an early dinner after bishop e5, queen e5, dc3.
And maybe Arjun, after such a long, maybe it's wise because after yesterday's very long game. I think today he also gets to conserve some energy that way.
Yes, and as well as, at this level of play, most of the time you don't have a choice. White chooses the
Hmm.
variation and you just have to follow your preparation. And in that preparation, there is bound to be a 0.00 somewhere. So I think that is what is happening.
Nice. By the way, Vishwa says Caruana in one of his podcasts said Arjun is the most consistent player among Indian prodigies.
That's news. Okay. So
Yeah, Gukesh
let
is, by
us
the way,
move
in a
on.
big trouble.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, he made this move over here, which was
Uh-huh.
E5 was played here, and here
Yeah.
Gukesh played G3. Of course, what he had to play was takes, 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 takes. The whole thing already doesn't feel very good there. But with
Mhm.
G3, Aydin was very much alert with the thing. He took on D4, and Gukesh now had to take back with the E pawn because after CD4, this just looks very ugly with the whole thing and
Yeah.
being in the center. So G5 was
Yeah.
found after e takes D4. G5 was found by Aydin.
Mhm.
You can't take means bishop G3 and it's all over. So knight E3 by Gukesh. G takes H4, he loses a piece. Knight takes D5 there, but he's gone so crazy. Now this is also hanging. Queen D8. He goes bishop takes C4. Lots of
This
discos
looks
happening.
more like not a sacrifice, but desperately taking
Yes,
some after the damage is done. That's what
for
it
sure.
looks to me.
For sure. So
So
King
I
H8.
would love to know what he missed, when he played G3.
Yeah, this is what
Uh,
he missed. I think he missed E takes D4. I think he
uh-huh.
would be okay. Even E4 is positionally bad for Gukesh, but I think he was
Okay.
okay because here it somehow even if it is bad, like it's that kind of a bad which Gukesh always likes it. He has this G4 and a clear plan to create an attack there with the center closed. So maybe
Even if it is a bad, it is not a bad kind of bad. It is a good kind of a bad. That's what he thought. Yeah.
yeah. So
I
otherwise,
like
because he has missed at f6 only, because knight g4, that's the reason, was quite a risky move. He had to go back
that.
to f3, but once
Sure.
again e5 was always there.
But I honestly don't know. I mean, G3 and then E cross D4.
Hmm.
What else did Gukesh expect? I would love to know. Because, E cross D4 and then playing G5. Maybe he didn't appreciate the danger of E cross D4, E cross D4, G5,
Hmm.
FG5, FG5, Bishop G5, and now Bishop into G3.
This is
But
so gone.
At
Hmm.
Gukesh level, he is supposed to see such things
Yeah.
in a flag.
Yeah.
So I'm very sure that he didn't miss this for sure.
Yes.
So I'm actually wondering what did he miss here? See, one thing I can tell you, the whole thing is definitely not planned.
Hmm.
Playing 93, 95, and then bishop c4 in the process of giving up the bishop on h4. This doesn't look like something which could have been planned and happened.
Because no, but he took only 3 minutes for g5. So, but he took all the time over here for e5. Let's say when he played g3, yeah, after
Yeah,
e takes d4, which was
yeah,
played after 6 minutes, Gukesh came down to, he took only 6 minutes in comparison.
yeah. That's what I'm quite puzzled
Yeah, he can't
as to.
go there with knowingly that this is where he's going. I mean, if he's doing that, then it is like unbelievable risk he's taking.
And
Knight
if you see
e3.
yesterday's game as well as today's game, it is kind of second time in a row that
Hmm.
Gukesh is entering into a very rash position with very volatile pieces and pawn structure and everything where he is going wrong.
Hmm.
Yesterday also playing f5 and opening up this king side and then coming into trouble. So yeah, Gukesh is having a tough day today, just like yesterday, which is a bit of a concern to be honest.
Hmm.
Okay, so Gukesh is having a poor day. What
Yeah.
about our boys
So this is the current
Narayanan
position.
and Nihal?
But I would still say that there are possibilities to keep fighting here. I mean, it's not dead lost. Like yesterday, I felt with Narayanan, it was way worse.
Mm-hmm.
With that king completely exposed. Here, at
Sure.
least he has some like some possibilities. Maybe it all depends on even how Aydin is going to go for what kind of.
See, let us say this the current position on the board after knight f3. See, let us try to be objective here.
Hmm.
White basically has quite some pawns, like he has two pawns as compensation. But more than that, he has this c3 and f4, I'm sorry, d4 and c3 pawn phalanx in the center, which means something. This is one. Second is, black's king side is actually not very solid. This is very important. There is a knight on g7, but beyond that, you don't see much of a healthy presence for black on the king side. Healthy piece presence on the king side to basically safeguard the white king, right?
Yeah.
So let us say, for example, let's go rook e8 here, which is a very obvious move, which would be played for sure. So rook e8, let's say king f2. Yeah.
Oh, king f2. I was only looking at if white can get a short, a long castle. So something like
No, black was threatening knight f8, I believe.
so it's forced. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't really do
yeah,
anything.
almost forced to play king f2. So after knight f3, king f2, and now see, it's a question as to what black is going to do with this h4 pawn. Hg3 is a little suicidal.
Hmm. Yeah.
Hg3, and white's h file opens up, which is definitely not good news for black.
Can I go
So
h3
let's
and
assume
just lock it?
h3. Yeah, h3. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of as well. Okay.
Huh.
So h3, rook e1. I think this is the pivotal position of the game.
Then Gukesh
Well,
has three pawns for a piece. Actually, in terms of material, it is decent, no? Not three. This is doubled pawn here.
this is double the pawn. Let's say he has 2.5 pawns for a piece. Let's say. See, the current position after rook e1, it is not bad at all. It is. I mean, white is actually fighting here because black has a problem. He has to coordinate his pieces here, which is not easy. You
Hmm.
understand? So, actually, it is not.
Okay, guys, we are back here. We are back. I'm just getting the position. Give me a moment. Yeah, the position is back. And where's Sarah? I think.
I'm here.
Here.
You're not getting
Yes.
my picture on the.
Yeah, I got it now. I'll adjust a bit. Guys,
Oh,
just refresh.
back.
We are back. Everything is fine. Okay.
So the final words that we were having about Gukesh, Amruta, can you give me the stream on Zoom
Yes.
also? So we were just having the final words about Gukesh position, and what we feel is that it's not probably so bad for white. But the point is, what was the necessity to get
Hmm.
into all that? After all,
That's
he had a
true.
healthy slight advantage out of the opening, and he got into trouble allowing g5. And what did he miss to get into this position? That's a question we would like to ask him.
Cool. So h3 played by Aydin over here, and it is still very complex. And Gukesh is definitely in some trouble, but it's not a permanent one. There is still some hope. Going to Vidit's game, because what the news we have got from the chat is that Vidit, oh, I have to get the bars also. Yes, I will just get it. Vidit's game, he is pressing. We last left at King f7, right?
Well, I did tell you he can press.
Yeah, very,
Queen side,
very
queen side, queen
interesting.
side, and two knights basically always being. Only one thing probably where I went wrong was that I predicted a white knight to go to b3. Sorry, a5, and that may happen actually.
Oh,
White has just played knight c3 to b1. Yeah,
so he king g8. Now with it goes bishop e3. He's slow
yeah,
and steadily improving his piece position. Bishop
yeah.
a7. What is this plan? Oh my god, he's with it. Oh
Going for
wow.
bishop b8.
But
Going
this
for
is
bishop
so,
E.
I mean, even to consider something like this, that c7 can be a weakness. Very creative. Bishop went to d8. Queen goes to a6 now. The queen is tied down here. Bishop e7, bishop b8, king g8, which was not a nice move by Hans here. And now Vidit starts with some maneuver. Guys, if you have not seen this move, can you try to find what Vidit played? It's not a tactical move, a positional move, white to play. Let's see how many of you are able to find it. And if you were alert during the stream, maybe you have some idea, but white to play.
And if you were following us with more alertness in the last few days, you may have heard me telling that this maneuver that white is going to undertake now. It's called as the coiled spring strategy by the world's first world champion, Willem Stennens.
Mm-hmm. Nice hints there. Abhi to you have to get it, guys. Come on. Confusion to hai. People are. It's not an easy question though, so we can't blame you.
Yeah, I mean, okay, these are kind of plans which you can undertake only if you have seen some chess and if you have some knowledge of chess and all that, because such so-called slow moves or um, moves which require quite some planning and all that. It's not everyone's cup of tea, honestly speaking. But the moment you start inventing such moves on the board and the moment you start playing such deep concepts, that is basically where, if you're a serious chess player, that means you have started playing good chess. If you're a very serious chess lover, that means where your real enjoyment is starting about. I mean, these are the things that make you get fascinated about the game of chess. So how many of
Nice.
you guys have got
So yeah,
fascinated
here
today?
we have knight d2 and knight h4. That's something which people want to go mainly. And then we have knight b1 by Tanvish, Shlok, Nishita, Rahul, and Robert. And yeah, others had some other ideas also. But I am so glad so many of you tried here with the plan. Why is everybody wanting to go knight d2?
Yeah, knight d2, the point was to play knight b3 and knight a5. Whoever played knight d2, we'll make the next quiz now. Everything is good. You wanted to go knight d2 to b3 to a5 and attack the bishop on c6 and then win the b5 pawn. This was your idea, huh? But there was a fundamental flaw behind knight d2. For knight d2, black has a wonderful move here.
Great
Find them.
question. Great question. Black to play. What should black do here?
Chess is neither a young man's game or an old man's game, but moves like knight b1 give as much pleasure to you as much as an attacking game or a checkmating game. When you start liking the game of chess, such long maneuvers give you as much pleasure as much as it gives an attacking game.
Well said. Well said. Actually, that is true. And
A lot of you guys got it. A lot of you guys got it.
1 second. Okay, bars are there. Oh, white. So let me check how many of you have got it. But oh my
Deep
god,
flight, I think got it.
21.
That's
Huge
good, man.
number.
That's a good number. That's a good number.
Yeah.
The point is, when black plays d5, the bishop on e7 gets to attack the pawn on b4. That's the point. So it is, bishop on b4, and suddenly black starts his counterplay after this.
Yeah.
He's threatening d4 and all that. So that is why it was important to keep the knight on f3 stationed at f3, continue to be stationed at f3, and maneuver the other knight to b1. That's the way with it, yeah.
So Vidit goes, how long did he think here? He had 51 minutes and not much actually, 2 to 3 minutes he thought.
3 minutes.
So also
Okay,
how long
this
did
is one more thing. Yeah, carry on, sorry.
Bishop e3. No, just checking how long did he take for bishop. But that was also 2-3 minutes. In fact, he's playing pretty fast, I mean, in comparison. Yeah, please go on.
Remember, Amruta, in Vidit 1.0, these are very natural moves for Vidit. I mean, Vidit's strength is his positional sense. Vidit has a very fine understanding for the positional aspects of any middle game. So, moves like knight b1 idea, knight d2, knight b3 are second nature to him. That is basically how he grew to be a chess player who reached 2730. So after reaching 2730, now he is trying to reinvent himself by playing sharp chess. He's playing for more direct concepts and all that. So, he's an all-rounder today, but his original strength was such moves like knight b7 and all.
Yeah, so true. And you had predicted such a long time ago that the knight on a5 can be powerful. But here it's so, like, this plan looks so smooth, and the knight on a5 has such a clear job. The bishop on c6 will be kicked away.
That's
Trap.
one of the benefits of reading books. I mean, anyone who has seen the games of four people, Anatoly Karpov, Tigran Petrosyan, Magnus Carlsen, of course. Okay, let's leave the modern masters. Anatoly Karpov, Tigran Petrosyan, Mikhail Botvinnik, these three for sure. And to a certain extent, Vasily Smyslov also. Anyone who sees the games of such people, knight b1, knight d2, knight b3, knight a5, this is like a second, how to say, it's like breathing, because that is what those classic masters did all the time. Maneuvering pieces into good positions was one of the mainstays of classical games, I would say.
Yeah. In fact, I think this really helped because I think Bobby Fischer, it was in Bobby Fischer's book where he is like, if you don't know what to do, just see which piece you can improve. Like, just keep improving your pieces. That's it.
Yes, actually, this was an advice given by Mark Dweritzi also in his book Strategic Play. The sentence I believe is, when you don't know what to do, the best thing to do is identify which of your piece is the most inactive and then activate it. That's about it. That is a very interesting question. If you were in Vidit's place right now and saw this position in front of you, would you know that you have a slight advantage? The game is by RJ Mann or RJ Munn, either of that. Definitely, the white player, whoever it is, will know. If you have some strength in chess, you will know, because simplest indicator in chess of why or how one of the sides can be better, look at who is attacking, who is pushing, and who is defending. You may not be better, but as they say, you may be on the better side of equality at least. So definitely, any reasonable player sitting in with this place will definitely know that he is slightly better.
Yeah, very well said. And in fact, to follow up with it, one thing which can really help you guys is every attacking piece is valued more than the defender. So you see, with its pieces are all going for attacking, like the quality is attacking here, so definitely they are much better than the black pieces. And knight b1, I'm very I mean, first I thought this game is going to end in a plain draw or something like that, but then they are fighting, and of course it's to with it loves such positions. And look at this, and Hans, who is a creative player, like he's been extremely creative, aggressive, sacrifices, all that kind of a player, he won't be able to sit quietly. Patience
Definitely.
over here. So he goes knight h5, and what is it threatening? I believe he wants to go knight f4. But what next after that, I'm not really sure. But with its plan, if he goes knight d2, and let's just try a few moves, knight f4, and if with it goes knight b3, do you see any counterplay for black here? Like maybe queen e8, yeah, because you are attacking this, and queen g6. Oh no, queen e8 loses this. So is this something which can create compensation for black with the queen and the
Possible, but
knight?
yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the idea behind the behind playing knight h5 for sure. So knight h5, knight b d2. You wanted to go queen e8 here, right?
Yeah, I just tried these few moves right now which look natural. Queen e8, bishop takes
Instead of
c6.
let's say he took bishop into c7, and now you go queen g6. See, the point is, would you want to play queen g6 or are you playing knight f4 first?
No, I played
Oh,
knight
knight bd2, knight
knight
f4,
bd2, knight
then
f4,
queen e. Knight
knight
bd, no,
b3, queen e8.
knight bd2. No, I'm sorry. I
Here,
lost
look,
you.
for knight h5,
So knight b1, knight h5. Yeah.
knight bd2 now,
Yeah.
knight f4,
Yeah.
knight b3, queen e8.
Okay. One question is, should I hurry with knight b3? Okay, let me go ahead. Let me go ahead
Suppose
and
I just want to check if I go with my plan. Is there any
knight
problem?
b3, queen e8, queen
Yes.
e8. Yeah. Okay. Actually, that attack on the king side doesn't look too dangerous for me because like, after bishop c7, queen g6, let's say the
Yeah.
only move knight e1 here.
No, first
There
I
is
thought king
nothing.
sorry, king h queen g2, but knight e1, knight h3 check, no? Aren't
See,
you?
knight
I don't
e1,
know.
knight h3 check. Now two pieces are hanging, right? Your two pieces. If you play king f1 now, your bishop on c6 is hanging, knight on h3 is
Ah.
hanging.
Oh, and you don't
So
have anything.
actually, white is
Okay,
not
got it.
losing a
Sure.
pawn. White is not losing a pawn after knight e1. Yeah.
Hmm.
So after knight e1,
After 91, computer suggests this crazy thing, but it's still not like black is better or anything. But bishop
yeah,
e4, d4, queen e4, with the
yeah,
ideas of e1 is attacked, b4
yeah.
is attacked, and c2 is attacked if the knight moves. So a
Mm.
good move here for white is to bring your queen back and defend this and be okay even if black wants to take the b4 pawn there. So this is the
That's,
position can get very crazy.
I think that's not even a good move. That's just a regular move. You're attacking my knight on e1. I'm just supporting it with the queen on e1. That's all. And
Yeah.
white is a piece up in that position, final position. So I honestly don't know if black has all that greater compensation. He has some compensation for sure. But in between,
Hmm.
when you play knight e1, knight h3 check, sorry, not knight h3 check. When you played bishop into e4 in that position,
Yeah.
oh, d4 is forced here. So, okay, then all the rest of the moves are forced here. No, I was thinking it's
What
possible
were
to play
you
g3
thinking
or
for bishop
something.
e4?
No,
Anything?
I was thinking
Ah.
something else which was not at all sound. I mean, I was thinking of g3, but that is just not necessary.
Hmm.
So, the final position after queen a1, actually, Amruta,
Yeah.
here there is some compensation for black after queen e2. Queen into e4, queen a1. Now, queen
Queen
e2. Yeah. The point of my move is to basically
bishop h4.
confusing all up with bishop h4. Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, does look
Got to be
scary
a
because even the
little.
central pawns
Mhm.
are going to advance. I don't know. Matlab, I understand white is a piece up, but right
Yeah.
now the coordination between the white's pieces is so bad that it is going to take a while to get everything together. And
Yeah.
this is for Hans style, like such a kind of a
Uh,
position.
I'm not sure if he has thought this all up because, after all, there is nothing forced about this whole variation that we are analyzing.
Hmm.
Giving up the piece after 4-5 moves of maneuvering with queen e8, queen g6, and all that. There is a lot to consider there. But more than planning this, I have a feeling black is forced to do. I mean, otherwise, if you sit still, white knight
Hmm.
is just going to come to b2, d2, b3, a5, and just grab your bishop, right? So
Yeah.
you have to do something. You have to act something here.
So maybe
So I
the
have
best way for Vidit is to just go G3 and stop knight f4 altogether. Not into get into anything, just play solid.
want him to take the easy way out. Why do all the hard work when something can be done easily?
Yeah. Why
You know,
don't get into
there is
this?
this very nice quote of Vishy Anand about prophylaxis.
Hmm.
Everyone is telling that prophylaxis is about finding what your opponent is about to do and then stop it. Or even if he proceeds to do it, it will end in a disaster for him. That is what prophylaxis is about. Anand said once that sometimes, even if your opponent is not doing the soundest thing, still you have to stop him. Because when you stop him from doing anything at all, whether he is doing a sound attack or an unsound attack, if you still stop him, it gets him frustrated on the board. That's a psychological thing. So
Yeah,
if you
very
get him
true.
frustrated on the board, that will lead to a victory. So,
Hmm.
G3, even though it is weakening white's pawn structure on the king side, it's very tempting to do that. Yes.
Oh, that's a very cool explanation, no? I mean, cool thing what Anand said. I like it. I love it. So
Anand
then
has said
G3. Then G3. Pakka.
yeah, G3 may be a good move also here. So, I mean, I'm being cautious a little, but yeah, with G3 also looks like very sound here. You're right. Yeah.
Oh, we have a result. Arjun's game has ended in a draw after that year
Yeah.
which we had seen
Just
it.
as we predicted.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's
So yeah.
in such tournaments, if a 27-20 has decided to draw against you, you can't do much about it, to be honest. That's a fair result, and it's actually a good result for Arjun because he's black.
Yeah.
That's another thing. As players get stronger and stronger, and when there is a tournament in which, let us say, 2650s are facing other 2650s, it's extremely difficult to get a position even with white pieces. So with black pieces, many people are very, very happy with a draw, and most of them play only with white pieces. So, a draw with black is not just a par score. It may even be called one below par. So that's actually a good result for black in this game.
And especially after yesterday's long game, because we have seen even Hari for that matter, after a long game, next day was very tough for him. So maybe that
That
does.
I do not agree
No,
with
no, no,
you.
don't.
This is just a young boy of
Just going, yeah.
17 years old. Yeah, come on. At this age,
You
we
should
say in
have this
Tamil,
talent.
there is a saying in Tamil about uh, teenage or 20s. There is a saying about Tamil. This is an age where even if you bite and eat a stone, it will still you can still get over it. It will actually get digested. You can even digest after biting and eating stone in that age. So,
No, I'm not saying he's
no,
avoiding anything because he played a long game yesterday, but it just adds up to it that it's a draw. It's a, he saved his energy, and yesterday it was a long game, so that helps him that way.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Not
But by
serious.
the way, while we were talking, G3 has been played by Vidit. He goes for
Oh my,
G3.
you definitely know him more than I do.
Ah, nice. So this will now I'm curious to see how Hans is going to try and what is he going to do. But is knight d2 knight if Vidit gets a knight on a5 in this scenario, let's say black does nothing, okay? I mean he's not going to do nothing, but king h7, knight d2 just for the sake of understanding. If you do nothing, knight a5, piece is trapped. You can't
Hey,
not do anything. Piece is trapped, yeah?
Aditya Sen says something very interesting. Do you know once Taimanov lost 6-0 to Fischer? Of course, the whole world knows that he lost 6-0 to Fischer in 1971 candidates, and then Soviet Union punished him with a fake case. There is a very good joke about it. It was one of the classic jokes of 70s. So Mark Taimanov, fantastic grandmaster. It so happened that he lost to Bobby Fischer 6-0. So he was viewed as a representative of the Soviet Union losing to Bobby Fischer, the the American 6-0. So he went back to Moscow, and those days they used to have stipends for strong chess players. They used to have a job for them and all that. They were all taken off from him as a kind of a punishment. And the official reason was that in his suitcase, when he came back from the candidates, he was carrying a copy of Solozhenitsyn, a Russian Soviet author, his book, basically. So Solozhenitsyn was later on given if I'm not mistaken, a literature Nobel, actually. So he was carrying a book of Solozhenitsyn, and that's why he was punished. And the joke in the here comes the cake, okay? The joke in the Soviet chess circles was that Solozhenitsyn was punished because he was carrying a copy of Mark Taimanov's best games in his luggage.
Oh, nice
By the
story
way,
this. I didn't
Sagar
even know
came to
that.
Chennai 6 months ago. He presented me with a copy of Mark Taimanov's book, Nemesis. Yeah, nice of him. Yeah. No,
That's
no,
a
no,
good
no, no.
question, Aditya.
No, no. Nemesis is the book of Efim Geller. Taimanov's book was how I lost to Fisher or how my life was spoiled by Fisher. What was that? I can just look it up.
Yeah.
How I was a victim of Bobby Fish. That is the name.
Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. I was
Sagar
right.
carried and
Mm.
presented to me when he came to Chennai.
Nice.
It's a very nice story. Thanks, Aditya Sen. Your quote got me the memory of the fantastic joke. Solozhenitsyn was punished because he was carrying Mark Timonov's best games in his Okay, he goes Bishop D8 now. Are you still in
Oh,
the with
you're
it game?
wait.
Oh,
Did
sorry,
he
sorry.
play
No, no,
Bishop
you moved
D8?
away. Yeah,
Oh,
he
it's
played
okay.
Bishop
Wait,
D8.
I just moved away a second ago, but Bishop D8 he played.
White
Okay.
has a solid advantage here, Amruta. Mostly because
Hmm.
many of Black's pieces now are forced to either they don't have a job or they are forced to do a defending job.
Hmm.
So, which means that White is already clearly better after knight b8.
So, but tell
See,
me, if
this
I
is
like,
something.
if sorry, go
Carry
on.
on, carry on, carry on.
No, how like if I go knight bd2 for black,
Mhm.
clear
Yeah.
white is a very clear threat. How is black going to you see like what's the best thing for you if you were in Hans' shoes right now with the black pieces? How would you think here to get out of the
He has no
problems?
chance but to give up material somewhere. See, for example, let's say knight bd2, knight f6, knight b3.
Knight
Now he
f6,
might
knight
have to
b3.
knight f6, knight b3. Now he has to be forcibly go queen e8, let's say. So the point of queen e8 is if knight a5, bishop d7. Hmm? So black is just like a sloth. Is just retracting again and again. Now something has to give after queen b7. I mean, I'm attacking the c7 pawn, and you're somewhere you have to give up pawn. So this is inevitable. A course
Mm.
like this. So the best that black can hope for is he will go for some kind of a freeing move, a pawn push somewhere, opening up the position,
Mm.
and hope that he will get counterplay by opening up the position. That's the best thing he will do.
Right. So after bishop d8, but if knight b d2, if I want to try and bring the bishop to this diagonal, that looks very hard to do it because I can't move the queen away. This will be hanging, which means I will have to go to e8. Then after knight g5, knight b3, I will have to go to d7. So the bishop piece quality is really bad. Let's say which pawn sacrifice I would love to go d5, but then giving up on e5, I'm not sure whether that is a good idea.
Now,
So,
whether it's a good idea or not, that's the only idea you have. That's what I
ah,
mean.
I
How to
get
give
it.
up a pawn and hope for activity. That's the only idea you do.
Got
You
it.
know, somewhere if you can have some activity against the white king, that is
Hmm.
what black would go for somewhere here. That's what.
Right.
But okay, well and good. But actually, Amrita, I was about to point out to a nice point there.
Hmm. Hmm.
Go to the 21st move, queen a7.
21st. King
Yeah, 21st
f7.
move, queen
Queen
a7.
a7.
See, from this position, we have come to this current position where the bishop went to b8 and the knight is coming to d2 and all. All this while, Vidit Gujarati didn't even initiate a single break, a pawn break or a piece exchange. It is just maneuvering. Yeah.
Hmm.
Just by maneuvering pieces around, he has brought a good advantage into the position.
Wow.
This is basically a mark of a very strong player.
Wow. That's
I mean,
a important point.
this was,
Actually,
yeah, it is very important. Actually, this basically was how Anatoly Karpov became Anatoly. Karpov would play in such a way, maneuver in such a way without exchanging any pieces or initiating any pawn breaks. But at some point, the opponent will feel very suffocated because he has kind of clawed in, with
hmm.
all his forces. So it started with Anatoly Karpov. And okay, in my opinion, no one does it better than Magnus Carlsen ever in the history of chess. When it comes to squeezing the opponent and getting the maximum advantage in a position, it is Magnus Carlsen. By the way, there is a term for this kind of play. It was coined by Mark Doritsky. It's called as maximalism. Squeezing anything, the maximum out of any position without actually initiating anything active. It's called as maximalism.
But then Vidit actually has played it beautifully, no? This middle
Beautifully.
game.
This is today is a very good game by Vidit. We get these questions once in a while in chat. it's not necessarily annoying. I mean, okay, everyone is a chess lover and you definitely have your opinion. See, sometimes people ask, yesterday we drew this winning game. Yesterday, Gukesh lost this game. Easy out of form. See, it's not at all that way. Chess is a very difficult game. And at the level of Vidit, Gukesh, Nihal, Pragg, Narayanan, at this level, you can't expect them to win all the time. You can't expect them to have positive results all the time. You are bound to draw a winning game, lose a drawing game, and all that. But the best way to judge a chess player, just like any sportsman, a cricketer or a badminton or anyone, you have to watch them in a long period of time. A chess player, minimum about 50 games. Okay. In those 50 games, the consistency of his play, like if he gets 60 to 70% of the time good moves on the board, that means he's doing quite well. Okay. Sometimes you are unlucky, let's say losing on time, or simply getting caught by opponent's preparation. If you can avoid all these things, these are extremely strong players.
Mhm. Yeah, that is a really question which has been asked again and again. So I think this does help a lot. What you said.
We
It's
have a
hard to
cheeky
have a.
guy, a very cheeky guy among our audience. His name is Ritviz Parab. He became latest international master of India, I believe.
Yeah.
Good friend. He is my student as well. And he's just telling me
Oh,
after telling
nice.
that joke on Solozhenitsyn and Taimano, I will never be allowed inside Russia. I think this is the original Ritviz Parab, because he has a very dangerous sense of humor. And he's quite a fun-loving guy. Thanks, Ritviz. I'm
Really,
actually
really.
honored to actually see that there are Russians sitting and watching this, and they immediately are going to tell the official government not to allow this anymore for just recalling a joke which is already known everywhere in the world. Thanks.
So
Just
if
kidding.
it's the real Ritviz, then I can make him a mod so that we don't miss his.
No, hold on. Let's check him. Okay. So, sir, kindly stand. So,
Sherlock
Ritviz
Holmes.
Parab, when did we talk on the phone last time? Tell me. If you give me the right answer, I'll make you the mod.
Oh
When did you
man.
WhatsApp me last?
That's
Unloving
an
guys.
interesting test there we have. By the way, I also like. Sachin says, "Lol, this is like Harry Potter movie."
Yeah, Harry Potter movie. Yeah, the final episode not the final episode, when they land back in. Yeah, I know the episode. Then they ask each other, right? Two of the authors ask each other, when did we see Lost and all that? Yeah, correct. Okay, so let's move on to
Yes.
another game now. Yeah.
I
Beautiful
we
game, yeah.
didn't.
But by
This
the way,
is
I
the.
really like the way
Hmm.
Vidit is playing. I really like it, yeah.
But I will tell you, I have a feeling that somehow Hans is going to, at some point, as you said, the king is weak, and it's going to get a little more complex at some point. That's what my feeling is. Going to one game which we haven't checked until now. 25th
Okay.
October says Ritviz Parab.
25th
You know, the
October?
easier way was,
Nice.
Ritviz, if you are in the chat, just WhatsApp me. I'm in the chat. But I know that you are going to like asking these questions and. Um,
I think the guy didn't talk to me on 25th October. I have my doubts. Just checking my call
are
history.
there more Ritviz Parabs by chance?
No, that's one, but in the internet, you can't believe anyone. Yeah, he did talk to me on 25th October. You can make him my mod or moderate.
Okay, then that's the real Ritviz there. We haven't checked one game, which
That was
is.
a very good sense of humor. We all enjoy him when he comes for, we have these joint camps where 4, 5 of the boys, we all gather together and then we solve, study throughout the day.
Oh,
In such
nice.
groups and all, a lot of jokes always come, and such groups, study becomes play when you have guys with
Hmm.
sense of humor a lot.
Also, group things are always fun when more people and solving together. Somehow, chess
Oh, yeah.
practicing is different than when you're doing it individually.
Yeah, sure. So, what is the next game we are
Yeah,
seeing
just
now?
we didn't have a look at Abdusatara versus Arvind. So this is the
Oh,
current
sure.
position, and
Two
Arvind,
young lions are
yeah,
fighting each other.
maybe don't mind. I'll just come in 2 minutes. Is that okay? I'll get.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
please
you
go.
can. Maybe I'll stay. I'll keep which game you can let me know. Then I can keep that
That's okay. This game
game.
is fine. I can play the game and maybe I can chat with the guys. So, Abdus Sattarov is one player for whom I have a lot of liking for as well as a lot of hopes for. If you see among today's boys and girls, who and all may be fighting for the world championship title or maybe fighting for the top of the chess world in a few years' time, if you ask, I think Abdul Sataro is one of them. Of course, I hope there'll be many, many Indians who will be there, who will be there fighting for the title. And we have a lot of hopefuls in Gukesh, Arjun Erigasi, Nihal in that crowd. And if you leave these four names, Indian names, then the others which come to my mind immediately are definitely Abdus Sataro, Vincent Kemar, and who else you can say? These are the six names which come to my mind immediately. One of the main characteristics of Abdus Sataro is his fearlessness. Recently, at the Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz tournament, Tata Steel Rapid Blitz, India held at Kolkata. There was a particular game between um, Grishchuk was white and Abdus Sattar was black. Grishchuk just needed two draws in his remaining two games to clinch the title, and uh, Grishchuk got a better position and he won a pawn, but Abdul Sattarov had some compensation. So Grishchuk offers a draw. Abdul Sattarov says no and plays on. And Grishchuk came to the commentary box after the game and he said, in this position, he doesn't have any serious compensation. Okay, he got compensation enough to say that, okay, he has compensation for the pawn. But I offer him a draw and he refuses. So what do I say? These boys have no fear at all. He just went on and on. He said, when I was a youngster, we used to fear Gary, we used to fear Vladimir, we used to fear you. He said that to Anand. But this current crop of young players, he meant this generation of Abdul Sataro and Gukesh and Arjun. The fearlessness is a major factor. This is another thing because there is a huge talent pool at the top right now who is threatening to bust on to the top scene right away. Um, the level of courage which is seen in the at the top of the uh, talents is really amazing. I mean, these guys really are fearless. It is not just a cliche to say that these are fearless people. You're back, Amruta.
Yeah, an amazing mimicry of Grishchuk. Yeah.
Grishuk is another, fantastic guy with fantastic jokes. A huge fan following in YouTube for Grishuk's
Yeah.
jokes. I think if you
Yeah.
want to know which chess player's name is associated the most on YouTube with the word thug
Tag
life,
life.
I think it is Grishuk. There is absolutely no doubt. Shashwat is asking, don't you think Vidit is a bit underrated when it comes to his contribution in representing India? I don't think it is underrated. I mean, Vidit is valued very highly and Vidit is held in very high regard in the Indian community in India. See, maybe because the boys are very young, all the boys, maybe they get a lot of publicity and lot more articles get written about Gukesh and company rather than Vidit Harikrishna. But you see the tournament invitations he is getting, and you see the level of chess he has been playing, and the number of Indian representation he has had. I don't think Vidit is underrated at all. It is just that he may not get the same number of eyeballs in terms of what is written about him. Okay, that people write what will get the maximum attention.
We are
So, Amruta, where are we going next?
Vaishali's game, if we can check,
Yeah, sure.
we left at yeah, here it was. I don't know if you were there, but or did I check when you were not there? But she had played Queen D4. C takes D4 was important actually. After
Yeah.
Queen D4, Knight jumped to C5 with Knight B3 forking idea, so she had to go back. Queen D7, Queen C2, Knight went to G6, Bishop E3, Queen C6. She went back Knight D2. I think discovered attack knight e4 was no, she just defended e4, bishop d4, knight f4, rook e3, and d5 by Goryachkina takes the knight, takes, and rook a1. This is the position.
Well, to start with, a little bit of a concern is once again Vaishali is low on time. I mean, we are only on the 25th move, and she has only about 12 or 13 minutes on the clock. That's a bit of a concern. But having said that, the position is very simplified. I mean, after black played d5 a couple of moves ago, there are going to be only two open files, and pawn structure is symmetrical. And okay, white pawn on a4, b2, c3, but I don't think that's a cause for alarm as yet. So I think this is just an equal position. I don't think black has any serious attempt to capture the advantage, even though, black knight on f4 and black queen on c5, they are kind of showing to be more active than blacks. Than whites. Still, I have a feeling that this should be objectively, it should be just equal.
Which is going to be good because Goryachkina a very strong player and Vaishali will then at least maintain her lead on the top in some way. Yeah.
True that.
So Vidit, so Hans did make a move, by the way. He played Queen E8 and Vidit went over here King F1. So I am, maybe he didn't want to start with Knight B3 because of whatever things happening on the king side. And now Hans goes back Knight F6. And the next move, I cannot believe what Vidit has made.
King E1. He wants to be a Petrosian.
But why? I mean, why not Knight B3? He has such a wonderful plan here. Is there something which we are missing? Like where practically for them on the board it looks a little bit intimidating, something like that?
I don't know. This looks a little too clever to play King H1 and so on in the last move. I mean, King F1 and King E1 and do a Petrosian at this point. It's completely unnecessary. I don't know why he's doing that. I mean, he can straight away go for the weaknesses, black's weaknesses on the queen side straight away. Knight B3, Knight A5. Okay, one thing I can tell you, Amruta, one point is he doesn't want to move the knight from D2 to B3 to F5 immediately. That's one of the reasons. The reason being, he wants to bring the king probably to B2 without doing Knight B3 because he probably senses that black is coming for an attack on the king side, so he wants to move the king away. So actually, he's doing a Petrosian.
But king on B2 is not safe. Anyway, why would king on B2
exactly
feel safe?
my point. He probably feels safe because of the queen on A6 being on the queen side, it feels more safe. Maybe he may not go to B2. He will go to C1 and maybe then why he might play G4 there or H4, either of that. So he is doing a Petrosian, but this is not authentic Petrosian, let's say.
Not authentic Petrosian. That's interesting. Yeah, because here definitely, I mean, even if you go king f1 and then knight b3, it's such a powerful threat with knight a5, queen b7, winning material. And generally with it loves to win material. but very surprising.
Everyone loves to win when they get to.
Oh, Himang says a few months back I came across the story of Mohashinder Das, the founder of Grunfeld and King's Indian Openings. All the info I found was from Cochrane's memoirs. Sarah, do you have more info?
Yeah, Mahesh Chandra again. About Mahesh Chandra, there is a Wikipedia article. If you search for why Indian defenses got the name of Indian defenses, you will find that it was due to Mahesh Chandra, who used to play Indian defenses in the 19th century against a a gentleman who played chess. This is like pre-independence times of India. But beyond that, I don't have much of knowledge about that. There is this historian named Edward Winter, and he was publishing these notes called Winter's Chess Notes, which have been compiled into two huge books, by the way. I have one of them with me, by the way. In that, there is a lot of trivia about chess trivia, historical trivia of. I don't know how it depends on how you view it. If you think it's useless, it's useless. If you think it's fascinating, it's fascinating. I have read something about Mahesh Chandra, but it doesn't add to any information beyond what is there in Wikipedia.
Nice. Himang, you are reading quite a lot of different kind of things. And here and now he has Saravanan to ask his doubts. Okay, but Gukesh's game is going a little, B3, H3 has been played. And over here after castle, Gukesh castled, by the way. He just simply castled. B6.
Yeah.
Bishop went to D5.
Yeah.
Computer doesn't like this move though. Rook B8. Queen D3. Rook E8. Knight C4. Knight F8. And bishop e4. So this is Gukesh's position right now on the board.
So Gukesh continues to be in trouble because after all he's a full piece down. But at the same time, he continues to give some hope because this is for black to actually win the game because the game is not won. Like yesterday's dialogue from the movie, fight the fight. Is that? Don't quit the fight. Don't quit the fight till the fight is fought. So still the fight has to be fought, definitely. But okay, all said and done, he's a piece down. That's a piece down. That's about it.
But with still a lot of play in the game, for sure. He has 21 minutes and he has to make, time-wise, Gukesh is, I would say, a little bit in the trouble. 16 moves, 21 minutes, and Aydin is having 43 minutes here. So bishop b7 played by Aydin. And
see, Amruta, I think, okay, I thought bishop b7 was a mistake. I'm sorry, it's not. No, I'm sorry. Carry on. Yeah.
But sure. What was your first initial thought?
No, I was suddenly thinking that for bishop b7, if white takes bishop into b7, rook into b7, and if white goes knight e3 after this, yeah. Now I was having this feeling that after knight f5, black would be completely better. But not necessarily because the rook on b7 will now come to e7. So that becomes a very, very dangerous piece. It's not worth, it's not simply worth giving black rooks so much of a scope on the e file just because the dull light square bishop.
Agreed.
This is a position where the light square bishop is exchanged. It's very difficult to judge whom it benefits. Whether it benefits white or benefits black is a very tough question to answer.
Yeah, in fact, actually, at some point, this point, the computer thought that white, if we go by this theory that materially white is worse, and then black is slightly better, which means white is equalized. Yeah, it becomes unclear, very unclear. It's no more like black is better or something. So at this point of time, bishop d5 was the move which the computer did not like, and he was suggesting ideas which is like rook e1. But now tell me, going rook e1, of course, it is an open file, so that way it is natural. But with the king on g1, it's still not so easy to make such a move like rook e1. Or do you think it is not even so difficult?
I don't know. This is too difficult to predict. But one thing I could tell you,
The,
if the knight on e3, somehow before rook e1, I mean to say, before all this happened, the knight on e3, if it had gone to f2, oh no, after all the game went and after what we got, see, it's
okay.
somewhere around here instead of bishop d5 and all.
Good.
If white could play something like knight g4 and knight f2, I had a feeling that he would have had a very solid position because with a knight on f2, the pawn on h3 will be on serious check all the time. So your bishop on c8 has to be maintained in that same diagonal. So once the bishop has to be maintained in the same diagonal, then the white bishop becomes very strong on the long diagonal. So I had this reasoning due to which I thought that the knight had to be brought to f2 very badly.
Very, very perfect one actually, Sarah, here, because actually the idea of rook e1 is
Yeah.
similar, where you can take the bishop back at the right time to f1, or this is very difficult one where you can go rook e2 and queen f1, but it's very tricky because black can miss that, and the whole point is on the h3 weakness, recovering that pawn. So yeah, this is knight g4 and knight f2 also he will be having in hand. So somewhere Gukesh did have this kind of a possibility, but now
Uh-huh.
the position has reached bishop b7 and he's thinking, and here we will see what he plays. He shouldn't take because this knight of d2 should be the continuation here.
Yeah.
Okay. Going to Vidit's game, if let's Pragnananda, by the way, did
Yeah.
he? This was the last one. Where did we leave? I don't know where we left. Maybe we didn't see all of this, but takes. You're able to see the board, yeah? Knight e4 takes. So many. It seems like Pragg is so many pawns up, but the position is equal. He's 2 pawns up here. Queen c1, c3, takes. Oh, okay, lost 1 pawn. And g6, knight d5, bishop goes back to g7. So this is going towards equality because after e takes d4, e takes d4, this knight looks passive.
We have this crude expression in Tamil, chess expression in Tamil. No dal, nothing to fry. That kind of a position this is. There is no dal and nothing to fry. That kind of equality.
Yeah, so Pragg's, but this will be Pragg's sixth draw if this ends in a draw.
But wait, Amruta, pawn on d4.
Hmm.
So are you sure it's just a? You're talking about Pragnanda game, right?
Yeah, Pragnananda. Bishop,
Doesn't
here,
he have
this is the
a
position, current position.
okay? Doesn't that mean he has some advantage for sure?
Practically, yeah. Practically, this pawn
Yeah,
looks great. Yeah.
yeah.
So if you go looking at the, let's say, if for white, what are the natural moves for you which come to your mind because you are a pawn down? My
Yeah.
main problem is this knight actually. So can I get it active? White can
Well, it
stop that.
requires some effort.
Hmm. Also to attack this, this
See,
knight.
the computer probably thinks
Hmm.
it's equality,
Hmm.
but isn't a pawn after all? It's an extra pawn, by the way, isn't it?
Yes,
So
actually.
definitely there is some dal and there is something to fry here. Not so simple.
Okay, awesome. So let me try a few quick moves with white.
Yeah, sure.
Just
Yeah, sure.
my natural instinct, or even chat, you can also suggest whatever comes to your mind.
Yeah.
So right now we are at e takes d4, e takes d4. It's black to play. No, it's white to
Yeah.
play.
Yeah.
You might. What's Black's idea? Not 96 doesn't do anything. 97
Knight d7.
97,
Just
right?
bring the knight out with knight d7 and knight e5. That would be my natural instinct,
And I
right?
can't really stop that. Actually, I can't really stop that. Okay,
You
what
can't
would your
stop that.
opposite colored bishop endgame? Let's say the knights are off the board.
Fine, try that. So,
So then
how do you
knight,
do
but
that?
I can't do that. I can't do that, right?
See, I thought knight b4 is a good move for white here.
Yeah, because at
Idea is to
least you
play
are.
knight c6, but now I will not
this
cooperate
end.
with you. I'll play knight c7, knight d7 here.
Okay, but then you will lose the pawn, no? Knight c6.
How? Knight c7, queen b6. Still, I will keep supporting it.
And queen c4.
Now we are talking. So simple, huh? Okay. So now you are getting the pawn for free. That's what you mean to say. Okay. Then probably, yeah, this is good for, I mean, this is good enough for white to hold the position. So let us assume for knight c4, can I
Knight
play
b4,
the
you
move
mean?
queen d6 first? Queen
I
d6.
like it because now you have kept the queen and rook d8 is also there. So if I go knight c2, can you push the pawn to d3?
No,
Or
I
no?
wouldn't. I wouldn't. I play knight c6 then.
Now you get knight c6. And then it's, okay, not so simple. Hey, wait,
But
knight
Amruta, a
c6
better way
bishop.
to do this, a better way to do this was I thought for queen d6, don't go knight c2.
Hmm.
Um, go knight c6 anyway. Now for knight d7, go with your old idea of
Queen
queen c4.
c4. Right.
Yeah, this may be a better try, right?
And even if I go knight a6, you still have queen c4 attacking both. So knight c6 then seems like forced, and queen
Yes.
takes c6. And then we are talking about this endgame, which I
Yeah,
think
this end
white
game.
should be able to hold because the pawn is also very close to.
No, I wouldn't be so quick. See,
Oh,
honestly speaking, if you go a couple of moves before, please. Definitely, I'll not exchange the queens. Black will not exchange the queens. See here for queen d6, you're going knight c6, right? So knight c6, knight d7, queen c4, knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5.
bishop, where
See
are you?
here, no, I mean, you have to
Sorry.
take knight e5.
Oh, sorry.
No, your
Knight
queen is
e5,
attacked.
bishop e5.
So knight e5, bishop e5. See, this position, yes, it is equalish, as you like to say always. But in the long run, I have something here, you know. Rook b8, rook b2, mosquitoes.
Yes.
Objectively, it may be like, you know, probably minus 0.20 types of an advantage for black, not much. But, you know,
You can keep
I
trying,
can
yeah.
keep playing. I can keep playing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Definitely some practical chances white has to be very much on his toes. So Shant Sargason, but Shant is a pretty strong player. I don't know if he's a Shant or not, but he's a pretty strong player. So I think we will see. It also depends on time pressure because they are on move number 22nd only, and 18 moves are to be made, and both of them are down to 25 minutes almost. So they are all playing calmly. Okay. Well, let's move to the other board. By the way, it seems like Aryan has some slight advantage with Hari. Narayanan, Nihal versus Narayanan, your favorite game today is getting close to it's a draw now. Now this rook end game doesn't seem like much there. But no, let's not say a draw because rook e2
There's
is
one guy
there.
crying on chat, literally crying. Can you tell that no dal and nothing to fry in Tamil itself once, please? I am breaking my head trying to figure it out. I thought, I mean, my generation of chess players from Tamil Nadu definitely knew it. I don't know how old you are. Parupilla Talipilla. That's the
Parapilla?
Paruppu illa. Paruppu means dal.
Okay.
Paruppu illa.
Illa means no.
नहीं है. Dal नहीं है. Talipu means to fry.
Talipa illa. Parappa
What is
illa.
to fry?
Tharipa illa.
Paruppu नहीं, paruppu.
How
Paruppu
are you
illa
expecting me to get it right on the first try?
No, I'm not trying to get it. I'm trying to correct you. I'm trying to help you. And we are
Parappa.
friends.
Okay,
Paruppu.
okay.
Parup,
Ille. I'll
parup,
try to use it
parup.
with Sagar sometimes. Ille. That's what I'm learning.
Hello, next time when such a question comes, you should nonchalantly say, Sagar, don't you know this is parupu illa thalipu? So simple.
Yeah, chat remind me to say this and I will try to say it and you'll be like, what's happening here? What did Sarah do to you? Nice. Ritwis says, how about Queen f6 with a tempo after knight b4? Was he talking about Pragg's game, I guess, where knight b4. So here when we were just to check this question, knight b4, queen f6 attacks the f3 bishop. Nice suggestion there, of course.
Then
Sarah.
all busy.
That's a question there. Also,
Okay,
king
King
g2
G2, let's
looks
go. Let's go.
natural.
Let's go. King G2.
And now rook
G2.
d8, I believe.
Now, this is the point, right? The whole idea of playing knight b4 was to attack. Now, exchange it to knight c6 now. That's the point. This I'm succeeding in that. So, knight c6, knight c6, queen c6. This is what white is aiming for, in my opinion.
But here, maybe d3. Maybe black is getting takes and d3. And how important is that if I get the pawn on d2?
Yeah,
I think it
you
will
get a
be
nice
like,
pawn on d2, but I don't think I'm gonna win anyway. I mean, this definitely can be expected. Okay, if you don't want to allow
don't
this
go.
also,
I don't want that pawn
you
from
want to
d4 to be promoted.
d4 to be pushed, let's say, advanced to d3 also. There should be some way to do that too, because see the knight being on b8 and all that, it's not a very encouraging sign for black. It's difficult to believe that he can gain an advantage. So for king g2, you went rook d8, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me start with mosquitoes now. Queen c7, let's say.
Very active move. That's a good move you have found actually. And yeah, I think actually the main problem is the quality of the pieces and then opposite colored bishop. The knights are going to get exchanged. I don't think you can avoid it. Only has to be done in the right manner. So no, not much. But Pragg will keep pressing. And it all also depends if Shant makes some inaccurate moves or not. Because if Shant doesn't make inaccurate moves, then the valid result is a draw.
Concluded is Shant, is it? Final conclusion.
That's a... Oh, we have a result. Nakamura's game with Esipenko has ended in a draw, which means... that's a crazy final position though. Which means that Arjun, Naka, Esipenko, all of them have moved to...
Moved on.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get the chess results here. Yeah.
By the way, our man Adiban, the beast, has played a wonderfully tactical game, being a queen down.
Wow.
Might be a sacrifice, might be not, and is about to win against very strong grandmaster from Spain, Bonelli Iturizaga.
Let's have a look at that game also. Look, this is the top results right now on the board. Top two boards drawn. So 4.5 for Esipenko, Nakamura and Arjun, which means that on 3.5, if we get few decisive results, because it's not easy to get many decisive results, they will also join. So Arjun maintains the lead, and if Vidit is able to win, he will also join the top, the joint leaders. But it's, of course, let's have a look at his position. Okay, so that's it for now. Which Adiban's game, right? 1 second.
Yeah, it's Adiban, by the way.
Adiban.
For some reason, the north of India calls him Adiban. Adiban.
Yeah.
It's actually Adiban. Adiban.
Adiban.
B-U-N Ban.
Okay. So
Not B-A-A-N.
Queen sacrifice. Oh wow, what a position that is. Where did he sacrifice the queen? Just here. Queen d8 check he played. Rook d8. It seems like he's played an amazing game. King g7 and rook h8, king Rook h8 ko, of course, you can't play king h8. There is a queen there. So knight g6, rook g8 check, king h7, f5. If I just look at the material, two minor pieces. So he has a rook for a queen, and for the pawns, white is having 7 pawns, black is having 4 pawns. So white has a rook and 3 pawns for the queen. So in terms of points, 9 points versus 8. So Adivan is just a pawn down, guys, and that too, this pawn
But
is
actually, you know, the fireworks still continued. The fireworks still continued.
Yeah.
Just go on.
Takes.
See this position after
He took here.
bishop f8, queen c4. Actually,
Hmm.
till bishop f8,
Hmm.
very curiously, the position is still equal.
Yeah, but to move here, black had
Here,
to play.
here, black
Guys.
play.
Black
Shall we
to
ask the
play.
question to chat?
Yeah, it's
This
been
is
some
probably
time.
the toughest question we have asked chat in the last 5 days, 6 days. Today is the 6th day, right?
Oh man.
Yeah,
Yes. Toughest question you are saying. Then to.
I think so. It's extremely tough. What to play, black to play. I mean, even I'm trying to understand why
Wow, the move.
the correct move is the correct move. Yeah.
So maybe they also have to tell us the reason. Okay, let's see this.
Don't.
Forest, huh? Yeah, that's the only. Okay.
So,
Wow. People are.
many of those guys who are giving us the correct answer, we have to ask them why that is the correct answer.
Yes. So, firstly, how many people? Until now, 12. 12 of you have found it correct. A lot of other people have a lot of moves. Basically, such a position. If I have to show so many possibilities here. Maybe
That's
maximum.
nice. So many people have given so many answers.
But Queen E4, Anirudh, Striker, Kamal, Hardik, Swastik Gaming, Akash, Saumik, Megdweep, and Rushali. That's right, but why? Is the question Saravanan has asked. Are Khajuria.
Why is it the right answer?
Guys, when you are asked a question, try to think with your own brain. Do not take any help, because if you want to improve. Otherwise, don't even attempt it. That's fine. That's fine. Let other people attempt it. Yes, threatening back rank. Akash, that's right. Kabir also back rank. Back rank. For perpetual, says Kashi. You also saw then B3 and the perpetual, yeah? Superb. In fact, there's no mating net, yeah? If you play Queen E4, if I go B3, Queen E1, King moves.
That's
I
a
just
draw.
thinking if there's no time, because white always has a perpetual in hand, I guess. Check,
No, Amruta.
check, and check.
There is some fun. There's some fun there. Put
Yeah.
93.
Hmm.
Put 93. Bishop into B4 short is fun.
Oh,
The point is,
actually,
if queen B4, I go and queen.
Yes, Queen B4.
No,
Then it's a oh.
No, what I thought.
Yeah.
There's something
This
beautiful.
one,
There's something
guys.
beautiful. White to
You're
play.
white to play.
Beautiful.
Maza aa jayega. You will feel happy, and all those
Beautiful.
who are not getting sleep after you find a smooth, you'll feel so peaceful that you will get good sleep tonight.
No, not peaceful. You will feel so energetic. You find the right move here for white.
White to play.
Now comes a lot of blunders out there. Guys are getting sleepy just like us, along with us.
I thought right now after drinking coffee, I am a little bit, every day you are coming and telling me I'm drinking coffee. So
my coffee came just now. Coffee came just now. So
nice.
It's going to be the fuel now. Yeah.
Right now you have your whole family there supporting you. Very nice.
What about you? I thought the same with you too.
No, I'm alone.
Oh, Sagar has left. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you guys were together. Okay. Sagar has left. Yeah.
Look at the answer. Like, so many different moves. Maza aa raha hai. Just looking at the different
this joke, right?
Hmm.
When was this movie Sholay released in Hindi?
Must be 1980s. 1980s.
Not 80s, I think 70s.
Wait.
So उसमें एक dialogue है. There is a famous dialogue in it. जिनको कोई नहीं होता है उनको भगवान होता है.
हाँ.
It's a dialogue, right? 1970s, जिनको कोई नहीं होता है उनको भगवान होता है. तो 2020 डायलॉग, जिनको कोई नहीं होता है उनको स्विगी होता है, उनको जोमेटो होता है, उनको बहुत कुछ होता
But Swiggy Zomato से क्या करेंगे? Like you will just get food,
है.
right?
कॉफी, कॉफी.
हाँ, वैसे. Okay. एक बार. Once I think in the second half, if we have this race going for candidates, I'm surely going to order some Swiggy. Swiggy से sponsorship मिलना जरूरी है. Rakshit is saying Sagar has left मतलब.
I'm very sure
1975. Hmm.
in 75. See, I told you it was
Yes,
70s
you are
because
right.
when I was a very small kid, it was already out. So
Wow, you
I think the
remember the
first
history.
time I saw a Sholay poster was when I was 6 years old or 7 years old. That's already 1978. So
And have
yeah,
you seen it
75.
multiple times?
Yeah. See, actually, it's a big joke. I saw Sholay for the first time when I was about 9 years old, when I didn't even know a word of Hindi. And my English was extremely poor already. And this was a time when there were no subtitles and all that. So I saw Sholay a total of about 3 to 4 times without understanding even an iota of Hindi.
What?
Then I started learning some Hindi when I started traveling all over India, let's say from the age of 17 to 25 or so. By the time I was 25, 26, I had a lot of North Indian friends, especially Maharashtrian friends, thanks to whom I learned a lot of Hindi. So Rahul Shetty,
Abhijit
Vishal
Daya.
Sareen, Chandragupta Acharya, Mrinalini Kunte, Abhijit Kunte. So because of them, I learned a lot of Hindi slowly. So actually, I saw Sholay for the first time only at the age of 30 or so, properly understanding Hindi. Then I really enjoyed it because, okay, only when you understand the dialogues of Sholay, you understand it.
Yeah, no, Sholay. Then I agree
Hey,
that
all our
Sholay inspired
audience,
you.
I think everyone, sorry,
No,
come again.
Sholay inspired you to learn Hindi. Really amazing movie, like classic, definitely. Okay, you are telling me the answer, right? These are the answers we have from people, but I'm going to read the answer only of people who've written NF8 right now. Fabian, Anirudh, Srinivas, Adil, Akshay, Saumik, Priyanshu, Arvind, Fabio, and Harish. Well done there because you make a night.
But Amruta, even the first answer was also correct, I think. It only said F8, but
Yes,
they didn't say which piece.
yes.
Actually, F8 Queen is a blunder. We have to analyze this.
Oh, that's
F8
another good
Queen.
question.
Exactly. So F8, guys, you should have written either a queen or a knight. Now,
Yeah.
all of you who intended queen, you can all say that no, I meant a knight. It's only a draw. It's a win for white, which is not fair. So no, F8 knight should be there to find the to emphasize that that's the right answer. Anyway, let's go.
Yeah. But yes, Mehak Dwik, Samarpit, Apurva, Saumik, that's right. Knight C4. And in fact, you are just getting mated, back rank mated here. So that was the big problem. You cannot make a queen. So all those who said this beautiful F8 knight check, that's the right move. The king is getting mated. If king gets 6, there is rook g6 mate. So queen f8 forced, and then of course white is winning. So that is the reason bishop b4 you cannot take on b4, but the way to draw, this was very nice what you saw, Sarah. This
Ah,
perpetual.
that's
Nice. Nice position Adiban got, yeah. Such an exciting game it was. Queen c4. So where have they reached right now? Rook g7 check. King went
so
here.
instead of queen e4, black blundered with queen c4 in the game.
Yeah.
You got the
Yeah. But
if
very
you'd have queen
hard to
e4, there was
understand. Hmm.
yeah. I mean, now that we have shown the variations, it makes sense
Hmm.
for white. How black should have drawn the game. Now queen c4, and now Adiban is going to win with
Yeah. With
I found. Yeah, this
rook
should be quite.
g7. Only way, only continuation, you have to give a check back to, there is a back rank one move mate check threat. So king h8, rook g8, king h7, rook g7, king h8, and now he finds his, the beast move, which everybody, you have associated Adiban with that move. That's the move he had to find it right now. So he finds it, guys.
But tell me, what happens to Queen F1 check? Sorry, white is playing B.
Yes,
White is
B3.
playing
Yes,
B.
Apurva Niraj, correct. B3.
Oh, it's
Queen.
B3.
So you're saying Queen F1.
Yeah, B3, let's say Queen F1.
King B2.
King B2. Now, how is it different from the analysis we made? What if black plays after Queen
Hmm.
F1, King G, B2, Knight E3 now? What's happening?
93 or Queen E1? Where would you want to go? So, okay, let's try. If you go
Queen
knight
E1,
E1,
you may play Queen E1, you may play Rook G8 check and Bishop B4, yeah?
for
That's
Queen
the point.
E1, Rook G8 check, King H7, Bishop E4,
And
and the
Bishop B4.
same. Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's the Rook. Yeah.
But even for
So,
knight E3, you are threatening knight D1 check. Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
threatening Knight C4 check also, Amruta.
Oops, sorry.
Queen, yeah, B3,
Queen
Queen F1
F1,
check,
King
King
B2,
B1,
knight
Knight
E3.
E3.
Oh,
Knight C4 check also. No. Queen is not on E1 now.
yeah.
So I'm
So
threatening
Bishop
Knight D1.
B4 now. Bishop B4 now.
No,
King
G7 may not
G7
play.
and F8 Queen.
So
And
is
then the
that
king
a
is winning. Yeah, Abdiban is winning. B3 was important move. He's found it, means he's seen all of it. So, amazing game. Beast game today by Adiban.
Adiban is also someone who gets mimicked a lot. His voice is also something which, you know,
Can you do it?
of course I can do it. There's not a single person in this country who cannot do Adiban. Come on. Doing Adiban is something which you learn first when you do mimicry of chess players in India. Come on.
So, Adiban, how was your game today? That's what
You
he said.
saw my good next time. Oh, ha 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 ha.
This has to be made as a clip, actually, editor G. You have to note this down, and this will be Adiban's interview of today. So people in the chat are just completely enjoying this, loving it. What a talent! What a talent! Oh, that's another interview for Sarah we have to take, apart from his book collection, Mimicry.
That I will not do because the day you start doing mimicry of people, that is when you will make enemies in you.
But for friends, which who you know will never become enemies.
Chess players are very, very, what to say, sensitive people. You don't do it in public, whatever you do.
Tamil version of Adiban play. Now people are going to just keep requesting, Sarah, we want him, this mimicry, that mimicry.
Guys, come on, let's get back to the game. That's good enough fun for one day. Come on.
So King E1, King H7, we are at Vidit's game and they have played a few moves. Vidit went King E2 here.
It's a little concerning, right, Amruta? Is unnecessarily moving the kings too much today. I mean, okay, if you have a purpose and you run over from one flank to the other, that's Petrosian. But why this tentative king moves? I don't understand somehow.
Yeah, and somehow keeping the, like, he had the same possibility of taking the knight here with the king on f1 or g1, but here black has got knight g8, knight e7 this time, and now Vidit goes king e2 once again he goes, but this time he has given a big chance to black to try to find counter player. Black to play. Guys, can you find a counter play for black?
Oh, it's that serious, yeah?
Very serious actually.
That's what I think somewhere along the way, Vidit has misplayed his advantage with tentative moves.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a very clear path for advantage. Remember, without playing G3 also, if white knight had just gone knight D2, knight B3, knight F8, was there getting a clear advantage. But now with all this dancing around of the white queen, yes, a lot of time I have. I'm really afraid of this now.
No, in fact, I even like G3, but I would say that King F1, until King F1 also it was okay, but when the king went to E1 or D1, it is not even sure if this king is weak over here or if the king is weak over here. But I think, Sarah, here I do sense some deeper psychology there, which I of course cannot really say it here, but something to do with that. And Hans has found it. And how many people in the chat? Oh, lot of people there. Very alert. Nikipedia, Debayan, Pranay, Swastik, Megdweep, Gaming, Anirudh, Apurva, and Hathras, and Shobit. D5. Hans doesn't take time for this opportunity He immediately goes d5. And now even if you're winning the pawn, but with the king on e2, black to player, he's, oh, you can't even, it's a blunder or what? Queen h5 check. If you go knight here, then you just lose. Takes.
e4 and bishop e4. That's very worrisome. So knight g4 is the only move.
But
But the
then
point is, the position is
queen
already
h3.
messed up, which I don't like. Messed up.
It can get dangerous actually. Then suddenly, what can happen is the king here and all these pieces here with it can also land up in trouble. He's played so beautifully actually. Everything was perfect. And this king, I think he got confused there. Just
Okay, this need not be done. I mean, instead of knight into e5, white can still coolly defend with knight d2 here. Objectively, I think that's the best move. So after knight d2, queen h5
yeah.
check. Now, what about the cold-blooded king e1?
Serious? Queen takes h3.
I mean, the point is I'm attacking your c6 bishop,
Oops.
right?
Okay, so I lose a piece. I don't
No,
have
no,
time
no.
for
I mean,
that.
so your c6 bishop too. Yeah, you don't have time for that.
Bishop.
Now, I'm assuming bishop d7 is the only move here.
Yeah, bishop d7.
Now, after bishop d7, let me just, give you the h3 pawn, and in return, let me go and gobble everything on the queen side. So, queen b7, let's say.
Okay, so queen takes h3.
Queen takes h3, of course. Now, bishop c7. Am I still not having a big advantage? Because after all, you have only a couple of checks here. That's it.
No, so here for black, it is important and he makes either of the two moves. But I don't find queen h1 as a difficult move.
nf1 just stops everything. Yeah.
And here, black is in a find a only move situation. You are so right that it's not easy. Black must find his next move.
Oh, you mean to say black can still defend himself?
Yes, but with only one possible move.
Okay. Shall we ask chat here? Because
Yeah.
honestly, I'm not able to calculate, but I'm able to
good.
guess it by the strength of the move. Let's ask chat here. Black to play. What is the best move for black?
Ritviz asks, what is the logic of getting the king here? Yeah,
we would love to know that logic as well, Ritvik. One more thing, by the way, these kind of positions, as we were just talking and we have asked black chat to find what is the black's best move here. There is this wonderful philosophy by Doritsky. Sometimes in attack, it is not always that you will be able to find the best move always. So even in tactics, there is place for intuition. Even in tactics, you can kind of guess this is intuitively the best move because there is no other way that black can create any tactics in this position. So very nice, actually. They say about mathematics, right? When you consider physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics, it is highly likely that intuitive solutions can come in research only in physics, chemistry, and biology. But once you become a genius of maths, you realize that even in mathematics, there is a lot of scope for intuition. So it's like that. Tactics is not somewhere, you attach tactics with intuition in the same sentence. But actually, according to Dweritsky, there is a place for intuition in tactics also.
Wow. It's somewhere like the mind and the brain in some way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The cognition need not necessarily be done only by the brain. It can be done by the mind also. Yeah, very correct.
So here we have the answers. Actually, only one person has found a move. Debayan. Nobody else, but bishop c8 was suggested by many of you, and let's have a look at what's the problem is for bishop c8. The problem is that white moves the queen away, and there is a threat, bishop, you're losing this piece, and if you take, then after queen takes c7, your knight is attacked, it can't be defended, and you will lose the c8 bishop. So you will lose material here. So that's Why bishop c8 not working? And this bishop in a way is trapped, yeah, like you have to exchange that way. So bishop e8 is the right move. Very tough. You're giving
How
up
many
this
of our chat guys found
one,
Bishop
one,
E8?
one, only one. I mean, if I show you here at that point of time, bishop e8 was found by only one person. Here we go. Well done, Deban, by the way. But bishop c8 was a very valid move to consider. So I'm really proud of all of you not using engine and then consider getting this idea of bishop c8.
So Bishop E8 is what I was talking about.
Bishop d8.
Intuitively, you should guess that the only counterplay left for black here is to play Bishop H5 and Queen F3. So that is how, even if you're not able to calculate wholly what happens after Bishop E8, you should still go for it, because apart from this counterplay, there is almost no other counterplay left for black.
Wow. So 92 has been played by Vidit. How much do you think, Sarah, this position, like if they are calculating on the board, a move like bishop e8, with a long thought, black can find it, or is it very difficult to go into something like this, starting with queen h5? What are your thoughts here?
There is this method of thinking, right? Calculating, right? It's called as elimination method.
Yeah.
So you kind of eliminate whatever doesn't work, then you are left with the only resource, which is bishop e8, bishop h5, which you don't know which is working or not. But by the method of elimination, you will get to the point where you're forced to do the only thing, which is to play bishop e8, bishop h5. So I don't think it's too harsh for a strong grandmaster like Neumann to not to find bishop e8, bishop h5. I think there are all the chances in the world that he will find it.
Okay, then we are. So is it after that, if he finds that, and if we are going to that variation with queen h5, knight f3, no, sorry, knight, sorry. Knight d2 here, queen h5, king e1, queen takes bishop d7 first, queen b7, queen h3, bishop c7, and bishop e8. Is this a forced draw then? Are we talking
Amruta,
about?
first, I think first you believe you have to go queen h1 check, knight f1, and then do bishop e8. Yeah. First do the queen h1, knight f1 king first.
Yeah.
So that yeah, sure.
Oops, sorry. Queen h3. No. Why is it going back again and again? Queen d7. Here, queen h3.
Stable, yeah.
Bishop c7.
Now bishop c7. Now queen h1 check, knight f1.
And then
now bishop e8. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
now if
let's say bishop d8, bishop h5.
Yeah.
So now you are threatening the solid queen of 3 here. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is honestly, it's extremely complicated. It's definitely beyond me.
If you take on e7, let's say.
Let's say you take on e7, queen f3.
Yeah.
King d2 is the only move, I believe. Right?
I mean, there is also g4, but yeah, king d2 eventually.
Okay, that's just a mosquito. So king d2, queen d1, king c3, queen a1 is a draw.
Yeah, this here is perpetual, and if I go king b3, queen b1, and once again this is perpetual.
So you have to go back to bishop e7. After all, you've taken one piece. There is no need to go for the second piece. So bishop d8, bishop h5. So this is the crucial moment where we have to check whether, instead of taking the second piece, is there a way to avoid the perpetual for white? For example, I can bring back knight b3.
Queen f3 anyway.
Yeah, queen f3 anyway. Now, see, there is no queen a1 check, for example. So let me go queen d2 directly.
Oh, that's the point of knight b3. So queen d1 check.
Queen f2 check. Queen f2 check or queen d1 check.
If I have anything simple with queen d1,
okay, queen d1 check. Let's go queen d1, king c3. Now you have queen. Amruta,
queen f1.
No, Amruta, there's a beautiful move here. Oh my God, it's amazing. Chat, this is fantastic tactics for black. Black to play. What will you play here? Fantastic tactics.
But if you're talking about move number 45th, Okay, this is very hard to start the calculation from. Right now we are on move number 37th in the game.
Mm.
It's very hard.
Fantastic. Just as fun at 11 o'clock in the night. 11:30 in the night.
Ritwis says this is very tough to foresee. I guess black will have to play with feel. But this you cannot play with feel, right? Because you are just giving a piece. And if you're not precise, then you won't enter into something like this. So if you enter into this, which means you have to calculate till the end, and it's at least a 20-minute calculation minimum. I wouldn't say you can do it early.
Because what I was telling, it is possible to have a feel for such positions also. That's what I was trying to tell earlier. It is tactics, but at the same time, if you have a tactical feel, like someone like Adiban, for example, who does
Yeah.
this for a bread and butter on a daily basis, even if he is not able to calculate it, he might feel that there is something here, even if he gives up the bishop on d8 and the knight on e7. So, okay, honestly speaking, what I'm telling is just a theory. I don't have proof of this, but this is what I feel.
No, you are. I mean, I agree with you for sure.
I'm not sure about this. Honestly speaking, there are better teaching brains in this country than me, like R.B. Ramesh or Vishnu Prasanna. I think we should pose the question to them that if such thinking methods can be taught or whether it can be developed. I think they will be in a better position to tell this.
It's nice to get more perspectives, but I think everybody has something to add, and that is the beauty of it. The different perspectives.
Sure.
Okay, Queen B1 is the move which has been found by so many people. Saumik, Ritviz, Kiot, Apurva, Kenananda, Kavish, Harshit, Kashi, Priyanshu, and Vedant there. So that's the move. Queen B1, which
Yup.
is like no check, nothing. So what is the wait a second. Queen
There is a
B1.
check. There is a check. There is a check.
What's it?
Just that the check is not with the queen, it's with the
Oh,
pawn.
okay. Check, and then you are threatening a mate in two. Solid.
Maybe it's not a mate. White can take knight d4 after all. But then I have a perpetual with queen a1. That's the point.
You don't even take care. You don't even need to take care. So that is
Yeah.
beautiful. A queen b1, it's very hard. I mean, I wouldn't say in a
It's
game
hard.
you cannot find this move. It is inhuman. You cannot start this calculation from that point of time. And I
I
don't
have
think with the
this.
feel you will go enter in this variation of giving a piece away. So
But Amruta, the method of elimination. I'm seeing that everything else is losing. I'm a desperate man. I will go for this.
oh, you
जिनके
played
लिए
bishop.
कोई नहीं होता है उनके लिए perpetual होता है. Let's go for this.
But method of elimination can be done at that situation, right? But here we are talking about a
True,
decision.
Amrita, but even at that situation, this was the only way of counterplay, right? Even in that situation. If I just sit with the queen on e8, I'm going to lose anyway. So let me take the queen on a free wheel and let me sacrifice two more pieces and go for an attack. That's the only thing I would do. So I think it is falling into the category of method of elimination.
Oh man.
This is very interesting. Yeah. This game, analyzing
Yeah.
this game is giving real pleasure today, actually.
I mean, the first half, super positional genius game, and the second
Uh-huh.
half over here, completely the way Hans had to come out of it, find a moves, create this kind of the whole chaos on the board. Just positional to tactical, that whole transition which is happening. You're right, beautiful.
But what worries me is, I mean, why Vidit had to allow all this? That's what worries
So
me.
yeah, the king
A
moves.
strong inform Vidit will definitely not allow all this, I hope.
A deep psychological thing there,
Hmm.
clearly. So
So shall we see some other game
yes,
for
we will.
variety?
By the way, Ritva says this is like an insane study. Completely agree. What if d4 after queen b1 by that one last thing we can check? What if
Yeah.
d4 after queen b1? White's move. That's the defense there. I think we are going to reach there. Just let's have a quick look at, let's say, Anish Giri still playing bishop versus knight, as Sarah said in the end game. This can cause a bit of trouble, but a lot of pawns here. Maybe I think Anish will be able to. It will end in a draw, yeah. not so sure.
Finding pairings here.
39th move, no time pressure, so this will go a long game, I believe. So Anish versus Zala. In fact, Ramzan, for him, it's a great result if he is able to. Going to the next game, Abdusataro versus Arvind. Abdusataro maintains the advantage. Move number 37th, 8 minutes for Arvind. 3 moves to make, so time pressure not a big problem. Last move was e5 by Arvind, and he's just challenging the center. But for Abdusataro, the way to continue here can be to take, and take here, because you cannot take on e5. You will lose a piece because of this pin. So yeah, he could
I don't
be winning
like
a pawn.
Arvind's e5 somehow, doesn't somehow feel right. Okay.
He wanted to
From
maybe
what you
create
say,
something.
no, what I mean to say is, was there a real necessity for doing this? Actually, Arvind's idea is not to open up with a break on e5. He wants to just open up the position. So e5, d5, fe5, fe5. His idea is to play queen f7 here.
Queen
F7.
a, no? Queen f7.
So now he has two ideas. One is, of course, attacking f3, and another is to open up with e4, I think.
Yeah, and if you go...
Well, it's very dangerous, huh? E4 is
yeah.
dangerous. I'm sorry, d4 with rook a2 threat.
Wow.
Quite
Oh,
dangerous.
this is
Yeah.
tricky. This is very tricky. In
Yeah.
fact,
I
it
think
can
that
get
was his idea of
dangerous.
e5, but somehow I'm not convinced with this.
Because king
Let's
g3.
let's go king g3, d4,
Knight e4.
knight e4. That's the only square. Yeah, that's the only square. Okay,
Yeah.
knight e4. Now, if you go rook a2, I have queen into d4. There's no attack there.
You will have to go queen c4 and defend a pawn
Yeah.
first.
So it just looks like a desperado rather than creating counterplay.
It does, but I think the knights can still jump. I mean, white has to be careful with the king on g3. So if Arvind is able to be very resourceful, he might
Arvind.
get some.
It's
Yeah,
Arvind.
yeah.
That's how he lives his life. So I'm very sure he's resourceful enough.
Yeah.
But the
So
point
this.
is, there was no need to do this. I mean, see, for example, the position he played e5.
Yeah, but he doesn't have much like what to do here. That is a big
Queen
question because
a8, something
white.
like Queen a8. Where is White's breakthrough coming out after all?
That way. So
Where is White's breakthrough coming out after all? See, let's say Queen a8. Let's say if you try something like g5 there, yeah.
Looks very dangerous for this king.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I
then
can come
h5.
back Queen a8. I can come back Queen a8. No, Amruta, don't take the FG6. Come back Queen a8 directly.
Directly, huh?
Yeah. Without, yeah, Queen e8 here, for example.
You force him to commit with g6 here.
This even white may even
different.
This white may end up losing it.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Got it. He
I
had to be patient.
Okay, it's typical Arvind style, but see, again, we have been talking about this releasing of tension in time pressure, and when your muscles are screaming for a release of pressure, that's how you come up with a move like e5, and most of the time it will prove to be an inaccuracy. And that too, especially against a very strong player like Abdusataro, who still has 20 minutes on the clock. I honestly don't know whether this was necessary at all.
Right now the position they have reached after takes queen e8, Arvind has gone d4, and here Abdusataro, this is 39 move, so 40th move for Abdusataro, of course is a lot of time, but Abdusataro needs to add this intermezzo. It's very important, very critical moment.
So we have just been told by chat that Abhijit Gupta won a nice game or winning a nice game against Shevchenko.
Wonderful. So by the way, Adiban's game here after he has taken bishop before, so beautiful win for Adiban today. He's going towards
very complicated victory,
Yeah, this is Abhijit Gupta's game. He is a piece down, but then his pawns look very, very dangerous. Rook d7 is the last move, and if you take knight b5, then there is a4, kicking the knight away. Actually, where is the knight going to go? c3 or something, but c7, and you are winning. The king on the back rank and the pawn on 7th rank is always. So Abhijit Gupta is beating Shevchenko. Great result there. What else, guys? Any other? Murli Karthikeyan has drawn with Haik Marti Rosian. Gukesh with Aydin Suleiman. Oh my god, it's now completely. We last left at this moment. Just quickly will take you through the moves. Queen d3 was played. Rook e8. He went knight c. No, we left at bishop b7 here. Rook f1. He went for bishop e4. Rook e4. Queen d7. Doubles the rook here. One pair of rook gets exchanged. Bishop c7. b3. b3. Knight g6. King f2. Knight f5. Goes knight d2. Knight d6. Rook goes back to e1. Queen g4, and he is getting his king on this side. But then he needs to. I thought he had to push this pawns if pawns were the compensation. But Aydin has got his another pawn on h4, and suddenly this h3 is becoming very dangerous. Seems like Gukesh is in big trouble.
Okay, that's of concern.
No counterplay, not much counterplay.
Yeah, Gukesh play has been a little bit uneven. Of course, he's an extremely strong player who can make a comeback anytime. But yesterday and today it is uneven, let's say.
So Gukesh in trouble. In fact, yeah, that would affect a lot of his rating also. But
So what did
he's.
our man Vidit do?
Let me go there with its game. After queen h5 check, he goes king e1. Hans does go bishop d7.
Okay.
And queen b7. We might be accurate in predicting the whole sequence of queen h3 and deadly draw. It's a deadly draw.
This is the day when ChessBase India's commentary standards became world class and perfect. Yeah. You can always say, if Queen B1 would come on the board, I think all of us can open a bottle of champagne in our respective places.
Crazy. That would be epic. That would be epic.
By the way, there our man Ritviz asked a very nice question. For Queen B1, what happens to White D4?
Yes, we have
Extremely
to queen
complicated.
h3, bishop c7.
I honestly didn't see that.
Check, knight f1, bishop e8, bishop d8, bishop h5, knight b3, queen f3, king d2, queen d1 check, king c1, queen b1 and d4. What happens to d4? So black to play over here.
Yeah, so queen checking here. Queen b1 and white plays d4.
Guys,
So
just
I don't see a
checking,
move,
guys.
but our play. I mean, are we asking chat or are we
No, you
analyzing?
can also. I'm just.
Yeah, now ED4 check is the only move here, method of elimination.
So if you try, like taking such piece is not going to help in any way, right? Like if you just take queen f1, then white
So
takes, queen takes, and after queen c4, king b2, white is a piece up there. Okay.
Yeah. So ED4, king d4. No.
Yeah,
Queen b1.
ED4.
Yeah. ED4, king d4. Now queen c2, let's say.
Man.
The right expression. Man, what's happening?
No, king on d4. I mean, you can't. What's the move number? And with the king on d4, at least 47 moves. So he will have time there. Let's say you have a threat of no mating net, no queen c4 check. I'm escaping knight g6 check. Okay, there is a mate into threatened if I go to e5, but I can go to then you have queen e2 check, and once again knight g6. So if I win the piece with queen takes e7, what's your plan?
Well, I actually don't have a plan. I'm just making it up as it goes. Anyway, let's see. So queen e7.
Will you take on
Um,
b3? Like, let's say just take the piece here.
no.
That's too
I
slow, yeah?
believe in check. I believe in check. So it should be queen b2 check. That's what I think. So let me try queen b2 check here.
Okay,
And
and that
no,
helps
wait.
white.
You're running away. Queen c5. That shouldn't be a king c5. That shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, that's...
So queen. Okay, Amruta. Let me take queen into b3.
Let's try.
The
If
thing
he does
is, the
win the
thing is,
piece.
I am just threatening somewhere to play queen c4 and queen into f1 and settle for a draw here. I've forgotten your king. I've
Hmm.
forgiven your king. By the way, someone came up with a fantastic quip. Vidit has won the king of the hill by going to d4. King of the hill is a variant of chess where if either of the king reaches e4, d4, e5, d5, you are the winner.
Are you
So
serious?
already
There is such a
white has
game?
white has. Yeah. Oh, you don't know chess.com. There is this where in my son when he was young, he used to be crazy about chess. So he used to
Ah.
play King of the Hill all the time.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, so queen, yeah, king e5 I'll go. I'll avoid this check on queen c4. I'm still a piece up.
So King e5. In Tamil we call it as catching the rat. Queen d3.
You are attacking this knight and threatening queen e4. But okay, let's say I want to save my piece. Knight e3. Is it a blunder? No, not yet. Okay, cool.
You don't have much of a choice there, right? So knight e3 is probably the only move. Now, which variation of the draw am I going to play for? Am I going to... Amruta, I've got some nice attack coming here. Queen e4 check, king d6, I believe.
Forced. Queen b4.
e4,
Queen b4
d,
check? No.
king d6, d4.
Oh, that's a tough one because the first instinct goes to queen b4, winning another pawn, but then I have king e6, right? So no point. d4. So you attack the knight again. In fact, my knight actually doesn't have any of these squares. This also, and if I go back to... oh no, come on. Even white can land up in big danger with the pawn, I would say. Yeah, you can't
ChessBase
get
India
into that.
webcast became very dangerous place. My brother has joined the stream and he is teasing me
Oh,
online.
whoa. Where
Of
is
course,
it?
I'm not,
Can you find a name?
I'm not going to tell you. No.
I will find out.
I want my family secrets to remain family secrets. I'm not going to tell you. So D4, Amruta, come on, what do you do?
Huh?
You went back knight F1.
नहीं नहीं it was like a you know what to do. It's like a life. क्या करे अभी करे तो क्या करे तो knight f2.
I think this is the moment where you have to start playing for a draw with queen into e6. Otherwise, you may lose this game.
Okay, queen e6. So then I would say
Yeah.
white wouldn't want to enter here, and I would definitely go back and be happy with the perpetual. In fact, I won't go for d4. I'm like, okay, boss, draw to draw, चलेगा.
जिनके लिए कोई नहीं होता है उनके लिए ड्रॉ होता है चलो ले लो.
So that's
But
what the
Amruta, what a
complications.
fantastic analysis.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, fantastic, complicated position, right? It's really interesting.
Totally, totally. But tell me something now. If this is the position, okay, let's
Yeah.
say you have a class, 5 students, top IMs, and then you are telling them to analyze this position.
Hmm.
And do you give time limit normally? Is it good to give a time limit?
Okay, we are off topic here, but one thing I'll tell you. In my opinion, all learning should be without a time limit. Any learning, it's not just chess. learning should be unhurried, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So, for people who are still, let us say, learners of calculation, so I would say till about 2600. Till about 2600, for those who are still learning what is proper calculation, there shouldn't be time frame most of the time. I mean, there should be such very complex positions, they should be asked to solve without a time limit. Above 2600 is where, they won't miss any simple tactics at all. And below 2600, let us say, it doesn't matter for them to take as much time as possible because, see, one is practical training with clocks so that people don't come into time pressure. That's a different topic altogether. Calculation is a different topic altogether. So, when you are practicing calculation, it should be done without time frame. This is my very, very strong belief. This is what I do when I'm training people. I mean, see, I'll tell you an example. It has happened to me. One position, let us say, which takes about half an hour for 2300, it has actually happened. At some point, I was working with such a band of people. So, half an hour for, let us say, 2300, 15 minutes for a 2500, 10 minutes for a 2600. All this would happen, and then I would give the same position to Vishy, and he will solve it in 10 seconds. I am not exaggerating. You understand, no? So as you grow stronger in chess, okay, Vishy is inhumanly strong. Inhumanly strong. So I find it very difficult to quantify where is Vishy in this whole equation. But as you grow stronger in chess, the tactical sharpness becomes, what to say, many folds faster. You understand what I mean? So that is why in the beginning, when you're actually learning calculation, it is better to put in time and be accurate. And then you do it again and again. It's like some form of woodpecker's method. The formations of your neuron connections and the typical formations of tactics in your brain and all that make you faster and faster. That is how you grow as a stronger player. And by the way, that is why below 2200, the easiest and the best way to improve on chess is to solve tactics, attack all the time and all that. So that's the answer to your question.
That's very deep and very nice. I do agree with that on to some extent, but there is one thing which I feel where for players when they're solving where there is no time limit, that can be one part of training, but sometimes it makes them so relaxed that the problem is in the game, the stress is way different, and then you have to keep up with it. So like when Hari had described it very nicely, that while you're practicing you have to feel as much tension as possible, and there are some part of training where you have this time limit because you kind of get closer to that stress level during the game. So how, I mean,
You
I don't
said
know, it's very
hurry and stress and training. I got the story in mind. Very young Hari Krishna, okay, 7 years, 8 years, 9-year-old Hari Krishna. When your chess was being shaped, he used to come and train with Varghese Koshi in Chennai. So me and Varghese Koshi, we used to live in the same street. I'm in the same street now. He has gone elsewhere. So, this is an extremely talented but hyperactive boy with so much energy. So once in a few days, Koshiji will be tired of Hari Krishna. So he'll just bring him to my house and, yaar, tu kuch kar do, I'm tired. I mean, because stress all the time. And this is too big a talent who is
yeah.
asking too many questions all the time. Of course, all with some pride only. So at the time, I was doing a coaching camp for very talented youngsters of Chennai. Okay. So this was a very strong bunch. For example, that bunch only came some grandmasters like Srinath and all. They were all in that bunch. So this was done by Chennai District Chess Association. Hari Krishna was 8 or 9 years old. So this must be about 26 years old old story this is.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
So I will put him in my bike, behind the bike, and we'll go to the coaching camp. And the very first instruction I'll give Hari is, Hari, unless I ask you the question, you shouldn't answer. Okay. Hari will say, okay, uncle, okay. Then you take him inside, and then I will keep a position. Let's say I keep a very tough position. Okay.
Yeah.
See, the rest of the boys used to be between the age of anywhere between 8 to 15. Okay. So I will keep them a tough position by their standards. Okay. And then ask what is happening one by one. And they are not able to answer. They are not able to answer. And this fellow in half trousers, he is sitting in the last bench because I asked him to sit him in the last bench. With each and every passing minute, his smile will go wider and wider because he would have found the answer within 10 seconds of my asking him. And he is finding it very funny that other guys are not able to find it even after 15 minutes. So finally, if nobody finds the answer, finally I'll ask, Hari, what is the answer? Queen D3. With full smile, he will answer, okay? Queen
Oh my
D3.
God.
What do you do for Bishop D2? Bishop C4. You know, the tone will be so funny. I'll start giggling. And seeing me giggling, everyone will start laughing. See, the point is, it was a potential world champion sitting in front of me. It was a potential world champion I was seeing at the age of 9 sitting in front of me in Harikrishna. But the point is the quickness, that quickness, what was good for other talents who also became grandmasters, but they were all 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. This was a talent at the age of 9. What they couldn't find at 15 minutes, he would find in 10 seconds and then smile at everyone else and say, and look at me. And then Koshi will tell me the story next month. Yeah, yeah, you are struggling with some problem, it seems, and Hari found it. And Hari, for some Hari used to find it funny that I was not able to extract the answer from the other boys. You get the thing, right?
Yeah.
So calculation is a tough thing, but at the same time, as you grow stronger and stronger, or with children who are extra talented, it used to come in flashes.
Nice story. Yeah, this is nice. Actually, what makes it even more interesting to hear is your mimicry along with the story.
Hari used to be a lot of fun. Hari even today, Hari is always fun. I mean, just that he is serious now, is one of the best players in the country, and I mean, we don't see him at his funnier self, but he's also a lot of fun. Who has a very good sense of humor and all that. When it comes to sarcasm, Hari is one of the best in the country. Sarcastic jokes of Hari. I mean, we were teammates of Bharat Petroleum for years and years, right? We were in the same team for many, many years. Fantastic sense of humor.
Lovely. Guys, amazing stories here. Apurva says, Amruta ma'am, please call Saravanan sir once only for chess stories. Very fun, sir. Done, Apurva, done. Definitely,
Bored of
we'll
our
do
stories
that.
rather than
No. They want it, so it will definitely do that. Right now, here after Queen B7, in fact, Hans has gone down to 4 minutes. As we were discussing, as I in fact said, you need at least 20 minutes to think of all of that. But I thought it was at this point when he's going to play Queen h5. Here is the moment I thought that he will be taking his time. At this moment, Queen b7 is played. He's thinking of Queen takes h3. The other move order which he can make is Bishop e8, finally leading to the same situation. This is the only 2 moves remaining, so 4 minutes are not a problem. I'm very excited to wait here. Somehow it's very hard to, move from this game. But maybe chat.
I can make a prediction. I can make a prediction here that, when you are less on time, especially lower than 4 minutes and all that, it's extremely difficult to find moves like Queen B1, I tell you. So the more Hans thinks, I mean, it's dangerous to predict something so committal here. But let me go ahead and predict that the more Hans thinks in such positions, it is better for Vidit.
Oh, really? But how?
To find such resources like Queen B1 and see, especially Queen C4 idea, Queen F1 and all that, whatever we calculated, I don't think someone below 3 minutes and 4 minutes will be able to find it. That's what
correct.
I mean.
So even for Vidit, actually, it's important that he has. How much time would he have calculated a lot of it when he played Queen B7? Because at Queen H5 check, when he played Knight D2, he had 8 minutes. Queen H5 check, he went King E1 after not much thought, 30 seconds or so. After Bishop D7, he again thinks for 3 minutes. So I'm sure at this point of time, there is no way that Vidit would have been able to consider all of these possibilities. But here, when Hans is thinking, I'm sure that Vidit will be looking at all these ideas. And Vidit is also an amazing calculator, so yeah.
Yeah. It would have been wonderful to have a camera right now, actually, on the players. I mean, it would be fantastic to see their emotions, right?
Absolutely. We will put this game, guys, tomorrow. Do check out the game, which will be put up. Okay, so 2 minutes for Hans. And guys, I'm not going to move from this until the 40 moves are over because it is one of the most important moment. Kuyot, when any decision of trading pieces, sacrificing is done, long-term advantage, this mathematically game theory involved. I don't get your question.
Okay, so are we seeing any other game? But Hans
Maybe
has
we
one.
can, yeah, no, we can move
He has
quickly
only
and
one and a
come
half
back.
minutes with you.
We can just have a look at the evaluation from the bars, by the way, to get to know. Vaishali's game has ended in a draw with Goryachkina. So that's a result there. Also, Divya's game has ended in a draw. On top board in women's section, not top board, maybe third board, Tan Zongi's game has ended in a draw. Anna is playing with Bibi Sara. So if that game ends in a draw, then Vaishali will be your joint leader. But if any of one of them wins, Anna or Bibi Sara, then one of them will be the sole leader.
Stop press, Hans blundered.
D takes C4.
D4.
Big blunder.
He went D4. D4. Now after D4, all those complications don't work at all because we have a square for D3 for the white.
Oh, you mean in the same situation, if queen takes h3, bishop c7, queen h1 check, king e2, bishop e8 here. No, not king e2. We are looking at knight f1, right? Yeah.
No, now you can look at king e2. The point
because
is now.
in fact here knight f1 is a blunder.
No. King e2, queen h5 check was a perpetual earlier. Now there is a d3 square. Queen h5 check now. Queen h1 check.
Queen
King
h1
e2.
check, king e2, queen h5.
Queen h5 check. Now there is a d3
earlier
square,
it was
which
a
was not there
perpetual.
earlier. Yeah.
So you go king d3.
There you go.
Oh, nice. But one question is, wasn't it the same position where we were looking at with the pawns on d5 and d3, knight f1 here?
F1, and now we went for bishop e8 and bishop h5 here.
Correct.
So now there is no need for all that because the e4 pawn, I mean, there is no pawn.
So you go bishop c7, queen c7, queen e4 check, and you will be able to defend this plus this with a check. So that's why black is winning. Nice.
Black is winning?
No,
you mean
here,
white?
in that position.
Sure.
If knight f1 is a blunder for queen h1 check, you have to go king e2, which is important. So d takes e4 by Hans, which is a blunder, but Vidit is thinking he's down to 2 minutes. Is he also considering a move like queen e4 check here?
Actually, it is possible, even with a consolidating move with queen e4 also is better. But I have a feeling, having gone through to this point with his king, I think he will take d4 so that, he has taken d4. Now, because he's winning material on c7.
40th move this was. It was so important that, he is having an advantage, big advantage after 40th move, gets time to... Maybe he should not relax. Now I remember what you say. After 41st, 42nd moves can go wrong if you relax. So important is to not relax. Oh man. Nice.
That was really nice.
Amazing.
Now they will take some time. Okay, maybe
we can move.
We can move on. Maybe.
1 minute. We can wait for a last move of Hans, but it will be queen h3. By the way, another result, Pragnananda versus Shant has ended in a draw. We were looking at that pawn up game, yeah, that has ended in a draw. Hikaru ended in a draw. Gukesh clearly losing. Narayan and Nihal ended in a draw. Nadirbek Arvind looks like, that's a cool one, going towards a equality, or at least we have to check it out. Anish trying to press, it seems, and Vidit having a great position. Tania unclear according to the bar. Harika is winning with Savita Shri. Vantika is losing with Mariam. And yeah, that's about it for the. Oh, he does play queen takes h3, and now Vidit is going to think. One important thing is bishop c7 is the only way to continue, and Vidit will go for it, right? What's your prediction here?
I think he'll go for bishop c7 because I don't see any realistic threat anymore for the white king. No. See, the bishop on d7, it has to attack. It still has to go through the process of bishop e8 and bishop h5 anyway. There is no other choice there. Yeah. So all said and done, there is not much of an attack anymore after d4, d4. And did you see, by the way, another minor point, Amruta?
No.
Even that d4 also was an expression of releasing tension for black. When you are in time pressure or when you are under pressure on the board, chess players often go for exchanges. This is very important. And in fact, when you are in time pressure, you should not go for exchanges because there is another theory about time pressure. You know, when you are under time pressure, what is the most difficult thing to do is to face changed positions on the board. What I mean is, let us say we have a queen and bishop versus queen and knight we are playing, and we are in time pressure. We should not exchange the queens unnecessarily because then we suddenly have to make sense of what is happening with knight against bishop. So in changing scenarios, if you exchange pieces and if it is you who is under time pressure, you will actually do worse in the remaining positions. You get me? So logically speaking, you should not exchange pieces when you are in time pressure. But when you are under pressure, whether it is time pressure or otherwise, your psyche always wants you to exchange pieces because it is release of tension. Okay, this is a little bit of too much of philosophy at 12 o'clock.
No, not at all. I don't know if you are aware, but I have been a full-time time pressure chess player. So I have always played on 30 seconds. Professional time pressure player. You can.
Some reason you seem to be happy about it, but anyway.
I am because
I'm just
okay,
joking.
that's
I'm just joking.
another thing.
I'm
But
just joking.
last tournament, I didn't come in time pressure after Sagar literally scolded me, and then I was finally accepted his scolding.
That
So
is something I just cannot believe. Just I don't believe.
Okay, let's move to other games as well. Oh, Vidit plays. Vidit doesn't think much time, by the way, which is great. He goes bishop c7. He's calculated everything.
I told you.
Wow.
Okay, now they will slow down.
Yeah. So let's
go
go
for
to which games. Also, guys.
now Abdus Sataro Arvind Sidamram is very tense. Right
Let's go there. Let's go there.
Very tense.
In fact, we left at e5. 1 second. Let me just quickly. e5 takes. d4 was played, and here was the important moment where Abdus Sataro had to find queen b3 check. We couldn't finish this analysis, but queen b3 check was important. He went knight e4, and then knight takes e5. Arvind is a pawn. No, it's equal pawns. But what happens? Knight d6, and he's thinking 41st move by Abdus Sataro. Means it wasn't a 40th move where he made a mistake. Yeah, knight e4 was the 40th move. So let's understand why is queen b3 so important for white to maintain his advantage. Because if I go king h7 or king h... Yeah, if I go king h8, let's say, what is the problem?
So queen b3, king h8, knight e4.
Yeah, and now if I go knight e5, I have blundered. I have blundered big time.
Knight e5. Yeah, I have knight d6 just me. Then I take e5 and then I go fork with knight f7. Oh, you went with the king to h7, is it?
I
You
went
went with the
king h8,
h8,
but then
h8.
if king h8, then yeah, you have this fork
Huh?
idea. So I can't go king
Yeah.
h8.
So let's say if you go king h7,
7. And same
the
knight
same
e4.
knight e4, and if you play the same knight e5,
Same knight d6, let's say.
knight d6, let's say queen e7.
So now
Ah,
rook
now I
d1.
have rook e1.
Pinning here.
E1.
Okay.
So, but tell me,
Hmm.
when you don't have queen b3, when you don't do, then there is no knight f7 for king finish in one of the variations. That is why queen b3 check is very cute.
But no, but now if you give queen b3 check, again you've lost the time. The timing is gone because there is knight c4, yeah? You have knight c4. Did I miss something here? If you go queen b3, okay, and I don't move the king at all. I don't
Amruta,
have
now I
knight
can
e5.
simply play queen f7 also. But anyway, I have knight d5 also, Amruta.
No, knight d5, you have knight takes d5, no?
No. Oh, you mean the previous time? I mean to say
Ah,
after knight e4, knight e5, queen b3, I
yes,
have knight d5. I
yes.
said, yeah, now, yeah, I don't have a choice. Now
Queen
probably I have to
f7.
go queen f7. Queen f7 is the only move. So after queen f7, I think I'm forced to take queen into f7, right?
Yeah, you
So queen
take,
into f7, knight into
take,
f7. Yeah.
king into
Now I
f7.
just have a small advantage because of your d4 weak pawn. I don't think it was a huge advantage for Abdul Sattarov anyway.
It is
But
after knight e2, basically. You are winning
Mhm.
the d. I mean, you are attacking d4, and I do. If I go knight e6 trying to defend it, the problem is
Mhm.
f4, and it's like a pawn storm. Plus, you will lose d4. So that's the reason. If for rook a3 you have rook d1, and this is solidly defended. So white is better. Yeah, I can. I mean, for 40th move, you can miss something like this.
Yeah, sure.
So he goes knight e4, and Arvind plays. Knight e5. Now knight d6 has been played. Arvind goes knight takes d3, queen b3 check, queen e6, and queen takes d3 on the board.
This is going to be a long day for our boys,
Hmm.
our boy Arvind Chidambaram, because it's a very complicated position to get, and the positions have just become level. Yeah. Oh, they've played on. They played on. I'm sorry. It has come to queen d3 now.
Yeah.
Isn't it simple equality, Amruta? Let us say if black plays queen e3 here.
With queen, I think I like blacks. In fact, I feel black can have some chances with the b4 weakness and knight
Okay, then you
jumping to
shouldn't
e4.
play. Then you shouldn't play queen e3.
Hmm.
The problem is Amruta, the king on g8. So
Back rank, I
with
have to
the
be
king
careful.
on g8, I would be very, very careful to move pieces around and still play for a win here. Yeah.
Got it.
See, for example, let's say if you play queen d5 here,
Hmm.
rook e1,
Hmm.
and suddenly black is lost.
Just lost, yeah, completely. Knight
Yeah.
is jumping to f5,
Yeah.
rook e7, knight e7. Wow, you have to be so
So
careful.
I would be, you have to be careful here. Say for queen, I'm sorry, instead of queen d5, maybe an attempt to win would be to play queen e5, idea knight e6, yeah?
Queen e5. Okay,
e5.
knight
So
e6.
now I start attacking with queen g6.
If I go knight e6, you have queen e8, queen g8 per no, maybe I'll be lost here. If I go knight
Queen f7 check.
e6.
Queen f7 check would be a perpetual. If you go knight e6, I have queen f7 perpetual. That's a draw.
Correct. Yeah, it's not easy. So maybe queen e3 is like
Pragmatic.
yeah,
Pragmatic. Yeah.
pragmatic is the word.
Practical. Yeah.
So Arvind has, but that's a good news that Arvind is no more in trouble with Abdul Sattarov with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Who else is playing right now apart from Vidit
Sophisticated
and
himself.
Arvind? Hari and Aryan. In Aryan versus Hari, this is a major piece endgame and material is equal actually, but White's pieces are very, very active.
Okay, Aryan is slightly better. I suspect mainly because of that pawn on c6 and okay, Hari is low on time, but yes. Only thing I don't know, is he coming for the first time, end of the first time control or the second time control, Hari?
His second 42nd move is done, rook
Uh-huh.
a5. So I
Mhm.
think the time is yet to get added there. It may not have been updated. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 45 minutes for Aryan. So yeah, they are going to play a long game as well. Today I'm sure at least one game is going to last till 7 hours because they are like, okay, tomorrow is the rest day. So theek
Mm.
hai, today we can play a long game. Going to Gukesh's game,
But
Gukesh. We left at
what
actually
about the women games? Have we finished seeing all of them?
we'll just go there after this is done. I think main game,
Sure, sure.
Vaishali's game has ended in a draw.
It is already over?
Yeah, it's
I think
ended in
it's
a
still
draw.
going on.
No,
It is
it's ended
ended.
in a draw.
Sure, sure.
So here, Gukesh's game, we can
Yeah.
see, and then we will go to the next whichever game. King
No, no
C2.
pressure. I just asked a question. I didn't mean anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we can
Vaishali's.
with
I'm interested to see Harika's game actually because Harika
ah,
versus Savita. So we can go there as well. H3, King
mhm.
G7, Knight F1, Gukesh goes, King F7. Oh, actually, Aydin has brought his King G7, King F7, and maybe he wants to go Rook H8 and H2, something like that. Knight H4 by Gukesh. Rook goes to G8, defends this guy. Knight H2, Queen H5. Gukesh goes Knight F3, Knight H4, Knight H4. But he was a piece down, but he never got these pawns rolling anytime to get any compensation, nor anything against the king. So just a
Well,
piece
I think it
down
was a
game.
very, very bad day for the for Gukesh. Very bad day in the office for Gukesh.
Hmm. Okay, so Gukesh still losing. Some moves have happened in Vidit's game, by the way. Queen h3, Vidit went bishop c7. Queen h1 check was played. And yes,
Uh-huh.
Vidit had to be. I mean, of course, he would find king e2, but that's what he played. Queen h5 check again. So now here is the point of d4, which has helped Vidit, giving the square and the king going to d3. Nice. How long is Vidit thinking? Just started thinking. So he will go king d3. Which games, Harika? Yeah, we can have a look at
Sure,
women's game.
sure.
Vaishali's game ends in a draw with Goryachkina. So top board Anna versus Bibisara is also going towards. Oh, what an interesting queen end game. If anybody has a chance, could be black or not really. King d3 was played.
Hmm.
What's your prediction of this result? Because it will matter for Vaishali. If it is a draw, then Vaishali stays in joint lead. If one of them wins, then Anna or Bibisara will be the sole leader.
It's next to impossible to predict this question. It's extremely complicated.
King d3. Oh, this is
Queen and pawn
extremely
endings.
complicated.
When it comes to endings, there is this very peculiar truth, peculiar factor about endings. Uh, you know, as you study chess properly, as you teach chess properly, all kinds of endings should be studied and taught. The problem is queen endings, how much ever you study, how much ever you teach,
Hmm.
it is very difficult to remember the exact details of queen endings because simply because of the availability of checks, basically. I mean, see, queen and pawn against queen, knight pawn, bishop pawn, center pawn, and all that. There are so many checks possible, unlike a rook ending, which has a Lucena or a Philidor position, or what can I say, king and pawn ending, which has a um, related square theory, the
Corresponding
triangulation and
square
all that.
opposition.
You can define them. But queen and pawn endings, even basic queen and pawn endings, are so complex because of the number of checks available. It's very, very difficult to study and keep them in memory. The only shortcut I feel that, You study them as much as possible and hope that the analysis will help you to find patterns on the board when it comes to hiding the king. If it is you who is checking your opponent king who is queening with the pawn, or if it is you who is having the pawn, so hiding with your king against your opponent check, either way, hiding the king where to do, you will get some pattern advantage. That's the only advantage you can get by analyzing queen endings. You will never be able to gain solid knowledge, which you will keep it as a basic, which will help you to navigate your way in a basic ending if you get it on the board. You get, I
Yeah.
suppose you get me what
Yeah.
I'm trying
I
to
mean, queen
say.
endgames are
Very
the
difficult.
toughest endgames. That's why you can't
Toughest to
even.
make
Yeah.
sense of and make in your mind, and it'll be helpful for you when you're actually playing them because of the checks.
And Magnus is really good at it. The queen endgames.
Tell me which ending is he not good
Okay, that's.
Sachime, Magnus Carlsen, already there are about 2 books waiting to be written about Magnus Carlsen's endings. Rook endings and non-rook endings. In that, you can subdivide them into psychological play, technical play.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen is probably the greatest endgame player ever lived in my
Knowing all the classics, yeah, you will call Magnus Carlsen as the greatest or of this era.
Definitely. Definitely, because see, whichever player, if you pick from different eras of the past, they didn't have Magnus Carlsen's richness of endgame play or the subtlety of endgame play. He's in a completely different league, in my opinion.
By the way, Sarah, we have this starting moments video here on the screen as well.
Yeah.
If you can check it out, Vaishali there entering the tournament hall, with Guryachkina. It's
Is
in
it
the same hall.
Ivanchuk behind Vaishali?
Sorry, who?
Is it Ivanchuk behind Vaishali? No, not maybe an arbiter.
Yeah, arbiter. It looks like the arbiter there. It's in the same hall, so Pragg and Vaishali, I think, easy for them to see each other's games.
Yeah,
Nihal
that's
there.
Nihal, our man, Nihal Serene. And that's Fedosiev.
Yeah.
And this is S.L. Narayanan. Ali Reza,
Yeah.
Caruana. Who is that?
Maybe she's
Who
saying
is
start here, start the
inaugurating the round?
games. 2:30 exactly. But that's a nice way to start.
Hmm.
And everybody doing the handshake. Oh,
Nakamura. Okay. Nakamura versus Isipenko.
you saw this Nakamura, I think 2 days ago in the beginning, he pressed the clock by mistake after the three
Hey.
moves. That was very funny. Yeah, so okay. This guys, you can check it out. These are the starting moments of today happening there. Oops. Sent to us by Sagar. I'm just putting this video for a while for you to have a look at it. Going back to the games there. This game, if it ends in a draw, then Vaishali will be the joint leader. Going to Harika's game,
Yeah.
she's playing with Savita Shri, and this is the final position. Looks like a Lucena with all the pawns existing. Rook c8 is her last move. Yeah, Harika is winning here, simply.
Oh, that's a very comfortable advantage.
Hmm.
This is what precisely I was telling. You study rook endings, you see the ending, you immediately know that it's winning. Whereas you see a queen and pawn ending, even with a 2-pawn advantage, you have to have something before you find your way around such a extremely complex.
Yeah, you look at them and I agree with you. It's much easier to get the sense of it than queen endgame because there's so many checks, basically so many checks possible there. Very hard.
I mean, you look at a rook ending, you know what is happening. You look at a queen ending, you have to keep looking at it again.
Oh, by the way, Vidit versus Hans there on the
Hmm.
screen. If you look
Yeah.
at the video.
Behind Vidit is Shiro, Alexei
Hmm.
Shiro. Nice.
Yeah, so Tanya is black, and this is her position. Rook endgame again with the black pieces here, and
Mhm.
according to the engines, it is equal. Her last move was rook h7 there, and she has the idea of going rook h8. Yeah, this is a draw. Yeah, it's hard to make any progress.
Think so.
Then we
Basically,
have.
this
Hmm.
B2 and B4 pawns are quite stuck there.
So Vantika has lost her game today, and Divya has drawn her game with Alice Lee. Okay, so I think that was about it. So only Harika's game going on and Tanya's game going on. Harika clearly winning and Tanya clearly, I think it should end in a draw. That is about the women's section. Going to the men's section, Vidit is thinking after Queen H5 has gone into a long thought. He's been thinking for 10 minutes. At this point, Sarah actually King D3, we looked at it, it's clearly winning. But
Yeah.
maybe Vidit is also looking at moves like Knight F3 or f3. Is that possible that he may not go king d3?
Knight F3.
Hmm.
Yeah. But why?
Yeah, that's that's definitely a question. Why knight f3? Because if king d, let's say if he wants to start calculating with king d3, first thing is that bishop takes c7 because it's hanging. Queen takes
H7.
c7, and is there any queen d1 has no idea literally because no check, nothing. Queen f3
See, the
is no
only thing I
check.
was worried about was Queen E8 going back and uh, supporting the bishop. Now I just take Queen into E5 and I'm just a pawn up,
Hmm.
with a bad bishop.
Yeah,
Just give me a minute, I'll be back. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. So this is winning. So with it should go king d3. But for any reason, if he's feeling like going knight f3, then black can have an interesting move here, which is bishop c8, attacking the queen as an intermezzo, and the queen will have to with it once again will get in a situation where he will have to be accurate. So that's the reason for queen h5. King d3 is an important move. Arvind's game, and Anish, by the way, still, oh, look at the king has reached c5 over here. Last few moves, king b4 break was taken by white. Ramzan went for b4, and now Ramzan is actually playing very solidly, not giving Anish any chance to make progress. King on c5, attacking here after king c7. Doesn't seem very easy for Anish to try, and very hard to try for something concrete. I think we should look at Arvind's game because that was an important moment. Oh, it has ended in a draw because after 94, this he did go queen e3 and already it's a draw. He must have offered a draw. Ends in a draw. Great result there. So the most interesting game, right? Aryan Chopra versus Hari Krishna. They're going to play a long game. So right now the most important game is Vidit's game, and if Vidit manages to win this game, he will be joining the leaderboard, which is going to be a huge thing. If I must show you the leaderboard once. Oh, you're back already? Sorry, didn't get it. Oh, also, guys, we have this
Yes.
helpchess organization. If you see there, we have these many believers, 1066 believers, and a few minutes ago, we have received Divya Arul. Thank you so much for your contribution of 500 rupees. All this contribution goes for the funds to support the upcoming Indian chess talents, the youngsters. So, thank you so much for contributing here. Yeah, Sarah, you're back. What
Yeah.
did you do?
So
Did you get another coffee?
no, something like that. Something like that.
Hmm. No, I was looking at this position where King D3 was one, but if Vidit tries to go a move like Knight F3, just to try and think what Vidit might be thinking here. Uh, for Black, Bishop C7 is one, but there is a move Bishop C8, which attacks this queen, and Vidit will get into a situation where he has to play accurately.
Well,
Very complex.
yeah, see, honestly, Knight f3 is also winning because see the problem is black is going to lose material either way. So uh, that cannot be avoided, right?
Yeah. No, but
I mean,
still
either way,
getting into
it looks to me like even for Knight f3, Queen 8, Bishop c8, huh?
yeah,
The
bishop
bishop
c8. Still
also.
in this position, guys, also try to find white to play. Where are you going to take your queen? Only one square is the right square. So think here
Ah,
in this position, and let's see who all are able to fight. Who to find queen b6 or queen b8 or queen a7 or queen a8. Let me give you these options. Not easy. Not easy. Take your time. Arey Bhakta is asking, is that real Magnus? Do you think real Magnus is going to be
mhm.
commenting in the chat? थोड़ा थोड़ा दिमाग का इस्तेमाल कर लो. Commenting in the chat तो और भी आगे होगा. Do you think he'll be watching? Which can't he'll be right now doing Queen Indians, I guess. Sarah, have you seen the move? Do you know the move, or are you also
No, honestly, I find it very difficult. I'm
very
trying not
difficult?
to see the computer and trying to make
Hmm.
it out. Say that there's a choice between Queen A7 and Queen B6. So I'm trying to work out if there is any difference between both.
Yeah, here we have the chat chess moves where queen b8, queen 8, I mean, four options were given, and this is what people are
Ah, I
choosing.
see
Queen
that.
b8 has been chosen by most of you, and that is actually giving black a big opportunity after queen b8. And this is a moment where you have to definitely find what is the opportunity black gets here, black to play. Follow it up, guys. Queen b8 is an inaccurate move because of the next move. If you find it, you will feel happy, very happy. Oh, Sanket says Magnus was at Old Trafford yesterday watching Manchester United versus Man City. Oh, then where is Old Trafford, by the way? I believe in
Somewhere
the
in England.
UK. Huh?
Somewhere in England, yeah. Old Trafford.
Acha, then he could go to Isle of Man. No, it's not very far from there. England. With it. Oh, with it is played knight f3. Oh my god. I mean, yes, he's still
You
having an
do that.
advantage, but I don't know the reason he has avoided king d3. What would be the reason we should try to decode? But here, guys, question is that what is the move? Koi people are all England, Manchester समझ गया, but here nobody is found.
That's a good one.
कोई point नहीं है. Okay, two people did find Arpit and Anoop. The move here, very exciting move. Other people are not going to feel happy because they didn't find knight d5. So knight d5. And how is black getting the counter play? Sarah.
Yeah, obviously ED5 is met with E4. So bishop D8 is the question. I mean, for knight D5, what would happen if white
Bishop
plays
d8.
bishop D8? So bishop D8, I'm assuming knight C3 is the only
Yes.
move.
Yes.
So knight c3, king e3, knight d1, maybe a draw,
Nice,
right?
exactly. And that's the perpetual here.
Now hold on. So knight d1, king d2, queen f3. Now I'm trying to work out what happens after queen c8. So now you have to indulge me. You have to
Oh,
amuse me. Why
no.
this is looks like knight into f2 may be a very strong attack for black.
You're very right.
Oh, this is actually dangerous.
Very right.
Black may end up winning this position.
But that's so hard to assess because nothing
So,
immediate is
so if
happening,
I
right?
so for queen f3,
Hmm.
probably taking queen into c8 is a blunder. Probably
Yeah.
white has to play bishop
But
b6. Yeah.
just to finish this variation, like just giving an example, after knight takes f2, knight e4 is a very big threat, and I don't have much time. If let's say I go queen takes e6 for to just to give you an idea, knight check,
Yeah.
the king if king e1, there is queen e3 check and mate into anywhere the
Now
king
this I
goes.
can understand, but instead of queen e6, what happens to knight b3? I want to do.
Yeah, instead of
When you take knight into f2,
yeah, instead of queen
uh,
e6, what are you
queen
saying?
c8, knight into f2. Now instead of queen e6, what happens to knight b3? I want
Knight b3, knight e4 check.
b3, knight e4 check, king c1. So why is this not good for white yet?
How on earth? Nobody can find this. Okay, let me tell you from that point.
I think I got it. I got it. I've asked this to chat, right? Black to play. What's the best?
They can't find it, I think.
This is a very tough one, but anyway, I have a feeling they will find it because the attacking pattern is very simple. It's not so difficult, rather.
But if you have to start the calculation with the move bishop c8 for black, for Hans, let's say right now he has to play bishop c8 to get the maximum, to put Vidit in the tough spot there.
Yeah.
He has to again use a lot of time here. That's important.
Yeah.
It's a very complicated calculation, and I believe Vidit would have missed. Vidit might have also missed it, right? Bishop c8 move to assess.
See, that's what
Like
I don't
c9.
like this knight f3 at all because knight f3 paves the way for attack for black, attacking possibilities for black. I thought king d3 just shut the door there. Knight f3 is a surprise for me.
No,
Why
what
with it?
I'm saying is knight f3 is normal for Vidit, and because you can't, knight f3 is a problem if at all you land up in something like this. But the point is, you cannot expect something like this. I don't think it is insane to calculate all of this on the board. Don't you think it's impossible? It's all computerish. Like you can't find this on the board.
Precisely my point. When you play knight f3, there is still scope for complications. When you play king d3, that gets shut down. That's what I'm trying to say. So honestly, knight f3 is a big surprise for me. And
Queen
I
a3.
hope he doesn't get into trouble after this with it.
Yeah, and knight d6. Oh, six people did find Anup, Sachin, Dhairya, Shlok, Ajay, and Fabio. Well done. Well done, Sachin. So knight d6 over here is the move. You attack the queen. Where will the queen move? Let's say we go to c5. The follow-up is to give a check. If the king goes to b2, you give another check. If the king goes to c3, then there is a mate incoming, queen f3, and it's done. If the king goes to a2, then there is, what is there? Queen d1, and you still have queen c2 as a mating attack. Very powerful mating attack. So also this is hanging. If nothing, then you recover a piece, and black has very good material as well. So knight d6.
So what did our man Hans do after knight f3?
So here, okay, no, but only you get into this, something like this, some sort of craziness, only if firstly he has to find bishop c8. Secondly, if Vidit makes a mistake with queen b8, or even queen b6 will have the same this thing 95. So the right move here is, if Vidit finds the right move, that is queen a7.
See, that's what, Amruta. What is the difference between queen b8 and queen a7?
That is what I also don't know. Trying to understand. Queen a7 and now
My
is 95.
God, did you
Oh,
really
I
say
got
that?
it. I got it without reaching there. I mean, of course,
Oh,
you would have got it much before the difference.
what is it?
Must be somewhere where f2 is protected.
I saw that, but I'm still trying to work it out. See, let's say,
So bishop actually
according to
he
you,
takes
the winning move was to
bishop
play
d8.
for bishop c8, the winning move was queen a7, right? So
Correct.
queen a7, bishop into c7, queen
Okay.
into c7, knight d5.
Acha,
Ah,
your
no, no, this
first
was
day.
not the variation we
No,
saw
for
earlier,
direct
right?
knight d5 was the point.
Direct knight d5.
But
So
here the
direct
best
knight
move is
d5.
bishop e5. But let's forget bishop e5 for a moment and let's still go with bishop d8 because that is also winning.
Bishop e5 is the point. Okay,
No,
let's,
forget bishop
you mean to
e5.
say here, bishop d8, knight c3,
Yeah. King e3 now. Now
king
you
e3,
give
knight
knight d1
d1.
check. King
Yes.
e2, knight c3, king d3. Sorry, I didn't have to go king
Yeah,
e3.
you're just repeating.
Queen f3 check. Oh, it has nothing to do with real f2.
So
It has
queen
to do
f3, you
with
just go queen e3. That's it. That's a winning.
queen
That's a
e3. But
winning.
what if queen d1 check king c3? Oops, that
Yeah.
knight is hanging. Okay.
Did you see one more tragicomedy?
Yeah, show me.
After queen f3, queen e3, queen into e3, king into e3, it looks like the guy on c3 is in some trouble yet. Yeah, he is in some trouble, right?
But
Not so
it's not
easy.
going to get trapped. It will always have a4.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, at least
But
he's
yeah.
not really mobile, let's say. And okay, main thing is e5 pawn will be lost very fast because there is
Oh.
no satisfactory way to support e5 for black.
So
That's the main.
technically it is winning. Actually, it is winning without even any complication if it
At
reaches.
the end of the day, you are going to an ending and winning. But of course, before all this for queen a7, we have bishop e5
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
attacking the g7 for checkmate. So that's not
Yeah,
much.
that's the key point, I think. That's the key point. So
You
if
know
with
something? The last 2 minutes, what you did, let's try to define it, okay? You saw that the computer said queen b8 wasn't winning, queen a7 was winning. This is basically how the chess engine should be used to train your overall chess development. A very common mistake done by everyone, not just youngsters, by everyone is use chess engines only for predicting moves in openings, which is the best, and then make databases out of it, and then make theory out of it, and then go and play on the board. Whereas you see that queen a7 is winning, but queen b8 is not winning. You sit at the board, work it out at the board, and find the computer's logic that there is bishop e5. Whereas when queen b8, there is no bishop e5 with any threat. So by unearthing this tactics is where you will become a better tactician. And that is how computers should be used to improve your game.
Yeah, that's nice. Because there has to be the factor of curiosity, very important. You don't just see the I mean, you try to understand it in deeper sense. And right now, when people are trying to find, guys, when you are giving answers and you're trying to think on your own, this is going to be very effective every day. In fact, when you were not here, somebody had mentioned that I played this tournament yesterday, and I played G4 like Gukesh, and I won the game. Sachin had mentioned. So it's very effective there. If seriously watching the live commentary and with the questions and with the stories, I think the stories add to this. In a way, the stories inspire a lot. Knowing how things have developed, sometimes understand, even for that one tactic you will have some story, some player you will talk about Petrosian and it will inspire. So all of this thing, the whole bunch of it, very interesting. For somebody these tactics will inspire, for somebody stories will inspire. So it's a
Thank you. Nice of you. Thank you.
Wow, but with its game has been epic with Hans, yeah, today, like game of the day, for sure. In fact, I think Arjun's game ended in a draw after that CFA and everything what happened. But
Oh.
it also had this chances that if it would have not ended in a draw, it would have gone in the same direction like every day. But I would say that I'm feeling a little relieved for Arjun's game because of yesterday. I know you don't agree with that, but I do feel that he's maintaining his lead and it's nice. Maybe you can try to come in the center of the camera a little bit.
I use iPad to see the comments
Ah,
and
got it. We have
I,
Rakshit Singh writing, how much are you guys looking forward to the rest day? Question to the commentators.
I'm really looking forward because my sleep has been screwed and my training sessions are screwed. So I'm really looking forward to the rest day.
Absolutely. Me too. I mean, after this heavy tournament, that too, such a time control, it is so required for everyone.
See, honestly, I also get up in the morning and I go through all the games, men and women sectors, and this is an extremely strong tournament. So if it takes you around half an hour to 1 hour for other tournaments to see all the games here, it takes 2 to 3 hours if you're analyzing seriously because we have some of the best minds in the world playing chess. In a way, it's a sad thing, like such an important tournament. It is going to take at least a week to analyze all the games if you want to analyze all of them.
At least a week. But when you are watching live games, when it is happening, the freshness is a little different.
Yeah, yeah.
After, I mean, for a day also, I mean, until 24 hours, it's different. And then later
I
it's a little.
generally, when I watch a live game, it is very difficult not to hope for your friends to win. So, I always have my favorites and I always am looking for them to win. So that way, watching live games is very intense. But at the same time, I'm someone who feels that actually watching live games is, what to say, unless you're very disciplined, watching live games will not help you with improving your own chess. I generally advise my people whom I train not to bother watching live games too much with commentary, unless basically from commentary you learn something,
But they are very
or
strong players,
unless,
no? Your students are very strong players. They don't need to.
well, I don't know what you mean by strong players, but yeah, let's say about 2200,
Hmm.
2300, 2400, yeah, it does matter. But having said that, it's impossible not to watch it live when strong tournaments like Isle of Man happen. So what happens practically is that you end up watching all the tournaments live whenever Magnus Carlsen is playing. Earlier it used to be Vishy Anand. Now, Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Caruana, these are some of my favorite players in the world. So I end up watching them. Of course, the World Championship you end up watching. Of course, you end up watching the candidates. So practically, you do end up watching, two-thirds of the tournaments played in the universe.
Or you should be really doing the intense chess work with focus and dedication, and not watching live. That also works for sure.
It has to. See, honestly speaking, if you're a very serious and ambitious chess player, then sitting and watching games live is a waste of time,
No, no,
to be very
of
honest.
course.
But at the
No,
same time,
100%.
you can do that and you can train also. But to train by
No, for
watching games live
2400 players, I
requires,
don't think they need to train through live. I mean, they can train better when they are doing it on their own.
no, anyone can train watching live games. But it requires, I was about to say that it requires real determination and mental strength, not to use it as just entertainment. But see, for example, you watch these two games, these two tournaments. So, like, how many? You have about 100 games, 80 games live. So you're actually training yourself with 80 different positions, guessing all the games. But not everyone is so focused and so disciplined. That kind of discipline, to be honest with you, I have seen it only with about 1% of chess players.
Nice. Yeah. While Hans is thinking here, actually he's been gone into his thoughts since almost 20 minutes now after knight f3. So if he doesn't go bishop c8, then anyway he doesn't have any counterplay, because the other moves are queen e8 or bishop takes c7 and then queen e8. So bishop c8 is like his best try, if at all Vidit will fall for the trick. Yeah. Apart from that, going to Anish Giri's game with the black pieces, I think this is going towards a draw. I don't even think white has any possibility to press here, even if he has bishop and rook. Or do you will you disagree with me?
No, of course, you're right.
So
This
not even,
doesn't
actually not even me. Maybe it's the computer there giving the evaluation bar, and the evaluation bar giving the confidence. But this is Artemir versus Firuza here. Just to have a look. Actually, Artemir is a pawn up. But yeah, maybe there is compensation.
extremely complicated position.
Yeah. Keimer versus, sorry, what is this? Yeah, Yakuboy versus Keimer are playing, and Keimer is pressing here with the black. I think the c pawn looks very powerful. Oh, he is materially up already. So bishop for bishop, knight for knight, queen for rook and bishop. So Keimer is materially better. Vidit, Hans has still not played. Vidit very much on the lines of converting this. Wojtaszek versus Erwin Lamy. Wojtaszek is winning after we saw the crazy opening with c4 e5. The position has reached here, rook a7, and Wojtaszek has a better endgame. Rook endgame. Anish, yeah, ending towards a draw. Shiro versus Rapport ended in a draw. Mustafa versus Duda also ended in a draw. Arvind Nadirbe, Abdusattarov Arvind ended in a draw, by the way, after queen e3. Nikita versus Melkumian has ended in a draw. Bartel Parham ended in a draw. So many draws, yeah, so many draws. So difficult to win a game. Rinat Jumabaya, who yesterday lost with Arjun, playing against Bogdan, and he's losing today as well. Nihal versus Narayanan ended in a draw. Fedosiv versus Saric going on. But what about Aryan versus Hari? I think Aryan versus Hari, the advantage has kind of dissolved slightly for white. And maybe actually white doesn't have a plan, because yes, there is this one weakness, but where is the other one?
Yeah, exactly. This is the kind of question where I find it difficult to even create a second weakness on the king side. So, yeah, the computers say white is better, but I think it's just.
Okay, this is a draw then. Aryan
And by the
will
way,
find.
Hari Krishna is very good in defending such ending. That's one of his, what to say, that's one of his strengths as a chess player. You know, the best of the players also have a very fine understanding of danger threshold. How much minus is real minus? This is something
How
that
much minus
stronger
is
you are,
real minus? Nice one.
exactly, losing minus. How much minus is losing minus? Maybe it's a better way to put it. So stronger you are, the better you will be about with your sense of danger. So Hari Krishna is someone who's very good at these things
Wow, quite
from his young
important.
age.
Actually, Hari, like we are of the same age group, and he was definitely very much. We were looking forward to the next world, India #1, that kind of a thing. And he was right there. At some point, he got stagnant, but there also he kind of reinvented himself. He went to Europe, he changed his fitness and everything, and once again he was like very much back to it. No, it's been a nice journey. Oh, by the way, women's games, are they going on? Yeah, some games are going on. So the pairings will not get to know. Bibi Sara is losing with Anna. So that means Anna might become the sole leader. Oh, Anna wins. Anna wins with Bibi Sara. So Anna is the sole leader and Vaishali has played with Anna. So, okay.
So Anna Muzichuk is on 5 out of
Hmm.
6.
Let
So
me-
following her on 4.5 is Vaishali, Asubayeva, Guryashkina. That's it. If Stefanova wins it, she can catch them on 4.5. As of now, it is just 3 of them: Asubayeva, Vaishali, and Guryashkina. And
Oh,
some outside
yeah.
chance for Antonetta Stefanova if she joins them. Antonetta Stefanova is a veteran by women's standards and a grandmaster and a former world champion also. She's from Bulgaria.
Hmm. Maria also has won her game, so she's on 4. So both the sisters are having an amazing tournament here. The open section, do we have? Yeah, these are the results. Caruana, by the way, beats Nair. He won his game, and today Sindarov has beaten Samuel Sevian. Predke has beaten Sam Shanklin. Predke is having an amazing tournament here. So yeah, there have been more decisive results today than every day on top. Wow, that's a very long thought by Hans. Yeah, after 43 minutes, he's down to 20 minutes here. Uh, Abhimanyu says Vaishali having a high chances for qualifying as Anna and Goryachkina has already qualified. Anna has also qualified, yeah. So in women's
I'm not
candidates,
aware of.
can you help in women's candidates who are the people already qualified? And today Vaishali's rating also with Goryachkina. Yeah, that rating wise also good result. So what is Vaishali's live
So
rating current?
these are the people who have already qualified for candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So first is of course Lee Ting-ji for
Hmm.
having the loser of the previous World Women Championship. The top 2 finishers in the Women Grand Prix. So that's Katerina Lachno and Alexandra Guryashkina. She was the runner-up, so which means
Hmm.
Guryashkina has already qualified to the
Okay,
candidates.
great.
Top 3 finishers in Women Chess World Cup 2023. So that's Nurguil Salimova, Anna Muzichuk. Why the winner is not included? Who was the winner of the Women's World Cup? Remind me.
Nurgul, no? Oh, sorry. No. Yeah, Nurgul.
Muzichuk. Nurgul or Muzichuk?
No, Nurgul, I think.
Let me find out, please. So winner of Women World Cup was not Anna
World
Muzichuk.
Cup, Baku, no? You're
World
talking
Cup.
about Baku.
Yeah, which
Huh,
happened just now. It
Baku,
was
Goryachkina. Yeah, of course,
Guryashkina.
Goryachkina. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Guryashkina was
Nurgul
the
just
winner.
played amazingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
yeah.
Guryashkina being the women Grand Prix finisher, top 2 Grand Prix finisher and the World Cup winner also. I think the third place doesn't automatically goes to who finishes third. That is the rule of the World Cup.
Mm.
So
Mm.
only 5 have qualified for the candidates. So top 2 from this tournament women Grand Swiss. That means that Anna Muzichuk, Salimova, Guryashkina have already qualified, who are all playing here.
Oh,
So
then.
top 2 from the women Grand Swiss here, and then highest rated female player in the January 2024 release. This is three slots are still open for the women candidates yet.
But do you have any idea about if, let's say, top two here are, suppose top two are Anna and Goryachkina, just for the understanding, and third player, from FIDE Grand Swiss. Like they will also get to, qualify if these two have qualified. Like
I
anyhow,
don't know.
no idea,
I
no.
don't know.
I'll
I think
confirm that.
we have to
Yeah, I'll
read the
confirm
fine
that.
print because sometimes third and fourth, but sometimes they would put a clause. I remember reading the rules of World Cup.
Hmm.
There was no guarantee that if Magnus Carlsen, for example, if he won, there was no guarantee that the fourth because of that the fourth place finisher will automatically get into the World Cup. There was no guarantee there. Two and
Hmm.
three will,
Yeah,
because the
yeah.
top three will get into anyway, but the fourth would not necessarily be the fourth place finisher because Magnus is qualified. There was some fine print rules there. I don't remember. It was a little complicated.
Got it.
I don't know the rules here also. We have to sit and read it.
Yeah, yeah. I'll confirm that. Tomorrow is the rest day. I'll confirm that and get back to you. But
Ask your man Sagar to just walk up to some FIDE guy and confirm it. And
that's
why should we? Why do we bother reading all the rules?
no,
Just
no.
joking,
What did
guys.
you think I am going to read or what?
Just
Himang says, "Hey, returning to the stream after a while. Did you check out Adiban and Abhijit's game? They both played amazing games today." Yes, Adiban's the most critical moments we did get to ask the chat also. Nice questions. You missed it. Yeah, Vaishali then has I think amazing chance, knowing that Anna and Goriachkina already qualified. That also makes, I believe that you if they have qualified, I believe logically the next people will qualify. Otherwise, what's the point? Yeah, imagine from FIDE Grand Swiss nobody qualifies. It just doesn't make sense that way. So definitely that has to be there. But we should confirm. That's intuition doesn't work here. Wow. Hans Niemann. Half an hour, guys. He's been thinking for 32 minutes now. Vidit is clearly better.
32 minutes.
Yes, he
32
was down
minutes.
to, he had 43 minutes here. Vidit played knight
Okay.
f3 and Hans is now down to 14 minutes. I will come back in 1 minute.
No, there is this theory that anything you think for more than 10 to 15 minutes, your thinking process gets screwed up and almost always make the blunder. So I'm curious as to whether that's going to be the case here because thinking for more than 30 minutes is generally never a good idea. Let's see how it goes. Could this be a transmission error? He's taking too long? Maybe. Going into the rest day, whose play has impressed you the most? That's actually a very tough question to answer. I would say so far, Esipenko has played the most consistent, definitely. But of course, my favorite in this tournament so far is Fabiano Caruana, no doubt about it.
Okay, and he makes the move. He doesn't go for bishop c8. He goes queen e8 after 30 minutes of thought. Yeah. Oof. What do you think? What are the moves
Yeah,
coming to your
so
mind now
Hans,
for white?
Hans
Or
played, yeah?
Hans played.
Yeah, just take the pawn on e5 and you're
Knight
just winning.
e5.
I would actually preferred bishop e5 because the bishop is a very active piece here. Yeah, I can understand knight e5 as well.
What other? There's another candidate move. I don't know if you want to get. Does it take you to the end game. Queen b8, because this is hanging, so you have to take. There's nothing else here. Force, or is there? Let's say, suppose you take. No, you have to take. You're not going into the end game. You have to take here. Very similar to the position which we were discussing earlier. Take, queen takes, and then queen e8.
So Sriram is asking, how do we make 3D three-dimensional visualization of the board in mind and calculate without seeing the board? Is there a specific lesson? There is no specific lesson, but you have to make a constant effort. See, for example, there is a marked difference in visualizing a position with some kind of a logic. That logic may be an opening setup, or chunks of pieces on the board, That's always easy for human beings. When there is any logic to visualize by the chessboard, any human being gets it easier. When there is no logic, for example, if it's a complicated question with in the end game, especially with pieces scattered all along, even if there are only 7 or 8 pieces on the board, you'll find it difficult to visualize it compared to an opening position, because an opening position is something you know very well. So these are two kinds of positions. You have to just consciously make an effort to practice it. There is no shortcut here. If you are a trainer, I would very strongly say from the age of 7 or 8, who you are training, making students solving by blind is a very important form of chess training, because it increases their visualization powers and makes them better chess players in the long run. This is very, very important, visualization. So all said and done, there is no shortcut. Just put the board and work. There was a very nice lecture by Sureshekar Ganguly in the platform Pro Chess Training just on visualization, which I watched. He told these very things, typically how visualization works. But then he made a qualification. The stronger you are, the better your visualization of positions without any logic. So it works both ways. You become better at visualization, you become stronger. The stronger you are, you do better visualization better. So visualization is one of the keys for chess improvement, I would say.
I had got a message actually in between which I didn't check from Sagar that Adiban's game was epic. I had missed that, but you did take us to that game, so that was nice. Hoping we get to hear his interview. I don't know if Adiban would have given or not, but it would be nice to hear his analysis. Gukesh, by the way, is the game over there or is he still playing? Oh no, he lost. It's done. He did lose today. Very bad. In fact, a very bad tournament for him. This one until now, first half. But second half, because it's a long tournament, it could change. Always possible to change. Do you remember any tournament of yours, Sarah, where first half was very bad and in second half you kind of completely flipped it?
Well, I
number of times
comfortable talking about it, but yeah, once in 1997 it was, and I had a very bad start. I started with 1x3, and in the last 8 rounds, I scored 7.5+8, and I qualified to the nationals. So that was my 1997 national B to national A qualification. It made me a completely different human being. Like my self-belief before 1997 as a chess player and my self-belief after 1997 as a chess player became completely different because that tournament, because the way I came back and I qualified back into the nationals, kind of, made a big change in myself. I started believing myself more. And it kind of gave me a kind of confidence that if if you can qualify after 1 cross 3, you're probably you can do anything in your life. That kind of a confidence it gave me. It completely transformed me as a human being. This is something I believe. This is not only about chess. Coming back in life is the most important quality which decides your character. Right? This is a very trivial question. There's nothing to do with chess. Do you know which politician is known as comeback kid? One of the most important and well-known politicians of the 20th century is known as comeback kid. Let's see, chat gets it. If there is any American in chat, you will get it immediately.
Soham says if there is a series of stories with Sarah, I would even pay for it to listen them and enjoy. Really insightful and fun.
I'll send you my bank accounts immediately. Yeah, Anirudh got it. It's Bill Clinton. So basically, the ability to come back has so many ingredients to it. First of all, you should have self-belief. Another is whatever the odds are, you should back yourself. This world, unless you back yourself, no one else will back you. So coming back in a chess tournament, coming fight. In fact, I tell whoever I meet nowadays, whoever I train nowadays, I tell them, never withdraw from any tournament.
Oh man.
However bad the tournament is going on, never withdraw from any tournament, because at the slightest threat of problems, lack of form, if you're ready to withdraw, when will you learn how you will come back in life? Chess tournaments, you can withdraw. You can take the early way out. You can take the early exit out. What will you do with life? If life throws problems at you, is there a place where you can withdraw? I mean, let's say in your surroundings, in your family, if somebody is unwell, can you withdraw? Let us say, by bad luck, you are in a financial crisis. Can you withdraw? The act of withdrawal somewhere shows that you're admitting yourself that you don't have guts. So withdrawing from a chess tournament also is an admission that you don't have guts. So especially parents should be made responsible that anytime your child is not doing well in a tournament, unless he is physically sick, don't withdraw. If you are in poor form, you feel, then you have to find a way to make form in that quick span of time of a couple of days. That is guts once again.
No,
These are very important
This is so
life
true,
lessons.
actually,
Very
we were
true.
because, and I see that earlier it was very different. Like, in fact, I used to hate such things. I was very much ruthless on social media at some point when Kolkata Open used to happen. After 4 rounds, you would start seeing one by one withdrawing, and very typical. And that typically the players who would withdraw. Surprisingly, without naming, even today, the same thing is happening in the tough tournaments. You will see the players withdrawing who are like really amazing people there, and it's not because of health issues or something. I uh, i just i
Guts.
just feel that
It's
you're
just
not
lack of
worth
guts.
it. Not just lack of guts, but I think one important problem is rejecting what is coming to you, rejecting that you're
Exactly.
losing, and rejecting to you are just not able to accept the fact that yeah, you didn't play well, or you might have blundered, or you might, I mean, you're just not accepting the situation there, which you yourself have been responsible no matter what for that, for the thing. If you have lost the game, there has to be some reason for it. So that rejection is one important thing where in life you're not withdrawing, as you said, yeah, in life you are, you when you such things come to you, your suffering just is going to multiply because you're not able to
What you are as a chess player is nothing but a reflection of your personality in every way possible. I am very convinced of it today. There's this beautiful quote by Dale Carnegie. Dale Carnegie is an educationist who founded his own way of education in the United States, I think in the 80s and 70s. There's a beautiful quote by him. Accept yourself as you are today. Then go beyond your limitations. That is basically how you approve as a human being. And that more than anything, it applies in chess a lot.
So true. I think this is the best thing about chess. I think in my life it has helped. In fact, for me, I think uh, losing so many games and then have to play. Look, for many of the successful people, they don't lose that much. They don't have to. Yeah, they are at some point. They are. It's more natural to win and win. You don't lose back to back. Like 3 games losing back to back is very unnatural already for them. Very rare. So I am very grateful that I have lost so many games back to back, and the amount of resistance it gave me in my life other than chess, I think that was something tremendous.
And this is off topic, but who is the author who has written the best about self-belief and fight back in life?
I don't
I'm
know.
going to give a shock.
Is it in
Two
19
guesses. Sorry?
like is it in 19 early 1900s or because which
20th
era?
century.
20th century.
20th century. Yeah. Okay.
Magnus?
Early 19th. Sorry?
No, you said 20th century.
20th century. Yeah. Probably
Jeff
the
Keller.
greatest son India has produced as a country. Probably India's greatest son with whom we can
Vishy,
ever
no?
be proud. Huh?
Vishy.
No.
No. Sultan Khan.
Okay, Vishy is one of the great. I didn't say chess player, yeah.
Oh,
Not a chess
acha. Oh, not a chess
I
player.
said greatest son India has ever produced.
Greatest son India's ever produced. Yuvraj Singh, Robin Sharma, Abdul Kalam. Kalam? I also.
I don't know whether he means Professor Abdul Kalam or Abul Kalam Azad. I don't know whom he means, but anyway, not neither of them. Yeah. Swami Vivekananda, very true.
Oh.
One of the greatest author. Swami Vivekananda's works have been released in 18 volumes by the Ramakrishna Mission. Probably the best spiritual philosophical work that anyone can read, in my opinion. By the way, it's not a religious work. It's non-religious. I'm not at all talking religion here.
Nice. Yeah, guys, but just the
It
moral
is
of the story
subjective,
is
very much
keep
subjective.
fighting.
I can only tell my self-beliefs, right? It's very much subjective. I don't argue at all. I'm just telling my beliefs.
Yeah, it's our all personal opinions here. We are talking, guys. You don't have to take everything literally, whatever. Everyone can think on their own for sure. By the way, Sarah, in the game, knight e5, Vidit did play that after queen e8, and quite instantly Hans goes bishop c8 now, and Vidit.
We have your antidote already, no? It's the same queen a7 wins, yeah.
Yeah, here in fact, but here
Okay,
he's
now
not even
we can
risk.
even
He can
go
even go queen b8 or queen b6.
Queen b6. Yeah. No, queen b6 may get into trouble with queen h5 check and queen into e5.
Queen h5
So I thought,
check.
why get into that?
But
Okay,
no,
you
knight
can
f3.
still come back knight f3. Yeah. But anyway, why get into all that? I thought just queen a7 is simple.
Queen b8 here, and if you okay, what if you go queen a7? Is there any counterplay? Slight best counterplay for black would be still to go knight g6 here.
Okay, let's chop bishop into e5.
What? Sorry.
No, that may give some danger because of queen h5 check. Yeah, queen h5 check.
No, here knight g6. No. Sorry, I said queen a7 for white and black knight g6 here.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at the board.
So what?
Well, knight into g6 should be simple.
Knight g6, queen g6.
No.
Now what do you do here?
Bishop d8, you have queen e4 check and then queen d5 check. That's your idea. Yeah. Yeah. 1 minute.
Have to be careful.
You have to be careful. Okay, for knight g6, can't I just come back? Let's say, where do I come back?
Knight g6, you have to come. You want to come back, yeah?
Can I
Knight.
go knight e c6 here?
Yeah. Can you not then you would you not like to consider this knight, or you want to avoid the you don't want to open the path. So knight
Yeah.
e6.
Because I feel that the knight on g6 is
Hmm.
not so well placed.
Hmm.
That's why I thought knight e c6.
I don't want to exchange. So let's say if I go bishop f6. Oh, but my bishop is in trouble, right? e5 and f4. Can I do that? No, f4 would be dangerous with knight f4. No, I don't think
But
I can
why?
risk it.
The question is, why do you do that? Yeah, yeah.
No, no, no. If I take
Once you
knight.
come to this position, you have to activate your uh, technique, basically, technique of conversion. Technique of conversion always means centralization. So just go bishop d6 and then find a way to bring the knight on a5 back to life, and you should be able to win the game.
Mm.
Once you start centralizing your pieces and choke that bishop on c8, these are things you should be looking for. So going by that logic, f4 is the last move that you should be
Yeah,
looking at.
absolutely. But this has happened. He did go queen a7 and Hans did go knight g6. Actually, why was like the computer said queen b8 is just absolute advantage because
Mhm.
now you can't move the knight because your c8
c8
will be
bishop.
hanging. So it
This
stops
is much
this knight
simpler.
g6. So queen b8 would have been, yeah, very simple. No
Yeah.
counterplay, literally. You
Yeah.
take,
Now that you're
take,
telling me, it's obvious. Yeah. Queen b8 is
yeah.
much easier. Yeah.
But then Queen A7, last time Queen A7 was the best move. I think somewhere Vidit would have seen it that the Queen can get back, and also it kind of was more instinctive, I believe. But Knight G6 is definitely still going to make him work hard when the King is on E2, no matter what. You said Knight EC6, right? That seemed one natural idea to you. Uh,
Yeah, because I wanted to avoid exchanging that knight on g6, which I thought was much more
hmm,
passive than the white knight. I took it for granted that the dark bishops will be exchanged anyway.
hmm.
So once the dark bishops are exchanged, black will be left with the light bishop, which is a bad bishop. So logically, I thought, everything comes through very nicely. I mean, in conversion, these are the things you have to pay attention for.
Because if I go into it will be a drawish endgame, right? If I take here, if I take the bishop, if you take the queen, queen takes bishop, knight takes, king takes, knight c6. Oh, this is not drawish. This is clearly better for white with a pawn up.
You're a pawn up.
Hmm.
It should be completely
So
winning.
your intermezzo is knight takes e5. And then
Hmm.
once again this queen h5 and a white king will be a little bit without pieces around it. So that could give some compensation. So important is to not take. You are right. Going knight e6 really looks good. Another thing which the computer is suggesting is knight d3 can also be a
D3,
fine
knight
move.
D3 also. Yeah, sure. There is no need to exchange on C6. No, knight D3, I thought there may be some problem associated with queen F7 or so, pinning the bishop to the
Hmm.
queen.
Yeah.
I wanted to avoid that, but maybe I need not be afraid of it because of bishop B6 here or bishop B8 or
Bishop
then
b6
they should
is
be
nice.
fine.
You
Yeah.
can't take here. This is hanging. And if
Yeah.
you take, then oh sorry, if you take queen takes a7,
This is
good.
kind of forces queen A7, which is actually good for me. So even this I am fine. I
Okay.
think once this position is reached, it is just a question of technique. Then
Hmm.
I think Vidit will convert it effortlessly. I'm very sure about it. And as we are talking, all this is happening, Amruta. He has gone knight g6, yeah?
Yeah, he's gone knight g6. That's why.
That means, hey, Kaguda's top choice is knight c6. Not mine. Not bad, huh?
Yeah. Ah.
So by logic, we did arrive the best moves of the computer. Not bad at all.
Not at all. That too after such a long time. Uh.
There are two books written by Matthew Sadler about how engines think.
Hmm.
Anyone who is serious about chess chess engines, whether as an enjoyment or as a student of the game, should definitely read these two books. The second one is, of course, The Silicon Road to Chess Development by Matthew Sadler. The first one is about AlphaZero. What is the name of the book?
Game Changer?
Yeah, Game Changer. So Game Changer is the first book, and second book is Silicon Road to Chess Improvement. You read the whole of these two books, you really understand what is computers' way of thinking about chess. Once you understand, right, it's very amusing, it's very enjoyable to use the computer, analyze, and then equate it with why it comes to certain conclusions. And especially when you get those conclusions correct yourself, it gives real happiness, you know. So these two books are very, very enjoyable to, very important, not just enjoyable, very important to master. And it really helps you in understanding how computers think.
Yeah, Matthew Sadler is a very famous author, guys. Do check out his books. And also, as we have received the new books, soon we will be updating you when they will be on the shop. Okay,
We're
by the way,
teasing.
this has happened. Yeah, Bishop D8, he did get into this chaos a little bit with it. Played Bishop D8.
Doing that.
Actually, it's a in a way, some inaccuracy you can say. Uh,
Yes. I think Amruta, he blundered.
yeah,
Oh my good God.
yeah.
Not again. For knight g6, Vidit went bishop d8, allowing knight into e5, and now queen h5 check is coming. Oh my good God. Looks like, okay, maybe I'm giving a generalization unnecessarily, but the stress of this tournament makes guys, many of the very strong guys, even towards the end of the game, they lose their way. I mean, if it would have happened just one or two times, we need not make a generalization like this, but we are looking at it for the 10th or 12th
Yeah,
time in this tournament.
exactly.
As
Oh
you cross the first,
no.
the worst one,
No, he goes queen c7 here. Still there was a possibility to, keep the advantage with bishop f6. And queen h5 check, king d2. This would of course be complex, but the best way to continue. But with queen c7 now, queen h5 check, this is, I don't know where it is going.
okay, let's try to analyze a little.
Yeah.
So queen d7, queen h5 check. I'm taking for granted.
These are the two squares, yeah. Queen king d2, because at least there is no queen f3 check.
Trying to understand this.
So if king d2 now,
Queen c7, queen
still what's the
h5 check,
problem?
king
Because
d2.
if I go, like, for me, the natural moves first I'll consider is queen f3 or knight f3 check. Okay.
No, no, Amruta, I'll just play bishop d7. Just
Okay,
consolidate.
this is hanging, so you go bishop d7, you just save it.
Yeah, I
And
just
now
save
you are
it.
threatening moves
Now
like,
you know. Now you know
ah
why
no,
the
this
computer
is,
thinks white doesn't have a good position anymore is because of the knight on e5.
yeah.
Knight on the rim is dim now.
And if I get it, let's say, do I have time to bring it back? If I go knight b3, oh my. Man, I can even lose
No,
this.
you go knight b3, you might get into big trouble with knight c4 check. I think here
Oh, the
for
mating
bishop d7,
tension.
white better improve his piece position. So bishop e7 is a better move probably. Idea is to go bd6, of course. Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
bishop e7, now knight f3 check. King c3, let's say. Now where should black go? Maybe bishop e8 now. Correct? Yeah. The problem is now it's become chaotic, and black definitely has counterplay here. He's coming bishop g6 is one. And suddenly there is a threat of queen h1.
Looks more dangerous for
All
white
this,
somehow.
all this was not necessary at all.
Yeah, I mean, even like the most important thing was Queen B8 there, but to sense that Knight G6 could give so much counterplay, I think it is, it is humanly not possible because Knight G6 was never happening. If we were considering all the moves out of all the possibilities, never was Knight G6 like a good move for Black. So that is the reason it can be obviously missed. So Queen A7, and then when he plays Knight G6. Here I am thinking why bishop d8. That is in a way, as you say, releasing the tension somewhere. Suddenly knight g6 might have felt a little bit like maybe puts more stress on with it. Ki, what's happening? And this move is just releasing that tension here. No, with knight e6, a lot of things to calculate. So takes and queen c7, and this check has happened. He goes king d2, and now it is Hans who is thinking he needs to go bishop d7, which he will. He has 10 minutes, he has to make 12 moves. So another time pressure can happen. Crazy. I'm just
Just
hoping
took
like
me
he can
literally a
make
second.
moves. Yes, yes. I'm just hoping that.
Yeah, back.
Oh
The
my
point is, what we saw those logics for knight d3 and knight c6. For a player like Vidit, they must be really be simple. So it'll be very interesting to talk to Vidit about why he rejected them and went for bishop into, what did he play?
yeah, bishop d8.
Bishop d8 instead, bishop cross d8 instead. Very surprising, honestly, by Vidit standards.
After playing such a beautiful game, yeah, these are the moments happening in this tournament, especially. Okay, king d2. Let's still try to see if bishop d7. Then one move you suggested was bishop e7. Yeah, one candidate move.
Yeah.
Uh, the other move which computer suggests is f4, kicking the
See,
knight
that's
to.
what that can only be played by a computer.
No, but why? Because here you are attacking the knight, and if the knight moves, you can win the d7 piece. So it is
But you're
forced to give
opening
a
up
check.
your king to more checks after knight f3 check. Yeah?
Yeah, imagine the king is already going to king c3. Anyway, we are not worried about that. So knight f3 check, king c3.
Check king c3, bishop e8 is only moving.
So if bishop e8 now, and let's say I get the knight, at least knight c4 is not a threat. So now the knight comes back to b3. I could also go king b2 first. So if the knight goes back through b to b3, queen h1 you want to play, or anything else? Bishop
White is
g6.
threatening bishop f6, so that is something I have to be mindful about.
Could I not go then bishop f6 here?
Bishop f6, my point was bishop f7. So bishop f6 would have been a mistake. Yeah.
Not a mistake. It's still possible, but
I mean, you
I
just
would
gave me a
be
tempo
yeah.
free. Just give me a free tempo.
So
So
knight
here, as
b3.
you say, knight b3 or knight b7, we have to work out between them. I have a feeling knight b7 may be better because it threatens knight d6 and bishop f6, correct?
Yeah.
That may be better.
Okay.
See,
I
that's
just.
what these are the positions which make me jittery. For example, now, what happens to king g8? No,
No.
that
Why
doesn't
don't
work.
you continue with? Can you continue with bishop g6, or after bishop f6 is it
No,
just
now,
lost?
yeah, now it's lost
Lost.
after bishop f6, bishop f7, knight d6 may be very powerful here.
Yeah. Yeah. This
And I
is
can just go for a
lost.
pawn up, knight and pawn ending, which should be a
Correct.
win.
This and it's lost.
Okay, you don't want to go queen f7. Okay, that's okay. So, yeah. So here, there should be a little bit of a pass from black side. What is he going to do?
So queen h1 is a good move.
Amruta, for what happens to king h8? I have an idea. Instead of queen h1.
King h8, the problem is king goes to b2 now.
King b2, I go queen h1, let's say.
Now queen h1, if you go, beautiful move from white. Winning move from white.
Winning move from white, which I didn't see. What is it? Ah, okay, I saw it. Yeah.
I
Nice,
mean, lot
actually.
of is possible, but white to play. Saksham says
This is
Hans made a
cute.
mistake. We'll go there. But a winning move from white, guys. Here, bishop f6. Look at the beauty here. You call for gf6, and now you go queen d8. Basically, you vacated the square. This is hanging. You try to go and support there. Knight jumps in, and then you win the piece back. Okay, but what has happened in the game is knight f3 check, and Hans has missed it. He's gone knight f3. He did not defend his bishop on c8. So these were the, so instinctively queen f3 and knight f3 looked as the first considerations, but I am surprised that he has gone knight f3. If king c3, what is his plan? Because there is no check, right? I mean, definitely could queen e5 check is just lost.
That's a lost endings for sure because king immediately goes inside with knight d, king d4 and king c5, which is a lost position.
Yes. So
If you go queen e5 check,
yeah,
this he has landed a massive soup actually.
yeah, this is just winning. So then you don't go queen e5. But what is it that Hans will definitely say king c3? What is
Bishop
in his
a6 is the
mind?
only move. Bishop a6 is the only move. Yeah.
Or does he have any mating attack here? Like let's say knight e1, okay, and if queen takes c8. Now, if he thinks that the queen and knight are coming together, so, maybe by queen e5 or queen f3, I'm not
One
sure.
check, right? Queen e5 check, just king b3, then there is no second check at all.
Yeah, king b3 is
Just one
important because
check.
if you go king d2, Sarah, over here, then no, it is possible that he sees queen e5, king d2, and uh,
It's possible, but not necessarily doable.
yeah, check here. And there, black has a perpetual, believe it or not. This is a perpetual. If you go here, then there is queen a1. If you go here, there is check. If you go king e1, there
There is
is check.
a
It's
purpose.
such a beautiful perpetual. Look at
Beautiful
this.
perpetual. I was about to say that. Aesthetically appealing tragedy. How is that?
Nice.
Aesthetically appealing tragedy.
Nice. Okay, so going back, of course, for white, he doesn't need to go king d2. There is king b3. And now if queen a1, you don't really have a threat as such. So the queen can come back and white is a piece up. So knight f3 check, and Vidit once again gets into a winning position here with king c3 or king c1. Important. I would be shocked if Vidit doesn't go anywhere here. I mean, I won't be able to take it emotionally here.
This I think Vidit will wrap it because this is a huge advantage. And the problem is there are no
He
threats.
played.
Tactically, nothing is happening in black's favor. Yeah, he did it. He went king c3. And Neumann went queen h1.
If he
And
went it so
here
fast,
for
then
queen
maybe
h1.
he does think that this is a, like, he would enter in this variation unless he thinks that this is a draw. So here, if knight b3, actually this is a draw. I mean, great drawing chances for black. With queen e1 check. Now king b2 with queen takes b4. Even if he's a even if queen takes c8. Wow, this is a draw.
Getting a draw here?
What?
How are you getting a draw here?
With either
Knight
knight d2
d2, knight
or
d2,
knight
knight
e5
d2,
with
knight
knight
d2 idea, knight
c4
c4
check.
check. Yeah. But I saw
Still,
something else,
if I go queen
Amruta. If you go
c3.
behind a few knight c4 check. You lose
Okay.
your queen, you lose your queen,
Oh,
lose your
sorry.
queen.
Yeah, got it. Okay, where do
You
I go?
go back a few moves before. For queen h1, don't come back knight b3.
Yes.
King b2 is a win.
Yeah, king b2. Nice. You found out. So I think Vidit will be able to find this. King b2. Okay, what else do I have? Knight d2 now. Still, let's say I continue with my attack. Queen b1 and knight e4, some threats in there.
Just take queen
Oh
c8.
man, this is what Hans. This is again what Hans has
This is
missed.
simple.
White to play, guys. White to
Beautiful.
play. Maybe
Yeah.
if we reach this position, this is the last move. If you are able to find.
Yeah.
I'm sure Vidit it will give me confidence. Let's see how many of you are able to find.
So we still have close to about 700 people watching, which
Yeah,
means
we need at least
let
20
us see
people
how
to
many.
find.
Yeah, we got about, yeah, we're getting answers immediately. It's nice.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the support late in the night.
Oh, it is
Moral,
146
emotional,
today.
physical, physical, and a visual support.
Wow. That's the move. Let's see, 1:46 p.m. These many people have found. Oh, 28. Not a single person gave a wrong answer. Shardul, Saksham, Devik, Shriram, Dhairya, Vivekananda, Sanket, Divyam, Anirudh, and Akshay. Chalo, matlab Vidit will find this move. If so many of you have got it right, Vidit will get it right. So, what a beautiful move. This is possible that Hans missed this move, Saravanan. That's why he went for something like this, thinking it is a draw. Because you play anything else than bishop f6, queen c8, then there is queen b1 check. If king c3 now, queen a1 check. And once again, the same beautiful pattern. It's so possible to get attracted with such a draw. It's like a trap, mouse trap.
Is it a trap or a mouse trap? Be specific.
Are they different?
Of course, they are different. Yeah, what is this? Of course, they are different. Yeah.
Oh, queen
Trap is a
h1.
trap. A mouse trap is a mouse trap. They are, of course, different.
Bishop f6 is the move. No, wait, not here.
No,
Sorry,
first king b2,
first king
Amruta. First
b2,
king b2.
knight d2, and
Trap or
now
mouse
bishop f6.
trap.
So, same thing if you give a check this time. Now, not king c3, very important. That would be a huge blunder because I don't need to get into anything. I just simply give a check, collect this bishop there. The point is you go king a3 and this check is controlled. If now you give this only available check with queen c1, the bishop comes back, stops the check, and a mate threat is there. So that's winning. So will Vidit be able to find this? King b2. He goes king b2. If he has gone king b2, then it means because otherwise he's lost, no? In a way.
Saptarshi Banerjee says, I don't think he will play king b2. Saptarshi Banerjee is a very sadistic guy, I think. He neither wants us to go to sleep nor wants Vidit to go for an early dinner. Just kidding, just kidding.
Just kidding, guys. King b2 Vidit has found it, and Vidit is very, very close to winning this, but there remains a one important move. Bishop f6, bishop b2 idea still needs extreme awareness. After almost 6 hours of play, I believe. 10 moves to be made for 60 move rule. Just, I don't even think it will reach there, but we need to be aware.
At least now you have some kind of a satisfaction that it was worth all this staying up after this. Really, I mean, game of topsy-turvy, but we did play well overall. I mean, if you go by the accuracy rate of both the players, I think we did play a good game.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, not easy. It was not an easy game. Also, I think in this tournament, now that we have generalized that, as you said, that this tournament pressure is way different than normal tournaments. So here we can say that two big mistakes in a game are a normal. Or normal for even super top players. So we will just ignore them. Arush says, thanks, Sarah sir, for being here with us during such a crucial game. Yes, guys, he's been drinking coffee for all of you, at least 2 to 3 cups of coffee. That's the only thing. Don't do that. Today I did drink one cup of coffee. 92 on the board. Guys, stick to your chairs. Let's pray. Bishop f6. Vidit, come on. It's like a sixer. It's like that last ball. And you need a six.
Generally, it's not a good idea to tell provocative or, statements which are too harsh generally anywhere in social media or in internet public place. But one thing I can tell with real authenticity, when it comes to coffee, there is nothing like South Indian filter coffee.
Oh,
I'm ready to take on any argument, any number of enemies to fight this out. When it comes to coffee, there is nothing like South Indian filter coffee.
And guys, while drinking filter coffee, if you are seeing the move Bishop f6 on the board, I'm sure right now Hans Moke Neiman is shocked. He's shocked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone into this variation. He would have played Bishop d7 there, Bishop f6. And we
Probably
can
he missed Queen b1 checking a3. Yeah? He missed King a3.
You mean here he could have even missed Bishop f2, Bishop b2 that way after Queen b1. Nice, nice, nice. Rakshit says, I agree. By the way, Rakshit is the guy who has made these bars here, which you are seeing on the board.
And, yeah, that's a nice thing you did, Rakshit.
Yeah,
nice
and
honestly, it has made a very big difference in how you watch live commentary. The bars here. I mean, we are always looking at the bars, and something goes down, something goes up immediately. We're rushed there, so it's a really nice invention, cute little invention.
Yeah, so that way, and it helps us to jump at the right game quickly. By the way, Anish still playing, and the bar says it's still a draw. But Anish is like, yeah, tomorrow rest day. Let me enjoy playing some chess. Also, for women's, Tanya lost her game. Harika won. Vantika is still playing, almost losing. Oh, Rakshit, you have made this development. Nice. A checkmate when it is on the go, on the way. It is now showing. That's nice. Also, we have this chat chess moves that's done by Keith Mascarenas Saravanan. He's from US, so he did that initially. So the community is very nice. The chess community here is amazing. Oh, Queen b1 check, King a3. Vidit plays that in an instant. Queen c1, and I'm expecting a resignation after Bishop b2. Bishop b2 played by Vidit. Wow, what tactically alert, no matter what. Because Bishop f6 was an important thing to find after Knight f3. Hans missed it, but Vidit did find it.
This is just inertia playing for Neumann now because just a clearly winning position. Queen is attacked, mate is threatened.
Knight c4 check has this knight here on a5 until the end doing its job.
So this means Vidit is joining
sole leader, joint leaders.
The joint leader. He is becoming one of the joint leaders. Which is fantastic. So it is the halfway mark of the tournament today. We are just crossing the halfway mark at 6th round. 5 more rounds left after one rest day tomorrow. And at this point, Vidit will be on 4.5 out of 6, which is a very good result, by the way.
Oh, nice. And the result is updated. Vidit has won the game. Vidit OP Hojai in the chat, guys. He joins the leader. Let me show you the rankings as well. Rakshit says, thank you, Sara sir. And Himang says, Vidit is the king. Speaking about the coffee, a lot of people are very, very interested to talk about tea and coffee. Harmony says, hello from Bangalore with a cup of black tea. And what better, moment than having a coffee and tea and looking at Vidit winning this. Let me just show you the results quickly.
A lot of Tamilians in the chat telling about specific coffees and all that. That's nice to hear, actually. my home, myself, my mother, my wife, we three are passionate coffee drinkers. So we actually look for different kind of coffees and combinations. We
Wow.
actually keep trying. Of course, we have got our favorites, but we keep trying different coffees. Even like Arabic coffee, which is available in the UAE, Mexican coffee, Colombian coffee.
Wow.
We are real coffee lovers. But of course, it's really not great for health. It's not healthy to consume so many cups of coffees in a day.
One
But
coffee,
there are
two
certain
cups of
things.
coffee should be okay. The small cup of two coffee.
Ideally, yeah, we drink very small cups of coffee, and I try to limit myself to only one or two a day. But honestly, coffee drinking is not about the drink only. It's something more for
Yeah,
South Indians,
yeah.
especially
You know
Tamil.
what Sagar initially. So Sagar doesn't drink tea or coffee or anything. Basically, no addiction. Because even Bobby Fischer, I think Bobby Fischer had said that
Oh, really?
related with
Okay.
addiction. So I thought because of that must be. I mean, I'm sure it would have inspired him that way. But he's not. So whenever I'm drinking tea, I'm alone. But Sagar makes tea for me. At least that compensates. So that is a good thing. But results have not been updated here. But we can see on 4.5, Esipenko, Nakamura, Arjun,
Uh-huh.
Vidit, Fabiano,
Okay.
then Artemiev and Firuza ended in a draw, yeah? Or
It's
is it
still
going
going
on?
on, I thought, right?
Okay, let's have
I
a
thought the game is
look.
still going on. Artemia's game is still not over.
Yes, it's still going on, and in fact, it's going towards a draw. So let's
Yeah.
say not them. Then we have Vidit. Then we have Sindaro on 4.5. Predke on 4.5. Arvind
Yeah.
and Wojtaszek. I think Wojtaszek was winning, so Wojtaszek will also be on 4.5.
Uh,
Ramazan, I don't think he can win. That's a draw. So yeah, that will be it. I'm only hoping, Sarah, that tomorrow we don't have Arjun versus Vidit. Their colors are matching. That would be really unfortunate to see. Uh, Also looking at women's games, has the pairing? No, the results. All the games are over, so we may have the pairing very soon. But Anna Muzichuk is the sole leader. If we look at the ranking, Vaishali is on number 2 with 4 points, and based on a tie break, if the tournament would have ended right now, then it's good to be in top 2. Oh, Bibi Sara is how come Bibi Sara is leading? Maybe they have not updated those points. Sorry, they have not updated the points here, so it's a wrong information. Got it. Wow, what a day! What a day! What games! Every day we are getting at least this one game, minimum one game, which is very crazy. But today, even Adiban played a great game. At least we got some glimpse of it. Yesterday, Arjun's game. So delightful event, guys. Tomorrow at 8:15. Please don't come to watch the commentary because it's the rest day. And on first, we will be meeting each other again. Please do not forget then, because we have two of our Indians on the joint lead, Arjun and Vidit. Lipson says Saravanan sir is like a mini encyclopedia about chess.
Come
Oh,
on,
kudos to
guys.
bring Saravanan. I'm going to give you one tip. You have to appreciate. You have to receive it. You have to. That's what the people feel genuinely, and then you have to thank you. Say thank you, Sarah.
Nice of you, but this is too much of praise, honestly. I mean,
But then
anyone who
you
talks
have to
about
not. You telling
encyclopedia
some
and
nice
chess,
stories. Hmm.
encyclopedia and chess in the same breath,
Hmm.
please watch all the videos of Vishy Anand on YouTube. That's a real encyclopedia
But
there.
who is
I mean,
saying Vishy is not encyclopedia of chess? See, just don't think of anything else. Just try to. Maybe this is the next half of the tournament. You have to, learn how to receive appreciation.
receiving appreciation is fine, but I feel this is too much of appreciation. Anyway, nice of you guys. Thank you so much for being so. Honestly, see, it's really nice to be treated so kindly and so generously. I'm thankful for it. But it is just that, sometimes I feel, oh my God, this is too much price.
You know,
But
when
anyway,
appreciation is too, like when it is taken in a wrong way and when appreciation brings arrogance, that is the problem. But when appreciation is taken and received in the right way, then it won't go to arrogance and then you have to receive it. And then that's what is going to be your challenge, Sarah. I am, I'm avoiding some comments, but now I'm not going to avoid some genuinely nice comments about you. Why not? Why not to read?
thank you. Nice of you. And there is a question. Before you go, what is your favorite character from Malgudi days? If I remember
Ah.
correctly, it was the postman. I'm trying to remember his name. Was it Tanappa or Tannappa?
Mm.
Comes in only one episode, I think. That was my favorite.
Oh, that was
Malgudi days.
such a favorite series of mine, Malgudi Days.
More than the series, the books. I mean, see, the series was good, but when it comes to writing, I think the best writer India ever produced was R.K. Narayan. Without any doubt, I can tell this. Okay, there is a Tamil writer of contemporary Tamil writer named Jayamohan today is a genius. But when it comes to English writing in India, nothing like R.K. Narayan. This is my very honest opinion.
Mm.
So
Wow.
on that note, yeah, Tannappa or Tanappa, right, Srina? Yeah, thank you.
Tannappa.
So
Yeah.
Tannappa. Are we calling it a day now?
Yes, Sarah.
Okay. Thanks, Amruta. Nice of you. Thank you, guys.
Thank
See you
you,
again in the
Sarah. Good
afternoon.
night. Finally, tomorrow you get to rest. If you can at all. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye. Good night.
Guys, that was Saravanan for you all. Today was an epic day. Before the rest day, I mean, we can be very happy because we have some nice results here. So, I'm just gonna look at some games which are going on just to have a look because just I'm not sleepy yet somehow today. Rakshit says I watched the books video, both part 1 and part 2, in some short stints after every few months. Just the love for chess oozing out of the window of the video. Yeah, I think whenever Sagar has decided, whenever he goes to Chennai to make sure and try to do a book video. Also, guys, if you have recently when we had gone to Netherlands, there was a we did Durkian's interview, and he also has tremendous amounts of books and amazing stories. So do check that video out. I believe some of you have seen it, but do check that out because it's a really beautiful one. Oh, thank you, Sanket. Thank you. So, yeah, I had a great time with all of you. Let's finally look at which games are going. Artemiev, knight c4 has been played. No, this pawn is very well stopped. No chance. Just confirming Vidit, who all are joining on 4.5. Not many. Wojtaszek, yeah, Wojtaszek was winning, but the game is still going on after c5. Look at this rook on a5, but still doesn't really matter. You don't take on c5, I believe. c5 has been played. Rook takes c5, rook takes e6, rook takes c7, rook takes a4 would be a draw, but there is a5. Why to anyway enter into something like this when there is a7 for Wojtaszek? So he will be joining Arjun and Vidit and others on 4.5. Anish Giri is playing still 69 moves completed. Uh, and so many pieces on the board. Very slow game. Very slow game. Anish is black. Rook a6. Have they even progressed or are they just going around with no pawn move since? Oh my god, no pawn move since. When was the last an exchange or something happened? And who is anyway trying? Here was the last exchange. 47th move, rook was exchanged. So from 48, from 21, since 21 moves, there has been oh, Ramzan is trying because Anish repeated here, it seems. Nobody repeated actually. Yeah, Anish is kind of still repeating somewhere. What are you saying? So white is trying with the rook and bishop. So Anish is on the defending side. And they've got above 60 moves. So that means all the time has been added. And now after 71st move, this is the sudden death. 11 minutes and 8 minutes is the sudden death. So final time control with 30 seconds each. Let's wait a bit. Rakshit says Amruta doesn't like sleeping anymore. You know Rakshit, today the only thing I have done is slept at 5 or something like that in the morning, and woke up at 12, got ready, had some food, slept at 2 o'clock, and I just slept again the whole till 5 o'clock or something like that. So today I'm fresh. I'm happy that the rounds are actually at 8 o'clock. I prefer, staying up a little more, but evening time I prefer looking at the sunset a bit. Oh, Nuber. Hello, Nuber. How are you? Nuber, yaar. VD game. Crazy game. I would say, Nuber, if you have not seen it, please don't just go through the moves. Go through every single move. It's a whole training. 1 day training. Amazing game. Amazing. मजा आ गया. ऐसा है. What's up with you and which is your next tournament, Nuber? Saran says I slept at 5 to 9:40 p.m. So not sleepy now. अरे ये भी क्या टाइम है? शाम को. Of course. Who am I to say that? Nuber is saying इधर daily 2 rounds खेल रहा हूँ. किधर? Where are you playing? Now, how is the tournament going on? Rakshi says don't go through the moves, go through every single move. अरे कहना क्या चाह रहे हो? मतलब like many times you just check the game, right? फटाफट 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 ऐसे नहीं करना है. You have to शांति से, like suspense of the movie. Like when you're watching a movie, you don't fast forward. That is what I meant. Don't fast forward. Alpha says Vishy number 1 again. Okay. ज्योतिरादित्य, आप इतने वियर्ड टाइम जोन का टूर्नामेंट कवर करते हो तो आपका स्लीप शेड्यूल कैसे ठीक रहता है? वही नहीं रह रहा है ना ठीक, बट दिस इज द टूर्नामेंट, वेरी डिफरेंट टूर्नामेंट, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट, सो चलता है. Not for every tournament, but such an important event where so many of our best players are playing, you can't really miss it. Decent चालू है in France. Oh, all the best, Nuber. Are Shashwat, all of you are watching and learning. So that's the main motivation there, that our players over there are doing इतनी ज़्यादा मेहनत. Oof. इससे एक जोक याद आया. My chemistry teacher didn't know English properly. She wanted to convey that pour the chemical slowly, for which she said, don't pour, pour, pour. Don't pour, 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 pour. Pour, pour, pour. Acha. I get it. Good one, good one. Don't pour, pour, pour. Pour, pour, pour. Isn't it the way you say a word at which the toning, the speed does matter? Nice show. I'm a fan of PJs. I don't know if PJ is only a Marathi term because PJ in Marathi means panchat jokes. Panchat means what to say. Oh, it's very hard to actually translate. I don't know. I can't. But is PJ a common thing in India or basically non-intellectual jokes? You can say. No, Rakshit, not Pakao jokes. Panchat jokes. No need to explain. ठीक है, it's like I am taking advantage of the most important games today which have been ended, and I am like, you know, using to interact right now with 300 people. What is a PJ? एक जन आया. Alpha is right now asking. Like he doesn't care about what is PJs and all of that, but he's asking how to get above 1100. I am 1100. Alpha. Firstly, for this event, my definite advice to you is do watch the whole event, do watch the commentary, anybody's commentary. I'm not talking about ChessBase India, but you can go to FIDE, Chess.com, Chess24, anybody, but try to learn from what's happening there. Amazing games, treasure of ideas there, and watching live has another essence there, so do not miss that for this event particularly. Very few times we have such kind of events, and qualification makes it all the more exciting. So yeah, that's the I can say, maybe I don't know what your rating is right now, but this will help you in a big way. Who is going to win Grand Swiss in your opinion? I don't know, but I am definitely my opinion is Arjun will come in top 2. That's my guess. No. वैसे no, there is something exciting. We are really trying to work on it, but यार ये सब slow चलता है. But if it works out, it would be amazing. Like amazing. Ronak says PJ poor jokes. अरे नहीं, then I am not a fan of poor jokes. पांचट जोक का एक ओके ओनली मराठी पीपल विल अंडर, वो एक अलग ही है पांचट जोक. 800 likes kar do, says Rakshit. Exactly. In this tournament, I have completely forgotten to ask you guys much to like and subscribe. So guys, do like and subscribe because we want to support our Indian players for this event. Best would be 3 players qualifying for the candidates. Gukesh from the FIDE circuit and Arjun. No, we have actually, technically, we have chances of 4 people qualifying. Now that Vidit has joined the leaderboard. Why? Who's trying to play? Let me just get a little bit of depth here after king d6. Is anything like g4 break possible for white at some point? No, maybe king b4. Rook a6, and let's say I go rook g1, I do nothing here, and if I go a move like g4, how bad it is. G4, rook g4, super bad because of, oops, a pawn fork, it's a blunder, can't do that. So g4 नहीं आ रहा है, f5 तो सपने में नहीं आ रहा है, knight f5 always there. तो कर क्या रहा है? What is white doing then? d5, oops, d5 takes knight d5 whatever नहीं आ रहा है. So why are they playing c5 check, king c7? Okay, this is out of my capability, that why are they playing? Rook b1 played by Ramazan. I'm sure if I imagine Anish right now, I'm sure he would be also laughing at number of moments here. If we will have a video, मजा आ जाएगा. Anishka. Whew. No, this is going to end in a draw. Or maybe I should also see what is Sagar doing. Dhairya says, but in the end, all things will come to tiebreak. 7 to 8 players are tied. No, I think in the first half right now, in the second half, things will be different. Not so many players will be tied for sure. Naveen says, off late, you have been streaming so late and you do not look tired at all. How do So one of the no normally I'm a night person, so in general I have been used to sleeping late. That does my earlier usual time to sleep would be at least 3 a.m. Like that would be my time, but many times 4 or 5 also. I was a little bit productivity addict. Then I had to work on it and I did change my sleeping time in between and I could start sleeping at 12 or so. But it is very natural for me to, stay up late if at all. That is easier. But if you ask me, waking up in the morning, I can't do that. And that's why Sagar wakes up at 5 o'clock or weirdly sometimes 4, 5, 6. That's the range where he wakes up and he's having a very, very continuous day. It's like back to back things, literally, um, no break as such. Whereas for me, it was like I wake up in the morning at 10 o'clock normally. Anytime I would sleep, I would wake up at 10 o'clock. Now I'm here, I'm waking up a little later, 12 o'clock. So I'm able to manage. Come to Ahmednagar, 19th November. Nice. Are you playing? Akshat says, how do you and Sagar not get complacent? मतलब एक दिन काम नहीं किया तो भी कुछ नहीं होगा ना. Exactly. It's a, I would say, right, it was a problem. It was a problem of productivity addict, I call it. After you kind of constantly want to do something productive, and that is, it's a addiction, I am definitely saying, and it's not a good one for sure. I mean, it is very good until a point, but you have to understand at some point where to keep balance. So this year has been trying to make that work, and in that sense, changing these things. So now I'm definitely able to shift that mindsets. Yeah, it's what to do. But sometimes another problem is you're loving to do some things. Like you really, as you know, sometimes when you're playing chess, you're loving it so much that you don't want to stop. You don't want to stop playing. So that does become difficult then, and you have to keep a balance. How to keep the balance is a challenge because sometimes even while working you don't do it, then you want to stop working, but then you also feel guilty because you're so comparing yourself with what you can do your best. It's completely It's a vicious cycle and needs to be broken at some point. But I do feel as a young people, for youth, you have to go through it, and then you get to a situation where you are able to keep balance. Or if you are already able to keep balance, amazing. That's amazing. That's more long lasting, I feel, for sure. It's a complicated subject. Rakshit says people get addicted to procrastination, not productivity usually. Procrastination also happens in that, because when you have too many commitments, over full commitments, then some of the things are going to be procrastinated. It's just impossible to not do that. In the future, will there be a tournament that you go to cover and Sagar streams? Very good question. Uh, Not sure. It depends on a lot of factors for me, because I. It's an interesting question. I don't know. I doubt. Actually, I doubt that way. Majorly at very funny, but maybe sometimes in new places. I'm not sure if I will be very confident that I don't know. I've beaten my fear of being scared at night and staying alone. I tried to fight it, so now I'm able to do it. But I have to travel and see, test myself. कैंडिडेट्स कवर करने जाओ अमृता, सागर को घर बिठाओ. What would you like, guys? Sagar doing commentary here from home, and maybe of course some people from ChessBase India going there. Main problem is the visa is not easy, going to be easy. But suppose that, or would you like something like this where Sagar is traveling? What would you like? रक्षी से मेरे को लगता था मैं अकेला डरपोक हुआ. I'm not alone. Of course not. I think for me it is the Bollywood which is I blame on, because the kind of impact in childhood, I should not have seen those horror movies, unnecessary imaginations. But yeah, now I'm out of it, luckily. Aditya says next round it will be very tough for both Vidit and Arjun. Isipenko, Hikaru, Fabi, all tough opponents. वो तो है. It's going to get tougher. Either way, it is great, says Sanket. Sharadul says you and Sagar doing commentary from the venue. Okay, nice. अभी रक्षित कुछ नहीं होएगा. Now I am out. संकेत says horror movies या horror chess positions देखे बचपन में. You know, the funny thing is, like, every day, every single night, actually, I used to dream of chess. The love for chess was, the love for playing chess was unimaginable. So I used to see a game every night. It was very funny. पण घरचा फील वेगळाच असतो. खाता पिता. So actually, इधर ही ठीक है. Okay, guys, can anybody try to please explain? Do you see any plan? What do you think who is trying? And do you see any plan to trick, to find a resource? Oh no, they have ended. Draw ho gaya hai. Anish, after 80 moves, king d6, and it's a draw. So from 48th move, they have played around 37 moves or so, and it has ended in a draw. Nice. पर वसूल कर दिया, पूरा वसूल कर दिया. अरे गाइस बताओ तो सही रे, ड्रॉ हो गया. Started loving streaming, looks like. Yeah, I would not mind doing 20, like I would love to do some training sessions, and in between Sagar was having some ideas to do together, but because I am a little bit of a planner in general, I didn't really start with that, his ideas. Rakshit is saying Anishk is playing for the sole reason so that Amruta they can talk to the chat. ऐसा लग रहा है ना काफी टाइम हो गया that we had actually had interaction ऐसे शांति में कुछ भी time pass, nothing to do with anything, but very good to catch up with what's up with all of you guys, and feels like a family. Remember that you both did commentary from the venue in Olympia 21 from Chennai. Ah, yes, Dhairya. I had forgotten, in Chennai. Yeah. पर अपने इंडिया में तो हो जाता है. अभी उधर से कनाडा से आए. Let's see. I'll definitely discuss with Sagar. That would be a nice idea to do actually. Oh, COD says रमजान ने बड़े बड़ों से ड्रॉ निकाल लिया. Harmony says we met in Bangalore last September. Do you remember? Last September would be this event, no? No, not one box. Sorry, Waka event. If I'm not wrong, Waka event. If I see you, I should remember mostly. But if you tell me your name, I doubt. Recap of today's results, please. Why not? There, let's go. Let's do a very quick recap here. For top board, Esipenko played with Nakamura. That has ended in a draw, but that was an important game because of the leaders. So in the second board, Arjun playing with the black pieces. They had an interesting opening. Arjun had played Petrov, but he was very well prepared. And at this point, he went for this move C5, which looked completely chaotic. But after some chop, the recipe was very simple soup there, and it ended in a draw. Then we next go to the game of the day, which was Vidit Gujarati versus Hans Niemann. Actually, a beautiful game. Rai Lopez happened, very standard opening was played for many moves, and with these mass exchanges here, we thought, okay, this seems to be like ending in an equal position, maybe a draw we are looking at. The rooks are exchanged, one minor piece, but from here started the thing. 21st move, Vidit started an amazing maneuvering. Queen a7 first, attacked the bishop. Bishop went to c6. Then he went queen a5, keeping an eye on the b5 pawn. Black really did not have much to do, couldn't take this break. e5 was hanging. This knight was doing an epic work. But this move, bishop e3 from d2, this guy had a dream कि मैं बड़ा होके कुछ तो बनूंगा. And that's where bishop e3, king h7, bishop a7, the one of the most weird ways the bishop could put pressure on the c7 pawn. Queen a6, you see, keeping an eye on c6. The queen is tied down, cannot really move anywhere. So black doesn't have much to do. Bishop went to b8, attacking c7. Exactly, this is the move I'm talking about. A weird way to attack a weakness. In fact, to find that the c7 is a weakness, from when the bishop was on d2 was not so easy, because the c pawn cannot be pushed easily, because this bishop is on c6 and the bishop needs to be on c6 because it defends on b5. So in a way life थोड़ा complicated हो गया था black के लिए. So king went to g8, knight b1. That was another important moment when Saravanan had pointed out the a5 square can be an important square for one of the knight, and actually that square at the edge of the board here, while Hans tried to bring his knight to f4 and create complications with it, simply stops all of that and goes g3, bishop d8, knight d2. And यहाँ पे the only question for everybody, if we want to know, is why did Vidit not continue with this beautiful plan which he had in mind? Why did he stop there? Why did he, what really happened? So this we should hear. If at all Sagar has got the interview, it would be very, very nice to know that. So king f1, then he went king e1, king e2, and the king was dancing here. But finally, Vidit did get his knight on a5, but this knight came here to defend. Queen went to e8. Once again, Vidit's king felt a little discomfort. d5 break found by Hans, very, very alert this time, giving up the pawn. You couldn't take the pawn. Queen h5 check was in the air. So he went knight d2, queen h5 check, and at this point of time, it was equalized. But 39th move, when Hans had, I don't know how much time. Hans had actually 26 minutes, but on this move, he made a mistake. Look at the time. He took 25 minutes, and after 25 minutes, using all his time in this critical moment, he had to go a move like queen h3, bishop c7. The right result would be, it would have ended in a draw perpetual, but d4 was a mistake because d4 happened, and this time the main difference was after queen h5 check there was king d3 for white, but along with it there were some other ideas as well. The pawns made a huge difference for the king to kind of escape. Queen went back to e8, slight inaccuracy. Vidit takes the e5 pawn, bishop went to c8, and here maybe simpler was to go queen b8, and everything is tied down. The knight had to be defended, but queen a7 by Vidit, he calculated knight g6, bishop d8, knight e5, queen c7, and Hans got an amazing opportunity here to go bishop d7, which was an important move, and this would have still kept this game so highly complex. But he did not go bishop d7. He went for knight f3 check, thinking it is a draw. At this moment, queen h1, king b2. What Hans actually missed was the beautiful, beautiful bishop f6 or queen b1 check, king c1, or he may have missed that the bishop can actually take itself back to b2, and there it was the end. Queen g7 would be over. So Vidit won an amazing game. Too much of intricacies happened in this game. Then we had another game of the day which we couldn't really follow the full game, but Adiban had a crazy position and he managed to give this queen sack, and he managed to win as well. So a good comeback by Adiban. Here he got bishop b4 and this was winning. So apart from that, let me take you to the results, other results, if at all. Yeah, these were the other results, final results. Apart from that, Arvind versus Abdusataro ended in a draw, so that was also good. Nihal versus SL Narayanan, both the people from Kerala, they played and it ended in a draw. Aryan Chopra versus Hari Krishna also ended in a draw. Pragnananda's game ended in a draw with Shant Sargisian. Gukesh lost today, a big result. He lost with Aidin Suleimanli. Once again, he played extremely rash and was definitely what to say, that didn't work out at all for him. Murli Karthikeyan drew with Marti Rosian. Abhijit Gupta beat Kirill Shevchenko. He also had an amazing game, it seemed. Ronak beats Denis Lazovic. Leon Mendonska drew with Fozzy Adam. And Adiban beats Ituri Zaga. So these were the men's results. Going to the women's section, the pairing is already out, by the way. The pairing is already out for women's. Vaishali is playing with BB Sara today. So today's results were this: Vaishali drew with Goryachkina, Harika beat Savita, Tanya lost with Nino, Vantika lost with Mariam, and Divya drew with Alice. So it's a pretty tough tournament going for our Indian women. Vaishali playing with Bibi Sara and Alexandra Goryachkina playing with Anna Muzichuk. Harika playing with Irina Bulmaga, and Harika slowly climbing up on 3.5. Savita Shri playing with Dinara Wagner. Anna Matnadze playing with Vantika. Divya playing with Varda, and Tanya playing with Belin Javiera. So that's about it, guys. These are the pairings there for men's. The pairings will take time because the games are going on. So, we also have Boitazek winning. So quite a few decisive results here on top. Maza aaya. Thank you all for watching, and we will meet each other on 1st November. That will be the happy new month for all of us. Okay, guys, good night. See you soon. Have a great night there.